Hello and welcome to another episode of Quant Gang. I'm Maddie Allin here with,
Karim.
and we'll have WhalesOnly joining us after he's done onboarding millions of New Yorkers from Wall Street and Main
Heck yeah.
Street and everywhere in between. Now, I have something sad to report today.
Oh,
This might be the last time that you see my intro for the Quant Gang intro because I've got such an awesome new intro planned. So let's go ahead and get that out of the way, and then we'll get started with all the awesome quantitative analysis that you're craving.
let's do it. Ooh.
So here's the okay. So last week we saw a version of the Quant Gang logo, and that was pretty good. But it wasn't made by a hexagon, right?
Mhm.
And that's kind of an important thing. So here to unveil for the first time, this
Ooh.
is
I
the
love that
version made
drums
by
roll.
Abit. Yes,
Quant game, right?
that's
QG.
right.
There you go. We got a t-shirt soon. What's up, everybody? Good to see you. It's been a minute. Thanks for being here as always. We love seeing you guys all the time. And yeah, last week was awesome too because we had the stream with Richard, which was great as well. So, and Maddie, thanks for posting the video and the recording. So it's always good to have.
Yeah, you did an awesome job being Richard's main moderator and helping other people to ask their questions and make sure everybody got a chance.
Yeah, no, I think it's epic. Again, it shows how powerful the community is and how we get to all share good ideas too. So we just keep getting lucky with those extra tools that just keeps landing our way, and we're really good at utilizing them the right way. That's really the key. So people can kind of have in-depth questions and interact, and again, the power of community. So because that's, I believe, what makes us win in the end. So, and continue to dominate and educate, and people are running like chickens with their heads being cut off, sadly, like I posted on Twitter, people getting liquidated left and right, but hexagons just chilling, getting paid every day, relaxing no matter what. And that's really the key. So Quant Gang really supports that. So
I love it. Yeah. And so I wore my special T-shirt just for the event.
there you
Um,
go. Always buying the dip, you know what I mean? Again, this is what's so powerful because we are in that alt season and stuff, but like I said on that previous chat, like we're in the perfect position where it's like almost bulletproof in a way where either way you win. And that's the beauty of, the money printers and the t-shirts, because whether the market pump or not, we're getting paid every day regardless. And right now, yes, Ethereum is having its little run, which is cool because that could be, again, that second end phase of alt season / bull market where, if Bitcoin can't get it up, right? No point intended, right?
Old man Bitcoin.
Right? Ethereum's going to do its thing. Then we're just going to ride that either way. Even if bear market comes in, we're still getting paid money. Just the last 2-3 days, oh my goodness, just the money earned just in penalties, insane. I mean, I'm talking, me personally, I mean, close to like half a million, like hex, just donations. I mean, for lack of better words, you know what I'm saying? So again,
Wow.
buying the dip while you're staked, that's the key, right? Dream account just chilling, doing his thing. So, and this is why it's so powerful. And not too long ago, I saw that on the other chat. It was kind of a funny joke. People are complaining about like the penny and we can't leave a penny, this and that, and it's like, dude, we're still above 1.5 chilling, and that's with the big market doing their dance and correcting and whatever, or going sideways. So but we're getting to that perfect phase where we're getting the leftover of the people from the early claiming phase, because there's still a little bit of them being flushed out. But again, if you go to Hex Vision and you look at the stats of the expiring stakes, I mean, by May, June, there's almost nothing. So this could be a signal if you're fairly new and you haven't bought your bag yet, right, this might be the last stop, because there's a lot of volume being sold, which is great, but the price is not really dipping down. Meanwhile, share rate's going up. So it's kind of like that, that bullish diversion where it's like you're buying the dip while you stay, either from penalties or for the people that are like literally buying and staking, because the total amount of T-shares in the pool is rising fairly fast. And you see a lot of long-term stakes, staking average going up, because remember, guys and ladies, behind any and every sale, there is a buyer. So people need to understand. So the fact that you're getting this heavy volume, but the price is not quote unquote crashing or whatever, just chilling, doing its thing, that's very, very bullish, because very, very soon when that runs out, I mean, don't be surprised if you wake up one day and then, it's 5 cents or whatever or more. So this is kind of where the blessing comes in, but just having the peace of mind, be able to be relaxed, not be polarized, not having your emotion being played around. That's the beauty of staking. And like I said, it's about having that, that lifestyle, that freedom, that peace of mind, free agent lifestyle, be able to do whatever you want to do, go to work, get your money right. It's not about making money. It's about building wealth. Very, very important. You know what I mean? Highly successful people, the real wealthy, they're not worried about making money. They're worried about building wealth. Getting that money on autopilot, take back your freedom, take back your control, and then you come hang out with us in Vegas if you can.
That's right.
Yeah, that would be dope. Oh my goodness. Woo.
So many updates coming this week. Yep. And I'm glad that, a lot of people have waited. So let's do an update. Let's do a little teaser on the updates that are coming for Hexakin.Vegas, the first mass hex meetup. Mm-hmm. I spoke to our inside connection today for over an hour, and everything that I'm asking for and more is, and I don't want to ruin all the surprises, because he's T-Money's doing a lot of work to make this happen.
T-Money's on point. So shout out to you, bro. You keep me well.
We're going to make some major announcements here and do another update this Saturday. And that'll be at noon Central, 10 a.m. Vegas time. And people will be able to rewatch it, catch the replay at any time. But, if you caught the last one, you heard about a number of things that are pretty exciting. This one's going to be even more exciting. We're going to be showing off the t-shirt design. We're going to be announcing some really special, discounts, special discounts on hotel rooms. And then we're going to be revealing basically a ticketing system where when you buy your t-shirt, then you'll be able to give the other information that you want to give about where you're staying. And I'm also working on an option for not only having badges with individualized information on them, also a matching mask. Well, it's especially designed.
It might be no high expectation, but it might be no mask by June, man, because it's gonna be so hot. It's Vegas, so
I would hope so.
But for swag, maybe you get it.
But they're still they're expecting to be 100% open, because remember, T-Money is part of the economic planning group for the state of Nevada, so he will keep us updated on that. But this will also give us a true head count, and it'll be a way for us to really have that organized bargaining power and to be able to have our 3 different bases at the different hotels. So
and also, correct me if I'm wrong, but people will have the ability to potentially pay with crypto, so or USDC, something like that, which is going to be a good.
That's that's something that I am planning to do for the t-shirt and ticket system.
Not
because I want to create an option that's fully private. And so that would make it so I don't have to collect billing information, which is awesome. So
that's one of the best things, just kind of getting everything set up, flexible, and especially for the t-shirt, because God forbid if some people can't go to the event, at least they can buy the t-shirt, and participate. And obviously we're going to be taking a lot of videos and, things like that. So to get people that couldn't come, the kind of an idea of what's going on, so being inclusive, which I think is great. it's a community event. So to some degree.
Yes. And we will, we'll have a system set up for people who can't make it. It might be a slightly different version of the shirt, or it might be the same one. We'll have to work out those final details here in the next few days, because it has taken a long time to get the negotiations with the hotel properties in order to get reserved blocks that are super cheap at all the three locations that have different price points. And so it's like, everything I imagined plus 10 times better, 100x better. So
shout out to Maddie, of course. That works. So
thank you.
This is awesome. Yeah, no, guys. And again, if you can make it, I know sometimes some places might be rough due to, whatever the pandemic rules is or whatever to leave the country. But for those who can, definitely it's going to be a shit ton of fun. And for those who can't, we'll try as much as we can to share the experience. That's, I think, is really key, because this is going to be one of our, ideally, right, Maddie, yearly event, just kind of how we have the virtual conference in the beginning of the year. I think we can make this iconic and then just do it every year. And maybe this one year, some people can't come, but at least they can have an idea for next year. So when they'll come, we'll so
that is exactly the plan. This is already, I'm staked for 15 years. So
that's it, Maddie. We might do a November 19 version too. So we'll get like a three event out of the year minimum. That would be great. So I'm just thinking about it. It's like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is going to this is not really a test run, but it'll be proof that it'll keep getting better every year. So if you don't make it this year, you'll probably end up being much richer next year, and so we'll still be
stepping up the game as Hex goes up. Which would be cool, But again, this is the power of, delayed gratifications, Everything gets better over time, right? It's the same thing. That's what's so powerful. Like, doing something crazy and understanding the long-term value of things. And again, that sense of community. And it's a great way to onboard too, because imagine you're coming through, you invite a friend or a partner or whatever, whatever the label is. They come in, they get to hang out with the community, they get to see what Hex is all about. Because we're also going to do like, not like a conference crazy, but the meet and greet, breaking things down, answering questions, see how the people looks like. I think this is a great way to also, bring new people in. So, and the good, publicity for, Hexagon in Vegas. There's a lot of money in Vegas. So, helping people not gamble their money away, right? Kind of like margin trading, and be like, hey, if you put that over here, here's the kind of ROI you can have on your money without having to gamble it, and you can go back to do what the things are actually enjoyable in Vegas, right? The non-gambling activities, which there's plenty, which are very fun.
Yes.
Plus the meet and greet, which is great. You get to meet people. And it's one of the fun city to be in. I mean, it's Vegas. So I personally believe you can have a lot more fun even if the gambling is not involved, because there's so much to do.
Yes.
But you won't see that, right? If you, as soon as you come in, boom, freaking, slot machine, poker table, and then literally hours just goes by and you don't even realize. Next thing you know, you got to fly back. And you didn't see anything. You didn't walk around, no street, no whatever, no excursion, no budget jumping, no skydiving, nothing. What up, Wells?
What up?
Hey.
How you guys doing?
The sniper is here. Chilling. How are you?
In the cut as always.
Love it, man.
Oh,
good
that's actually cool, bro.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is the back of the shirt. This is the front of the shirt. You can see in higher definition what that looks like.
Nice.
For New York.
Oh, look at it. Yes, keep that. That's
funny.
That is awesome. Just stick your eye in the corner. Yo, that's awesome. Mexican that you are. Dude, that's really cool. I want one right now.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and I love it. It says insert stimulus check.
Yes. That's right.
Facts.
So funny.
And they'll be like, whole, buy t-shirts.
Yes.
I don't want to do
Only
that.
thing to buy.
And so hexakin.us is a domain name, and the scan on the back will go to a landing page for people who aren't brave enough to come up and talk to us, but they're curious why they're seeing 300 people all with the same shirts having the time of their lives, right? And so all they have to do is point their phone at it, and they will get a specialized message just for them. Hey, you saw us in our shirts.
Lit.
Here's what we're up to. Here's what you're missing out on, right? And then we'll get them to FOMO into Hex.
Well thought out, man. Well thought out.
Yes.
I like that.
Enough.
We get option for both.
Oh,
And then if everything goes well, they will be able to be kind of like pre-order before the event, right? So they can have it, or they just get it when they get there.
So the exact plan is that you will prepay for, so you'll pay for your shirt as a part of the ticketing process that includes a mask and a Hex badge, like a lanyard. And then what I'm thinking is that I'll have the ability to give people the option, whether they want me to mail it to them or if you want to pick it up there. And the pickup option will have a bag with, this is the high anonymity route, is all we need to know is your username and where you're staying. And then without linking your personal identity at all, you'll be able to pick up from the concierge desk a package that has your username on it. It's sealed, and then it has a password on it. And so they'll just be able to look. And if you show up and you say, I'm hexologist, and you don't have the password, my Chihuahua rocks, then like they'll just be able to see on the front of the package that you don't have the right password, so you won't be able to pick up the package. But this way, so this is the idea I'm having, for people who don't want to give their shipping address and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, they can also use a PO box. That works. Like I've had people when I ship hoodies and stuff, all you need is an email address. I mean, fake names or not, post office delivers. Honestly, it's bad. But obviously, only encounter a few because most people will just chill. But regardless, there's many ways. Again, you can ship to your PO box. You can ship with a different name. Doesn't matter, as long as you know the package is getting there. And you're there.
But because people will get their payments processed through Eventbrite, that does require their billing address and their credit card information, which is why I want to set up a way to tell Eventbrite, hey, I'm collecting the money at the event, but in reality, you're sending me the crypto. And so that way I still don't need to know your name and address. So
I guess that one will only really work for those who want to have one that can't make it to the event because they will have to be shipped to anyways. So,
but they could pick it up at the event.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Honestly, anybody that's going to the event, I think the smartest thing is just to pick it up there because you're gonna be there anyways. So, but if you're not gonna be there and you still want to be obviously again inclusive, then yeah, definitely order your stuff. So, which is great.
So the chat was asking when. It'll be as soon as we can get the discount codes because we need to know where you're staying, and then so then that'll all be worked out and we'll be able to mass produce these. Yes. But it will be a deadline. So go to t.me/hexmeet, and that's where you're going to find the notifications and turn on the notifications. So you'll be able to get
and
your
you said Saturday you have
like,
the stream with T-Down, right? So that's going to help.
Yep. Yeah, that'll help. So we'll have more details coming out as we go along.
Amen. Now, again, I'm very excited. It's going to be amazing. And that's a great T-shirt. I like it. I'm sure there's going to be much more. But yeah.
Awesome.
Time flies. We're almost in May. I mean, it's crazy.
I know.
Like, boom, 2 months from now, boom, you're there. So.
And Whales, what do you think of this new logo?
It's the best I've seen thus far.
Quant Gang? Okay. So I've got another surprise for you guys because I value you as co-host so much and our gang. I kind of want to show off some some little designs I've been working on, and this is probably going to feed into our new intro. And so this is
Boom.
so this is
Wells, we made it. It's a wrap.
That's funny. Those are like savings bonds, I think.
That's right.
Yeah. Yo, hey, listen. They're backed by T-shirts, all right?
That's right. The United States of Hex, 100 T-shirts.
Oh man, that's funny.
Series 0X. Yeah.
This is awesome. I love it. This is a great idea.
That's super funny.
This is epic. Series United States of X facts. Oh, this is awesome. This is great. Yo, what's that building? Is that the?
I have no idea.
Yeah, the new
Independence Hall, it says.
Just Independence Hall. There you go. Go to hex.com/. Oh man, we need those. Maddie, seriously, one day, shit, my word is bond. You know, somebody pull up with one of those, I might say, yo, that's real money. Be careful.
Yeah.
For those, you come to see me 15 years from now, you get paid.
Money in 15 years.
You shoot a couple of those for me. I will give it to some specific people.
Yeah.
But I'll be like, yo, this is the bond right there. Keep it. You know, put it. Imagine, right? We put it on a QR code, literally attached to a wallet, and then boom, and it's just a bond. It's literally like locked in T-shirts.
They do that, yeah, with the wallets.
That would be sick.
With the paper wallets.
Yeah, in a way.
That's a good idea.
04-2036. See, there you go.
So that's the max length since we did our first stream on 2/21 or 2/2/21.
Yeah, the day before my birthday. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yep.
It was a great stream.
So,
dude, this is awesome. I like it. I like it. I want one.
Got our names, yeah. So this is just part of what I'm trying to put together, and
it's awesome.
Trying to have a special intro.
Then we'll go to the club. We'll be like dropping those with a little bit. Foolish. No, yeah, that's a great idea. I like that. I'll own one of those. Literally, give that to people. I could bond. And literally, again, right? Well, we talk about this all the time. You know what is money, right? It's a belief system. So if people listen, I'm serious. I say, listen, this is money. You bring me this 15 years from now. Yo, that's a claim right there.
When people buy things because they think it's gonna go up, they don't buy it because
yeah, look at Dogecoin, you know. but again, that's the power, you know, for cult following or whatever. But I think
that's how markets work, bro. It's not about a cult following. This is how markets work. People just don't understand that because they want to believe something else.
Exactly, and it's funny they get butthurt, and when it's like, oh, because they think they're the sophisticated investor, and then the Dogecoin comes in, and Elon in the meme and whatever.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But the power with us, I think, ultimately is that not only we understand that and the power of community, but we're literally built to last because that's what our incentives creates. Not just a pump and dump, you know what I mean? We want everybody to get paid because that's really what creates the stronger hands, the stability, and see how funny how the market gets crazy and people dancing around and worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. And is this the top, not the top, this, that. Hexagons are just chilling. Like, dude, we're getting paid. Like, it's 9:16 p.m. We got paid 1 hour, 15 minutes ago. We didn't have to guess. We didn't have to debate. Is this going to happen? No, you got paid. And just before you came in, I was talking about how just the last 2-3 days, I mean, the emergency penalty has been insane. Insane.
Yeah, so there was some more to do.
Right. Yeah. And we never lose because no matter what, whether you know, Bitcoin get it up and, you know, Ethereum is doing its thing, which is cool. We'll get paid for that. Or even if we go bear market, we'll still get paid no matter what. So you're in that perfect situation. And imagine you're building that position. And this is something, it goes back to something that I said on the voice chat. I think it was like yesterday or 2 days ago before I went to work. And it's very important because it's a combination of understanding that, again, wealthy people, right? They don't value money, so to speak, in terms of just getting rich. They value building wealth. Understanding that the best employee you will have is time. That's the word that I use. So understanding kind of like a business, income generating assets, your best employee is time because time can't be stopped. Time can't get sick. Time always works. Time always comes on time. So once you understand that that's basically what you're doing with a T-share, you're employing time, and time is fair for everybody, right? Fairness, right? Equality of opportunity. We may have different pockets, different things, but when you buy that T-share, you get that same equal opportunity. So once you understand that and you make that work on your favor, and the sooner you start, the better you will become over time, because the compounding effect works better the sooner you start. I mean, you have an army of those indestructible workers, sleepless nights that just keeps working for you, and then you're getting paid, and that's how you buy your freedom out. And you're not sitting here debating about, hey, do I sell too early? Do I buy too late? This, that, all this other stuff. When you understand the value proposition, you never get worried about those things. And if the price dips a little bit, you have an opportunity to buy that time worker for a slightly discount, which is great. And it pays you every day. And that's why the value proposition, you never lose, because if you just leave off the interest and never sell the principal, literally you have close to no risk. There's no such thing as zero risk, but close to no risk, because literally it just works for you and you just leave off the interest. So that's pretty amazing. So yeah, guys.
I'm going to clip that. That was awesome.
You're very welcome, Maddie. Make time your worker, okay? It's the best employee you have.
Yes. Employee of the year.
Exactly.
Of the decade.
Of the decade, of the century.
Yes.
And you're so proud of him. He makes you so happy. He frees you from yourself, from the shackles of, the rat race, and makes you want to do better things, makes you want to be a better person, personal develop, eat healthy, because you see the reward. You see the value of the extra time it gives you from doing the work you don't have to do, so you can focus on other things who are important. On that note, shout out to Hex Mac. He said it on the DS stream the other day. I think it was Friday. He dropped like 40 some kilos ever since, Hex, and he's in a better shape of his life, all this other stuff. So you see, it makes you want to do different things and just want to better yourself. It makes you want to live longer, because time is working for you, not against you. Allows you to be rejuvenating yourself and not be polarized and desperate and have that low vibration of always fear, anxiety, what's going to happen, this and that. So you can actually be in that high vibration. You can be happy, not bitter, angry, and you can actually create, do better things. Now you're thinking about what you're going to do with the money once you get the money. You can embody that future self, be that human being you always wanted to be. And that's very, very powerful. And then you can see narrative, like me and Wells been talking about all the time, and just laugh at it. Like literally, we tell you what this guy's gonna do, and we're gonna hear about this and hear about that. Now they're talking about the whole what is it? Treasuries is gonna come in, and the tweet was just too perfect. Like right before the Trump, it's just so hilarious to see. Once you get it, what's going on, it's just laughable. But that's because you have time working for you. So you're not over there stressing that, oh shit, my money's not working for me right now. My money is being rotten at the bank. Interest and like getting fucking 0% interest rate if you're lucky, or negative in some other places. So you constantly have that stress to move around. And that's how people feel prey, sadly, of the get rich quick scheme, of the leverage trading, and get liquidated in the end, because they're out there desperate because they don't understand, or they don't know how to make time work for them. They don't look for those good investments. They still have that poverty mindset. Unfortunately, they don't understand how to be in that investor mindset, that higher vibration, which is very, very important. This something goes back to what Grant Cardone talks about all the time, which is very powerful. It's a quote. It says, "The worst investment." I'm gonna say it again very slow. The worst investment is still better than the best spend you can have. Let me say it again. The worst investment you can have is still better than the best spend you can have. And here's why. I'm going to break it down. Hex Clip, this is for you. Number one, because of the mindset. In your life, you need to be more of a mindset of an investor. No matter what you do, 80-20% Pareto efficiency, you should always be 80%, investor, right? Safe to invest, and only 20% spending, consumer, all that kind of stuff, right? The whole saying, don't live beyond your means and things like that. And the sooner you do that, if you do 80-20, the faster you accelerate your building wealth aspect, so that then you can live off the proceeds and then use that as your consumable. This is why it's so powerful. Reason number two, this is a little bit more technical. This goes into business and tax. The worst investment you do, guess what? It fails. Worst case scenario, it's a fucking tax write-off. You can literally say, hey, that's what happened, right? If I buy a Gucci belt, let's say example, Greg, I don't use buy a Gucci belt, best spend this and that, whatever, looking good, you still lose the money. But if he buys a Grant Cardone Gucci belt, he can use it as his events and do all the stuff. Worst case scenario, if the belt is a flop and nobody buys it, it's still a tax write-off because it's part of the business. This is the reason why in sales we also master this idea of like, if I don't abuse it, but if I'm going to a nice restaurant or I'm taking a friend out or some other stuff, I'm always talking business. Because I can put that in my tax as a write-off. I went to the restaurant, we had a nice time, but we're talking business. He's a potential client. And that's the beauty about having anything related to kind of like sales or marketing or something like that. So I'm going to say it again. The worst investment is still better than the best spend. Because worst case scenario, if the investment fail, you can still use it as a tax write-off, which is so powerful. And you're always in that right mindset of investor mindset versus consumer mindset. This is the reason why people chase the pumps like idiots, no offense, but that's what it is, and then end up being liquidated. And when you're liquidated, you lose everything. There's no coming back. Even if Bitcoin goes to $1 million, you're going to be even more salty because you have nothing to show for it. It left you behind. You got liquidated. You got nothing else to show for. Versus the investor mindset, understanding that, hey, I'm playing the long-term game. Guys, this is what Warren Buffett did. It's not that complicated. Since the 70s, he just longed the stock market. He has always been a net buyer of stocks. He has buy and sell, but he has always ended up with more. Because he understands the longer he stays in the market and only sell what he needs, stuff like that, he will always win in the end. That's what up and to the right also means. That's what longer pays better means when you're understanding at a deeper, high level. Understanding that you protect yourself, you invest into your future, you make time working for you. Again, the best worker in the universe, time, especially when it works for you. This is also the reason why when you have those high leverage situation, high interest loan shark, this and that, guess what? Now time works against you because it's the best employee for your enemy, so to speak, not for you. That's why when the banker lied to you and tell your house is an asset when it's actually a liability, he's talking about himself. He's not talking about you. Because you're the one paying the interest. He's the one earning the interest. So those are the things that you always want to put yourself in the right perspective. And this is where the delayed gratification comes in. But because you understand why you're delaying, you're willingly doing it. In other words, because time is working for you, now you also know that the longer you delay, the more you will earn, the more you will learn, the more you will get better. That's everything. Personal development, life skills, what we call high income skills. You know what I mean? That's your first step. You always want to learn a high income skill, and which is defined by $10,000 a month or more. That's what a high income skill is. And if you're not there or you're on your way there, you should always add value to yourself, learn that skills to get to that point. So once you have the high income skills, you're going to be able to have excess proceeds, right? What you make, then what you keep, because you're not out there being a consumer, so that you can then invest to then get the ROI and then, the kind of the passive investment, the time working for you. So those are the synergies and the three connectivities, like, the wealth triangles. Dan Locke talks about that. It's very cool. He's a YouTuber entrepreneur. And those are very, very powerful things. Yes, sir. That is very cool. Yeah. Hex is like real estate optimization at the highest level. I'm doing exactly what Grant Cardone is doing, but at the highest level. I'm just bypass all the having to worry about closing the deals and this and that and the management. And even though he does not really have management because you have teams in place and stuff like that, but Hex does all of that for me passively without me having to do anything. I can just focus on the next thing. I just need to click a button. This is the power of cryptocurrency and the power of the tool that we have. This is why with Hex, once you fully understand it, it has nothing to do with price, so to speak. It's all about the value proposition. Once you understand T-shares and money printers and what you're getting in terms of the return on investment based on the income generating cash flow asset, price literally becomes irrelevant. It's literally like, okay, I bought a property with, 5,000 doors, apartment complex. Okay, how soon can I get to 10,000 doors? And how soon can I get to 20,000 doors? And that's what Uncle G is doing, portfolio say, okay, I got $1 billion, how do I get to $10 billion per 10X, right? More doors, more things, traveling the world, all this other stuff, the book sales and all this other stuff. It's just a high income skill. So he generates the cash flow and then he shoved that into the investment to then grow. This is what we're doing, but we're very lucky. We literally have the tool that do the hard part on the back end. We just need to go get the high income skill. Not gambling your money, not thinking that being a trader is a high income skill. Ha ha ha, it's laughable. No, because you're always one step away from being liquidated. You're playing that probability game and you only need to be liquidated once. You can win 99% of the time and only get liquidated once and you lose everything. That is very, very dangerous. But people don't even know how to really assess how dangerous that is. And it's so sad because when you add the real manipulation, like the sad boy that was talking, he was attacking CZ, it was kind of hilarious. I saw that on the thing. But because his liquidation price was so low, he thought he was smart. And the thing went down like 99%, Maddie, some stupid shit like that. And then he got completely liquidated because it was like a heavy flash crash. But again, it's about personal accountability. It's your fault. Why would you leave all your money in futures? Oh, but he was but my liquidation price was so low, and he lost like 200 grand, some crazy number like that. Plus, but you can kind of scream, to some degree, like fucking manipulation. I mean, some shit was like 98 cents, almost $1, and it went all the way down to like $1. Some stupid. It was just. Oh, actually, no.
It's only fair if the manipulation is subtle, right?
Like, that's the natural state of the market. It did it in minutes.
Fleecing people, like making them think it's their fault. So that systematic corruption is real. I know we got Liberty trolling us in the comments, and I love this guy, so I might send him an invite if he wants to jump on.
Yeah,
and, the more controversy that we have on this show, the better. We got to make sure that people are constantly bringing this to Jerry Springer and beyond. But Liberty is the one who just just throws one BTC into Hex all the time like it's nothing. So we appreciate him, even if he's misbehaving in the comments. So
no, I saw the car. It's funny. No, but listen, I do spend you can pull that comment. It's funny. No, I spend time with my friends because I love my friends. The point of the matter is that if you're smart and understand the tax code, you can turn that into a write-off, so you can actually spend more time with your friends because you get some of that money back. People just don't understand. When you don't understand the tax system, you don't understand how you're being scammed. That's why people think that sometimes when you get the return back, like you think so proud, but like, no, this is what they're doing. They're basically saying, hey, I don't trust you, so I'm going to withdraw what I think you owe me. This is crazy. And at the end of the year, I'm going to give you back what I think you deserve. That's how nasty it is. Every big company does it, Matty. People think it's like all those guys and managers. Even when I used to be a manager, and then I have my card and I can just do whatever, swipe this, that, rent a car, all this other stuff, or get those mileage things. Dude, they write off the shit out of it. So I never felt like bad about it because I knew they were using it as a tax write-off, rightfully so, because they have millions of dollars in liability. But I've never abused it. That's kind of the difference. But if this is something that you could be doing, so Uncle Sam doesn't scam you out of your money, it's a very smart thing that you can do, because then, fun fact, you can take your friends to more fun places. But typically, you gotta be careful when it's like alcohol involved and stuff like that. Usually, meal is just like the meal. Don't go like. And this is like
there's special rules.
Like clubs, and then
there's special rules about food and dining, and there's certain percentage only that you can count, and this and that.
Exactly. But the analogy was used to say, once again, this is the key. I want everybody to remember that your worst investment is still better than your best spend, because worst case scenario, if the investment went south, because again, you win some, you lose some, it's part of learning. You can't be afraid of failing. Even if you lose, at least your intention was in the right place. You were thinking like an investor. You were trying to make it work. And then you can turn that loss, so to speak, as a tax write-off. So it's not so bad of a loss versus your best spend. You never get that back. So that was the idea behind it, which is very, very important.
Thank you so much to all the people donating. I can literally see the numbers going up because YouTube is got its mouth watering, And so Cause D, thank you. Mount Coiner, you rock. Toby Wan, Hexobi, good talk.
What's up, Toby
Wan? You and I had in the green room the other day. And Reed Mack, Thank you. Thank you as well. So, and all of our familiar faces and names in the chat here, we're excited.
Yeah, see, I love what Jiraj just said. It's important, yeah, register LLC, stuff like that. And by the way, those also has protection, when you get sued or certain things like that, you don't want to be taken to the cleaners. So those are protection mechanism. Again, what you don't know does hurt you. So it's important that I told people just spend times like just learning, even if it sounds like it's hard, just do a little bit. Again, personal development, right? Daily gratification, learn a little bit every day. Pick up a few things. Hey, I'm going to learn about LLC. Hey, I'm going to learn about the tax code. Hey, I'm going to learn about the few things that I could be doing that could benefit me, or having the right mindset so I can have more, stretch a little bit more the dollars that I have, so I can have more opportunities. So I think that's always a good thing. So
buying your own freedom.
Yes.
And not just having your dollars work for you, but having time work for you. Those are great concepts. And I think, so I try to cast a wide net when I'm trying to learn information. And I just want to say, for as much shit as I talk on Bitcoiners, I still listen to a lot of what they say, because their narrative is really sometimes about more than just Bitcoin, right? And sometimes their narrative is explaining how money works, or how really they wish the technology in Bitcoin was, even though they think that that's how it is now. And so I know I put together a few notes from the recent Robert Breedlove interview with Lex Friedman. And part of the reason why I enjoyed catching the first 2 or 3 hours of this 4-hour stream between these two is because we have reason to believe that Richard Hart is waiting for Lex Friedman to interview all the other top names in crypto and then swoop in for the kill once Lex already understands everybody else's point of view. I think, the fact that Richard is working on Pulse Chain, makes a lot of sense for him to delay the interview. But Lex already announced out of his own mouth on the Anthony Pompliano interview that he did that he will be interviewing Richard. And so they obviously have plans to do that. So here are some of the cool thoughts. And Robert Breedlove, he has his own podcast called What is Money? And he reviews his very integrative and eclectic views on, the different economic theories that aren't necessarily just taught right in academic institutions, but the Austrian economics and beyond, everything that Safedine does and more. He really, you could see him get inspired during Breedlove's series. Well, there's 2 conversations with Michael Saylor, and those two just, were, just loving on each other the whole time and getting so excited about their huge stream. But I think it's cool that Lex can go for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Because we know if he can go that long with Breedlove, then he's going to go even longer with Richard. So it's exciting to see somebody of that caliber to be, doing such a long stream and appreciating that.
Absolutely.
Here's some of the
key, because there's a lot of, and sadly nowadays there's a lot of kind of like superficial content, for lack of a better word. People not really going deep. If you start to see just over since the pandemic, especially some of the YouTube channels about, multiple subject, whether it is money, relationship, this and that's doing very, very well or rapidly growing, are the one that actually have the kind of the long version, because they go really in depth with the subject matter, which I think is really, really key, especially if the person is knowledgeable or have, things to say. And it's good to see somebody willing to go deep into the issue and not just, give you the superficial thing and then, oh yeah, think you buy. Like, no, breaking things down, having those really deep conversation and having the audience literally, drawn in. And I think that's very powerful. And people need that, because they're tired of, the fake stuff, the people, the superficial, the narrative, the this, the that. Like, they want to see people not just go at it, but like really go into the details to see sometimes the faulty thinking, the faulty reasoning, the fallacies, and then people start. I love those when people start with one mindset and they end it with a completely different mindset, or they understand the other part a little bit better.
Being open and being able to see that process as it unfolds.
And if you're lucky to have a great discussion, I'm having on attacks or personal attacks or shots like that, and then they end up like understanding each other better. This is just so valuable because remember, it stays on the internet. More people can see and shift their mind, and really, if they come with an open mind, of course, and really spend the time watching the whole thing, like, that makes sense. I might disagree, but I understand at least where the person's coming from. So I think that's very powerful.
I wanted to drop like all my notes here real quick, and then we can kind of see where this takes us. And another thing I was hoping to achieve tonight was to just hear from Whales, from his kind of plan of the streams he's been doing on Saturdays and like the ones that are yet to come, and make sure that everybody goes out and follows him. Because I was privileged to be a guest on his stream over the weekend, and he's just doing outstanding work educating people on economics here.
Facts.
I try.
The notes I have here from the Breedlove interview with Lex Friedman, some of the ideas that blew my mind, or some ideas that I kind of continued on in my own thinking. So Breedlove says everything, even property rights, is information. And so if you look at the information of I own this car, right? Or I own this object, right? That's in the end, it's a socially enforced contract, and it's a social contract, and it's in the end, it's information. So I think that is pretty profound. And then he kind of talks about how the natural state of humanity and reality and the state of the universe is having to do with entropy, which is kind of a random state or an uncertain state of things. And so I love, because entropy is more of a physics term that describes that. And so, when we talk here and you guys have your great catchphrases about, these are mathematical facts, and all the things that we say on here, I think that really matches to have that kind of a worldview. And in a lot of cases we see that people who love Bitcoin, they would love Hex even more if they weren't so turned off by it in the beginning. And so they're gonna learn in their due time. And so far, it's looking like the price of Bitcoin is going to be higher and higher when they ape into Hex. Like Whales was saying, Hex is next. So then I was thinking, like, they were debating about, like, are your thoughts your own? Or where do thoughts come from? And, so
that's a good one I like to get into. It gets very metaphysical.
One of the ideas that occurred to me, or that they said, was that really your thoughts are part of, it's kind of like a node within the system of ideas. And so that seems really like a powerful metaphor for what we do in crypto. So we can come back to these, but I just want to run through them. He said, gold is the original governor of government. And that seems like a pretty profound statement. We've never seen a truly free market. Money has always been monopolized, and government is network security, and it shouldn't be more than simply protecting life, liberty, and property, instead of doing all this other stuff. So those are the notes I put together.
Yeah, we can talk about the first one. The first one is kind of important because that's what crypto is doing at this point in time, right? They've been able to wrestle precious metals or anything that is meant to define value, right? And financialize it. Like a year ago today, we had the crude futures market go negative. To the tune to the tune of almost $41 per barrel on the front month contract. Yes.
Yep.
Imagine something that physically exists and has a fucking value that you go pay the damn gas station for, right? And it never goes negative, but yet in the market, somehow people were getting paid to buy it.
Yeah.
How much
Oh
sense
my
does that
God.
make?
That was wild. I remember that.
Zero. And this is what happens when you let people get control of value, right? It's one thing for it to exist in its natural state, like you were just stating. It's another thing to let a group of morons that think that they can govern, which nobody can. I don't give a fuck who you are. It's clearly been proven throughout all of time that nobody can fucking govern, period, in the story. That's not debatable, period. It's just not. I would love somebody to want to debate me on that one. I could crush them 100 million ways a Sunday. It's too easy. But it's obvious, right? When gold is not at 37,000 a troy ounce and it's trading at 1,800 a troy ounce, that's a what? What? I don't know, fucking 24 times. I don't even know, but it's ridiculous, right?
Yep.
So crypto is now becoming that replacement, right? So that's why I'm going through all of those classes, talking about all of, whoa, my bad, bro. Going through all of those different epochs, right? Talking about all these different facets of how the economic system works. So people understand from A to B to Z that this shit is fucked up. And here is why. Exactly and precisely. So nobody can tell you you're wrong. Because I know I'm not. I sat and thought about this shit for at least 12, 13, 14, 15 years. Nothing that goes on, and I mean from an economic perspective now, not just personal or nothing, just pure mathematics. Nothing that we experience financially or economically makes any sense. And it's all tied to the politics that generates it, right? And it's all really geopolitical. So if you're not looking at the big picture, you're going to miss the bombs that are coming your way. And this is what people don't understand. This is why they like to ignore it. Oh, it sounds hard and blah, blah, blah. And they just try to nullify your mind with verbiage, with terminology that means nothing. Because no matter if it's physics or cooking, there's always going to be different language. But it's at the end of the day, it's always the same thing. It's always piecing the dots and connecting. Like even when you're cooking, right? I don't know if anybody out there cooks. You're just trying to figure it out. You might have a recipe, but that recipe might not be what you exactly want to eat. But bigger picture, you want to eat that meal. Right? So what do? You fucking cut and slice and dice, whatever you want, and you figure it out. So when it comes to the economy, you kind of have to do the same, but in reverse, because you're given the meal, which in this case is the fiat currency. Right? I was going to say something else, but it's the fiat currency, right? So when you're given some trash, you got to figure out, man, why am I working every year, getting paid X amount of dollars? And it's not like people's salary don't go up every year, because some of us, guess what? It does, but it's still not enough. It's still not. How the fuck do you make $150,000 in New York and you're still a bum?
Yeah. like California. Yeah. I mean,
that's a fact. That's not an opinion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like you're a squabbler if you're making $150K in New York.
Yeah. Some of the major cities in the world have that problem. You know, London, same thing. I mean,
how is Boston? I don't actually know. I'm sure it's not that different.
Fortunately in Boston, we're not there yet, but we're on our way, because it's going to be the next New York in the next, like, you know, I would say 10.
But that's the whole point, though, right? Like, how does that happen over time?
Because what you have to do is you have to be a little bit outside the city. So that's kind of
the only way. But that's the only way, and that's the problem. Sometimes
you scratch your head. How the fuck do those people even build the highways and the stuff? Because it's so just like
everything is already laid out, right? Everything. If you've been in New York, I'm pretty sure you have, Karim. I don't know if you have many, but if you come to New York and you look at how the highways or the expressways, are laid out, they literally had to demolish neighborhoods to do them. They had to. Yeah, they had to. There's documentaries on it and everything. That's actually what led to the destruction of New York in the 70s. FYI. Like, dude, everything that happens in America is fucked. And the problem is that it's happened in a way that you couldn't see it before. So now you got people like me connecting all these motherfucking dots for your ass because you didn't have the time and opportunity to think about it. And I was fortunate enough to do so. So I don't mind sharing the information because guess what? I can't lie to you. You're going to go and look it up yourself and be like, damn, that motherfucker wasn't lying. And that's the whole point.
Yep.
That's the whole point of these streams.
What's even more sad, Maddie, is that it's weaponized against you. Meaning, number one, they distract you on purpose. All that negativity, all that social media, all that nonsense, fear, turn on the TV. There's an emergency every fucking 5 minutes. Even though when you go to those places or even those countries, because I know being from where I'm from, it's not what the reality is compared to what's showing in the media. They make it look like everybody's just out there to get you, this and that and whatever. When it's like, so they get you in that agitated state, which is already bad. So you have that little paranoia. Number two, you're stuck into that rat race. The rat race is so bad that you don't have the time to think.
You don't even know you're in a rat race.
Yeah.
Because the moment you wake up, Bill.
I remember when I figured it out, I felt violated when I figured it out.
Maddie, listen to this. This is the funniest thing. Even in my country, when I didn't have what I have now, but I was living comfortable, this and that, whatever, in the 30s. This is some of the poor people. They had less problems because things were simpler.
Yo, people don't get it.
The joke that I use all the time. In my country, when you own your own, you don't have to pay the government.
There's nothing else to worry about.
When you own the land, Maddie, it's yours. There's no like, hey, there's hidden this and that. You're gonna pay it. So there's always something you have to pay. So there's always that burden to pay for something. So you have to go and get. So you get stuck with that. You got the bad energy, the high vibration in the wrong direction. Number three, added to the conflicts, when you have, especially if you have kids, sadly, you need more money to take care of the kids or you don't have the time. So the kids go somewhere else, and it just adds to most of the nonsense. And you never have the time to go learn about money and this and that. If you're fortunate to some degree where your work has something to do with learning for money, meaning whether you're in a financial industry or I will say this, if you are in sales, because it's all about the dollar, you know what I mean? Or if you like a hustler or, you're knocking on doors or this or that, because that sales is your next meal. You can't really afford to like take it as, oh yeah, kumbaya and money doesn't matter. And no, bitch, you're on the economical planet. You have to get on it, So unless you're in those situations, which is not ideal, but it forces you to go and learn. So they create all those distractions, all those change of jargons that you don't understand, that they know that they're talking to a specific type of people who have the time to go and learn, unless you take that drastic approach like I had to do and turn myself into a learning machine and sleepless nights and, put almost your life on hold, meaning like, hey, I'm alpha, but more importantly, I want something better for my life. I will never forget that. I was like, I didn't come to this planet to eat shit, sleep, and then that's that. Like, no, I need to figure out what's going on. But unless you're very driven, it's a little bit hard. This is why, again, like Will said, that's what those streams are for. But I will say this, because I'm always about personal accountability. The person listening to this, Karim, I totally hear you, this, that, I don't have the time and blah, blah, blah. That's cool. But understand something. You always have a choice. It's about spending a little bit of time over time. 30 minutes here, 1 hour there. It's so powerful. Just like delayed gratification, just like compounding effect. Those 30 minutes of learning, those 1 hour of learning, those streams that you catch up here and there, that you get your audibles on, you underestimate how powerful that's going to compound over the long period of time. You have 24 hours in a day. There's a lot of things to do. Just you got to cut the distraction. You got to cut the watching the TV and the sports and sometimes some of the things you like to do, because you got to learn those things, because your life literally could be on the line if you don't
watch us.
Yeah,
hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Yes. And because I think a lot of people, they believe that they're learning about the markets. I remember when I was first learning, I was listening to the mainstream financial news, which is just a joke. It's a pack of lies, a den of thieves, however you want to split it, right?
Yeah,
and so I thought that I was learning, wow, I got approved to do futures and to do, all this.
See how they build it up, Maddie?
Great
it's
stuff.
Oh, wow, it's so complicated. We have to take you here. You got to be on a special call, right, Wells? You got to be on a special call. You don't even understand. You have to sign a bunch of waivers, Maddie. that basically say some people, you can't sue them. Like it's just
not on you. Yeah.
But by the time you get approved, you feel so excited. Oh my God, I got approved. No, you got approved to go get wrecked.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you don't even know it. That's the best part. Yo, you don't even realize you just signed your money away.
This is the part where I'm so grateful of the sales skills that I was able to learn, because man, people will be running circle on you. You know, just like they say, Maddie, when you don't know who the sucker is in the room,
it's you.
So it's just, and it's such at a high level. The sophistication is the level of BS, double talk, fancy words, you know what I mean, that they use to confuse you.
Mm-hmm.
They do a lot of repackaging. That's what's called.
Yeah,
they just change the terminology, but it's the same thing.
Yo, I just said that. I literally, and that's the funny thing, right? No matter what we're talking about, and this is important. This is very important. No matter what we're talking about, the concepts are always the same. Take note.
Yeah.
We were talking about two entirely different things, Karim. And what happened? Boom, Dax Mavin to write the same point. You just cannot escape it. You got to put in the work. We can sit here and tell you all day, right? We can sit here and tell you everything you need to know. But it doesn't matter if you don't put in an iota of the work to differentiate it for yourself so that it actually becomes yours. Yes. Right? Because that's the key.
Facts.
This is why they use this. So let me talk about this, because this is something that people just don't understand. Everybody is doing what Karim does on this screen all day, every day. The only difference between us and him is that he does it in such a way where he monetizes his ability to sell himself. Right? Everybody else is too busy selling themselves for an hourly rate. This is what people don't understand. It's literally the same fucking thing.
I learned that when I was 15 years old.
At the end of the day, you're selling yourself either way, no matter what, right? Because every day that you get up and you go to work, you're selling yourself to keep that job, whether you like it or not. That's what's happening.
Facts. Hex clip, I hope you caught that. This is all very important. And guys, and this is how the scam goes. And they don't tell you. Mm-hmm. They change their speak to make you feel like, oh, you're not good on your own. Oh, you need to pay your bill. They play into that fear.
Hell yeah.
Don't get me wrong. There's a little bit of accountability. You know, you can't just be like, no.
But it's all accountability, my brother.
But exactly. But assuming, like assuming you're already a hard worker. You wake up early. You do the right thing because you're afraid, so to speak, of losing your job. And you want to do it because you have that responsibility. You got family to take care of, whatever. But the same thing that you're already doing, they always want to remind you that without them, you're nothing. You're this. And by the way, it's any industry. You see that in sales. You see that in the music industry. You see that in stand-up comedy.
That's standard, baby.
Look at what Kevin Hart did. He realized, no. I'm not just going to tell my jokes and get a check. No. I'm going to own the production. Also,
that's the key.
It requires a little bit of work. Oh, my God. It's a little scary. Once you fucking figure that out, you literally change everything because you forget the most important thing. You are the product. You are the one that's getting the stuff done. You know what I'm saying? My company went the way that they pay me. Yes, I'm thankful, but I'll let them know. No, I'm going to change the rate because I know I did the math. I bring $10 million.
I'm worth this, motherfucker. Year. At the end of the day.
But because I spend the time to learn the business, to learn at a higher level. Because if you don't do that, you don't know what your worth is. And by the way, I'm not saying know your worth like in a cocky way, but based on results. This is also about talking and taking action. You can talk shit. Hey, I demand this price, and then be like, "Yo, what's your resume like? What's your where's your stat sheets like?" And you don't have the stat sheet, you're gonna get punched in the face. You're gonna be like, "Yeah, you can leave." But when you actually have the results to command the higher valuation, you then get the high valuation. This is the reason why we said, right? You better yourself. You get the high income skills. This is how you get to gauge 10,000 or more per month. That's when you know you have a true high income skills. Before that, what you do is you reinvest in yourself. You read books, podcasts. You mimic the successful people to learn to become better. Jim Rohn, the life coach, said it best. First, you need to become more valuable to the marketplace so the marketplace can want to pay you more. And now this is the strategy of the common for those situations where you're doing all those things. You're getting better. You're the high a potential 6-figure earner, but you don't really realize what your worth is, and you get stuck in that hourly job, and then you don't realize that truth, which is so important. Companies will always pay you the minimum they can get away with. Let me say it again, very slow. And you don't need to like it, you just need to know what they're doing. And it's nothing personal, because if you were a business owner and you got a solid guy that's willing to take the check that you're giving him and not more, heck yeah, you're gonna be like, yo, come on in. You know what I mean? And if you're really good, those are the good managers. They know how to, pump your ego a little bit in a good way to make sure that you're cool, so you don't get pissed off. So you keep just delivering, and that's fine. But the worst that can happen is that you're out there grinding, doing all sorts of stuff. You're getting minimum wage when you could have been getting way more, but you're just listening to the fear. And the reason why you buy into that is because you're not taking sufficient amount of action to build the confidence. So when people talk to you like sideways or talk shit, you can be like, yeah, no, you don't know what you're talking about. The reason why you're susceptible, the reason why you get influenced, it's because your lack of knowing, your lack of taking action. You can be book smart all you want, but until you take the action and be on the field, right? Like the painter, the sculptor, until you take the actual tool and go to work, all these theory stuff, you will never feel like you know enough to go into action. It's like that, again, that paradox, that paralysis by overanalysis, like how much is good enough before I start the business? No, if you're comfortable enough to take action, do take action, right? How do we go on live stream and do it in podcast? No, you just turn on the camera and go, and you start speaking, and then you figure out as you go. And that's when you get comfortable being uncomfortable, to the point where it's just a no-brainer. It's the same thing when I used to knock on doors. We all got those crazy stories. First time, hey, didn't know what to say, blank, just talk like a human being. You didn't do anything wrong. And then as you do it, repetition, you get better. You get more comfortable. Your knowledge gets better. You start to know what people are going to say, how to articulate what your points are, and all this other stuff. And that's how you build that equity. You become that high income skill earner, and then everything else multiply from there, because you can use that skills in other venues. This is why people that drive Ubers, I tell all the time, that's very dangerous, delivery, all this sort of stuff, because you're not learning a high income skill. I know it sounds crazy, but I need people to really listen. It's very important. Those kind of jobs are very dangerous. Post office, this, that. You get that fake security, because when push comes to shove, or if you can't perform anymore, they just replace you, and then you end up with nothing. You don't have any transferable skills that you can use elsewhere, right? When you drive the Uber and this and that, you're just adding age to your body. That's all you're doing. And shout out to all my truck drivers out there. I love you guys, but you know what I'm talking about. This is time limited. Do what you got to do, stack the fucking money, and then move on to the next. Have a plan. I've delivered before, make no mistake, but I was always on the plan. So I'm going to get this money so I can do X, Y, and Z and move on to the next.
I mean,
I was driving, make no fucking mistake. I got my headphones on. I got my personal development. I'm like, yo, time is money.
What you said is important, right? Because we always get I got stuck working a job, right? Like everybody gets stuck in that comfort mode, right? Where they think, okay, I'm working, I got a decent job, I'm getting good money, I don't need to be doing anything extra. I don't need to be doing anything. I'm all right. And no, that's exactly wrong. That's when you need to actually pull that ripcord and jump the fuck out the plane. Straight up. Because what that means is that now they've locked you in mentally into that comfort zone where you think you don't have to do anything else. And what can ultimately happen is they just pull the rug right out from under you, and you didn't even see it coming.
Absolutely.
And that's how it happens.
This is why it's so dangerous. Like that analogy with the frog and that kind of warm mind.
Complacency kills.
Yes. And this is why I told you guys, when everybody asked me, I think D'Artagnan asked me way back when, what's your number one book? And this is for exactly that reason. The 10X rule. It's about taking massive action, not just being complacent. When you get complacent, that's when you get punched in the fucking face. When you get too complacent, you think you're the hot shit, you're this, you're that, you're calling the shots, you lose your skill. Every day you're getting better, you're getting worse. That's it. I've never let that go. And that's how you control your ego too. I'm the Karim, you ain't shit. Like not in a bad way, but it's just like, okay, you did good. That was last week. That was yesterday. What are you gonna do today? What are you gonna do? Like be the lion, go and slay some stuff. Like, because that's how your confidence stay high, because you're actually doing it on a day by day. And then you're becoming better as you go. You're not becoming complacent. And more importantly, also related to that, because complacency, right, Wells, leads to too much free time, leads to I'm going to get in trouble, I'm going to do some stupid shit. Next thing you know, even the law can be involved. All that started because you have too much fucking free time.
Just because you're not being.
Sometimes you're chasing chicks. Chicks run games on you and shit like that. You lose all your money. I mean, I've seen it, Matty.
Yeah. It happens all the time. It happens all the time, right?
When you dry, you lose all your fucking money. It's sad. It's just so sad. I got so many friends.
Happens all the time.
All you had to do, be like, nah, baby girl, nah. I'm on my purpose right now. I'm emotionally unavailable. Like this is you like this nice things. Well, guess what? It comes with pride. Don't call me during the week. I'm busy. I'm out.
Yo, I used to drive a cab. Check it out. This is how it goes down for the new cab drivers, because this happens very easily, or just new drivers in general. Because now you're outside. You're outside more often. So guess what? You interact with more humans, and what that means is that more room for interruption. So you fall trapped to the social interaction and the wanting to intermingle with other folks, because this is the thing. All humans are social butterflies, whether they want to agree with it or not.
Yes.
It's just a matter of, do you find your hive or not?
Yep.
Right? That's literally the difference. And this is how people get lost in the sauce. This is how they get deviated from what their mission is. Right? And that mission is typically to make money. And, it's easy to get caught up in doing anything except being productive. Unfortunately, it's very easy to get caught up in anything except being productive.
And the sad truth about that is that, and especially related to the ladies, and I'm talking to my guys out there so they understand that's a pitfall that happens all the time. Well, I've seen it too many times. It's so sad.
Yeah. It's happened to me, bro.
It's like
plenty times on females.
They don't understand that the things that make them great, the things that make them attracted to the lady, is the fact that they're unavailable. It's the fact that they're busy. It's the fact that they're high on their purpose. That's when the alpha energy. That's why I can speak to the fucking screen right now. You can feel my energy, right? Because this is what the drive comes from. And then, because they just want all the goodie, but then when the things stop coming, you'll be like, well, why you here? Why you this and you that? And then poof, and then you leave it behind. And guess what? You're lost.
It's like, what are you even doing here, bro?
Exactly. What are you even doing here? You lost all your momentum. You become a stem. That's what they call it. And then chances are, a lot of the time, you get fired at your other job because you stop doing stuff seriously. You get rusty.
You stop taking yourself seriously.
You don't understand that the purpose comes first. Literally, because if I'm on my purpose, you're not gonna like me anyway. Because I'm just gonna be like, I'm not gonna be out there achieving, and I'm gonna be like feeling some type of way, right? So it's understanding that there's priority in things. The same way you could be doing the driving thing temporarily, whatever, Uber or whatever, but understand that there's priority level. Hey, I'm doing this temporarily. That has to be very fucking clear. What I'm doing there, headphones on, personal development. I'm not losing time. I learn how to not multitask, but prioritizing and finding ways to do the things that are in synergy with where I'm going. So it doesn't feel like I'm multitasking and losing value. That's why it's very, very important. That's why I told you guys all the time, with the value of Ikigai, right? It's first the skills, right? Because that pays your bill. You don't want to be on the street. You got to have the basic needs, right? Pyramid of Milo, right? Shelter, water, food, all this stuff. So you get the skill first, the high income skill. And then you find what you're good at to add the passion related to the skill. And then from there, third, what the world needs, solving bigger problem, doing this other stuff. So everything is going to be in connection to those three things and working in the same direction. So you're not doing something that's counterintuitive or that's going in the opposite direction of where you're trying to be in life. Because then what ends up happening is you wake up 10 years later and you haven't gone up in life. Your bank account is not growing. You're just going to have that same gravitas, same area, same level of debt. Nothing is really moving. You're just getting older and older and older. And worse, this is the kicker. Even the one thing you were supposedly relying on, the money, either the industry fucking change and you get fucked and you realize how this security job you thought you had is a fucking dream, number one. Or worse, number two, the driver type, your body start to break down. Listen, my dad used to build, before he retired, build roads. That was his business back home. But I saw him like, well, he was always traveling, driving crazy. Hip replacement. That's how bad it was. No, as much as I love to drive and things like that. That's why I love like the Tesla, the self-driving. People think it's just for fun and cool. No, dude, I just relax, push the fucking seat back, let that bitch drive. Like, no, I'm like, I protect my body. Your body is your temple. You know, I exercise, I try to eat healthy, I stretch, all this other stuff. I'm only 31 years old. I look like I'm 22, but I stretch that because you can make all this fucking money. When you're 45, 50, you can't enjoy it. You destroy yourself, you destroy your body and this and that. Why is it even good for at this point? So you got to start again. It goes back to what I used to say all the time. Stop playing checkers. Start to play chess. Ask yourself 15 years from now, when that state comes out, what kind of mental state I want to be in, relationship wise, health, all this other stuff. You don't want to be in a toxic situation. Ideally, you want to have good friends around, people who are like-minded, people who are building wealth too, so you can have business ventures with them on the long term, building that connection. It's so powerful, and you live a better life, and then you can leave legacy for the people after you, because ultimately, like I always say, it's not about you. It's about the legacy. It's about the building the wealth, and that will give you that real fulfillment. Because achievement can only take you so far. Trust me, been there, done that. Being a top guy, this, that. Yeah, you're hot, you're high for like a day or two. You feel good, you get your little trophy.
At most.
And then what? You know,
and then what?
Real talk.
That's real talk. That's real talk. Yeah. It's exactly what it's like. It's exactly what it's like. No matter what.
Okay.
No matter what your goal, right? You're gonna hit that target. But what's the next thing?
Exactly? But when you have fulfillment, when you have really tight friends, like-minded people that, again, just like an investment, people that you have invested into, they have invested back into you. Like I'm very fortunate to say that I have a group of friends. Like anything happens to me, I make a phone call, be like, yo, Karim, what do you need? Where you at? What's good? And I'll do the same thing for them. That is more valuable. That's why they even say your network is even sometimes more important than your net worth to some people.
I've heard that your network is your net worth in reality.
Yeah. Ultimate, especially in this day and age with all the social media and all this other stuff. But I'm talking about real connection, not the superficial.
Yeah. Not the fake shit like the real.
Yeah, because that can only take you so far. That they're here for the fucking money. Real talk. They're what I call acquaintances. Like they just say, yeah. I mean, they serve their purpose. You know, certain area you move certain way, you need some discount and da. They know what time it is. But when you talk about like you have a real problem or you're trying to do a real venture, people that you can trust. Those are the ones that no matter how nice they are, you have to go through some stuff with them. This is the power of community, right? Actually can bond it together because we've been through some shit together. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like us against the world. Those things are powerful because when you overcome that, you feel like you can trust. Perfect example, like when I went to visit Miami, you know, David was there. He took care of me. That was great. He showed me a great time. Like he made sure that everything was cool. So he just kind of met me. But we were just cool because we've been talking for a while. And then we went there. There you go. That's it. Real talk.
That's what it is, though, right? It's about having that network, man. No matter where we go on this earth, you come to New York, you got Wales. They're gonna look out, and no matter where you go, right? Somebody gonna come through, and you're gonna have somebody there. Like look at the Crypto Sparkbuck guys. Crypto Sparkbuck, Hex Lion was chilling with Ryan and funding Gender Day. They posted a picture on Twitter.
Nice.
Look at that in Colombia. I'm like, whoa, hold on. I thought the meetup was in Vegas, right?
You know what's cool? When you build those relationships, now we can compare notes. You know,
Exactly.
you can learn from me, I can learn from you, and then now we're sharing, we're condensing the information, and that's how together we become.
Why you think they don't want people traveling? It's not a coincidence, guys. Wake up. This is danger for them. They don't want you talking to your homies out across the other side of the earth.
They don't want you to travel to realize, wait a minute, this is kind of a better place over here.
Yeah, they don't want you doing anything. They don't want you to realize any improvement is possible. They want you to think they want you to think they got it figured out. You don't need anything else. Fuck is wrong with you?
So please hear me loud and clear. Be very careful of those fake job security you think you have, because again, some people learn the hard way. Sometimes the company go under. Sometimes they just decide to just, hey, we're closing the department, and you thought you had security, but you don't. The true quote unquote jobs, I don't even want to call it job, but AJOB, but work security. It comes from within. It comes from you. It comes from your ability to have a high income skill or some type of skill that you can trade to the market, so the market can give you remuneration for that skill. This is why I feel, although I'm in sales, I have the ultimate security, because it comes from my ability to close, my ability to deliver, my ability to add value. This is why, again, learning from Jim Rohn, the greatest life coach, work harder on yourself that you do at any job. Say it again. Right. Work harder on yourself at any job, because that is the true job security. Because even if something bad happened to the company, or there's a beef, or you don't like them no more, or whatever, you can literally just bounce, and then literally you have 2-3 more offers lining up, ready to go. Because you really have that real, security. Because if not, If they see that you're desperate, oh my God, it's crazy. They're gonna milk you, Wells. It's disgusting.
Oh yeah, you already know.
You're gonna work fucking overtime, weekends. You're not gonna get paid for that shit. They're gonna, oh yeah, they'll give you the pat in the back. Oh, you're so good boy.
The pat in the back.
Yeah, no. F that. That's disrespectful.
Yo, so check this out, right? Because that's a good point.
Man, fuck out of here.
I want to throw something out real quick.
Go ahead.
So if you guys want to work in any catchphrases, then I can put that into the intro much easier than going back over our 55 hours of content. So if we're naturally having a discussion and then you guys are just like dropping in any little snippets that might want to make its way into the intro, I just want to throw that out there.
I don't know, man. This thing happens so organically. It's hard to see that sometimes.
I mean, I'll go back and
because look, we're talking about some good stuff, right?
I know.
Like we're talking about some really good. Like this should be like on a separate stream. This is some really good stuff. Because here's the thing: when you're trying to become wealthy, all of this stuff matters, man. Realizing what you're doing with your time, realizing that you could be doing more with yourself, realizing that the only competition is you, not the guy next to you. Because that was the biggest thing that got me when I was young. I really thought I was competing against others, and I wasn't. I was competing against myself, and until I realized that I had to get better, I never did. I already knew I was better, but not really, because I was not improving. I was just marginally better than other motherfuckers, which wasn't better at all.
Yep. Right? And that's a great point. That's very dangerous. Yeah. This is kind of the danger some people do. We call it you're becoming the big fish in a small pond. Because unconsciously you're becoming comfortable. There's another level.
This is again the same thing. Yeah. Complacency kills, baby.
Yeah, because you know that if you go to that bigger bucket, you're gonna have to put in more effort. Because over there, you're like, 80-20, it's like, boom, okay. And then you make the six figure, but like, okay. But once you enter that new bracket, you're actually in the 80. You're in the bottom. And then
you're at the bottom. And here's the thing. Everybody can't get up there and perform either. Everybody can't do it. I was fortunate. Here's the thing. I was able, like an example. When I was a kid, I sucked when I played in my age bracket for baseball. Don't ask me why. But then when I played with people older than me, I was a fucking all-star. Why? Because I perform under pressure. That's all. Some people just perform under pressure, some people don't. But when I performed in my age bracket, I sucked. So nobody ever saw how good I was because nobody, when it was time to look at me, saw me for who I was because I wasn't performing at all times because I didn't care enough to perform at all times. You see?
That's why diamonds are made under pressure,
But nobody saw it, though. But nobody saw it. That was the problem, right? Because I wasn't performing when I was supposed to. You see, nobody's going to look at the guy that's fucking 13 playing with the 15-year-olds and not going to pay attention to him because he's too young.
Yep. But again, Wells, this is also why, repetition over time, because it's kind of like you're putting work in the gym, nobody watch, right? Once you understand that again, like you perfectly say, once you understand that you're doing this for you and nobody else, then you solve that problem where, when I was getting better, when people were talking shit, oh, this guy, African, this, that, I've heard it all. I've heard Earl knocking on the door, this, that, not knowing who I was, what I was about, but because I understood that, no, I'm getting better. I'm following the mentors. I'm following the people that not even in my vicinity, but I learned from them and I trusted the information enough because they had results, right? I was very result oriented. I did the math, I ran the numbers, like 2 + 2 = 4. And they had undeniably the facts that I needed to see. And I trusted that. That's what I talk about all the time. A lot of things that I say is from personal experience and things that I've learned. In the beginning, literally, you don't even need to trust yourself. You should not even trust yourself because you don't have the results yet. If you're trying to trust yourself, your brain's going to tell you, dude, you ain't shit. You haven't done X, Y, and Z. You just need to trust in the possibility, trust in the information. That's why I've always do 10X to 100X. I don't just look at the person that was like slightly better than me. No, 10 times more. When I was earning or on my way to earn 6 figures, I wasn't learning from people that are making 6 figures. See, that's the joke. I was learning from the people who are making or millionaires, tens of millions of dollars, because I needed to pick up the right habits, the right mindsets. I talk about this all the time. When you do the reverse engineering, right? Your lifestyle, which is the ultimate goal, is based upon, the result that you got, which is based on the action that you took, right? which is based on the strategy that you have, which is based on the information that you had, which is based on the philosophy that you had. So everything just reverse engineer. So if I wanted to leapfrog and go faster, and I wanted to make that six figures, I had to learn from the millionaires because they had done that literally 10 to 100 times over. They probably make that kind of money in a month. So if I pick up their habit, their mindset, their philosophy, their strategy, the way they think, the way they act, the way they look at money, the way they look at time, very important. See, that's the difference between rich and poor. You don't understand. Poor people think you need money to make money. That's not true, right? That is the first number one mistake, right? People think you need money to make money. No.
Relationships
Money,
is the most important thing.
Money is like energy. Money follows attention, right? You need to be driven. You need to provide value, have that skill, and money will come to you. You got.
Oh, I think we lost him for a split second there. But long story short, capital goes to where it's treated best.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes. We hear you now.
Yeah, it's so high, the stream can't handle it. I'm sorry. Yeah, so wealthy people understand that they don't sell hours for dollars because they know that that's a losing game, especially when the dollar's been devalued left and right. They want to own equity. They want to generate businesses that's going to make them get that residual money. They work once and they get paid multiple times. That's the same amount of thing when you have your strategy. Why you work harder on yourself than at the job, because yourself is the first equity. That's what they call sweat equity. Your knowledge. That's something I learned from my dad way back when. War happened, shit happened, they steal everything, they break everything down. You can run away, but you can run away with your head. You run away with your knowledge. You can go and rebuild. You drop me anywhere, give me 5 years, I'm gonna rebuild. And I have the tenacity, the mindset. But this is the most valuable thing that you have. And at an early age, they just say, go to school, X, Y, Z, go get the job, and they forget about their self-improvement. You know what's so funny? You do a little bit of self-improvement, especially if you're in sales or something like that, you easily become better than most people. It's not even that hard.
It's just a game.
Like, actually give a fuck and you study a little bit, you actually
that's
because
it.
most people don't. Like it's so easy. That's what people don't know competition. But because they don't apply that knowledge. So that's the first level of the personal development. And then you double down, and then you're becoming better. And then guess what? Because the quality of your knowledge gets better, the quality of your strategy gets better, the quality of the action that you take gets better. You learn how to prioritize and not multitask.
It's a cascading effect for sure.
Exactly. You learn how to be more organized. You learn how to build systems. All those things that you read from those books.
You just become more disciplined in so many different ways. It just carries over, man. Really
exactly. Your mindset start to shift, right? You don't hey, people talk about this and that. You can't buy a $10 book that can change your life. You want to buy the $200 sneakers.
So I found the perfect reference. This is a perfect analogy because everything you're saying is important, right? And I think that the best way to relate, because there's so much information, right? Because all of this stuff is so important. That's the problem. I think the best way to break it down in like the most simplest form is by looking at what everybody knows, which is a monk, right? Everybody knows that monks and people like that like spend so much time doing one thing over and over and over and over, master it to a point that it's almost inhuman the way that they're able to accomplish that task, right? Sir. And monks have the ability to do these physical tasks in a superhuman capacity that the average person cannot, because they devote their time to that task and that task alone. So imagine if you take all of this invaluable information that you're getting for free online, which is why they want to censor the shit out of it in the first place, because they don't want you to fucking know anything, right? They want you to sit at that desk clicking away at that button every hour for them $10, $20, $40, $50. That's what they actually want. They don't want you to learn this shit. They really don't, right? That's the reason they don't teach it in school, in case you're confused.
Right. Population in low vibration is a population.
Correct.
Correct. And they teach it incorrectly.
Right.
Well. So you think you got it.
Look, so if you want to go down that route, we're going to have a 20-hour stream today. So
we teach how to be in servitude, pretty much.
Man, you're 100% spot on. They teach you incorrectly. They have your head all fucked up. They have people thinking that making a mistake is a bad thing, when in fact, that's the number one thing you should be doing, because otherwise, guess what? You're not doing anything.
Yes.
You're not exercising your brain. You're not testing. You're not probing. You're not doing a damn thing.
Mistake is how you learn. That's how you get to see.
That's how you learn, man. That's a fact of life.
You learn more from your mistake than your success. Because when you do it, you didn't learn anything. You just okay. I tried this and
you just won. I mean, what is that, right? Like, unless you already know, there's no value add there.
Yes, and the reason why you know is because you learn from somebody else's mistake, which is also a strategy. Like that's wisdom versus smart, right? So, but ultimately, that learning came from someone or something else mistake.
Right. So this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? When Maddie was like, everybody's thought isn't their own thought, and that's true to a certain extent, right? Because everything, it's not that your thought isn't your own thought; it's that the general basis of all ideas are the same. So it's not so much what you're thinking; it's how you're thinking about it, how you're viewing it, right? Because look at me. I came along talking about nothing different, but yet it is different, right? Like everything that everybody else has been saying about Hex, all the same shit I'm saying. It's just different. And everybody's saying the same thing, just differently. And this is the exact same point. That's proof positive that we all have the same ideas. We just relay them differently. And that's it. It's not rocket science, right? Like, it's really not. So understanding that very basic thing is how you really get to the basis of what formulates the idea of value, right? Because that, again, ties back to, well, gold is the original governor of government. Well, how so? Well, because they can't manipulate something that's in a fixed supply. At least they couldn't before.
Until
then. But now, this is why crypto is important, right? And this is why we go through these long streams, hours on end, explaining these fine details and so many different variations, because I bring a perspective, Manny brings his perspective, and we all bring each unique perspective to the table, and they all make one cohesive picture, right? This is why we have such a good stream, because we come at it from different vantage points and just tie it together neatly, right? No matter how long, we can't cover everything, but we cover as much as we can in a very concise fashion, because all of our viewpoints cover a very broad basis, right? And that's the important thing. That's why cross-referencing our thoughts are critical.
Thanks.
Yeah, but the most prestigious economic school of thought in the world, the Feinberg School of Economics, or wait, maybe that's the medical wing, but the University of Chicago,
yes,
who has the most Nobel laureates in economics, they told me that inflation is a feature, not a bug.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to do my inflation special. I've been. Oh man, look, the central bank.
How the Ponzi's been working.
Look. This we're gonna have to do like a 2-part special on the central bank one on the Quant gang stream, and one on my own on the Saturday, because look.
Oh yeah.
It's that deep. It goes that deep, right? Like central banks go back to, at least, as far as we can tell, 1646 or so, at least. So money has been manipulated for that long at a minimum. That's 300 plus years, going on 400.
Modern monetary theory, MMT,
oh my
right?
God, please shoot me in the head.
We need to counterfeit money through the Fed, and the more money, the better, right? Because then we can waste it on things. That's good.
That's literally it. That's literally the concept of MMT right there. You nailed it. Print money, spend it on things, all is well. End of story.
They call increased spending like it's good for GDP,
Oh my God. I mean, I went through those charts showing how ridiculously rampant the printing has been. I mean, if you're not holding crypto, good luck to you, because you're going to, and I mean stocks too, because people don't understand. Dollar-denominated assets are no good in this scenario. You need hard, real, physical assets, or something like crypto, which is its own asset. A crypto is not a dollar-denominated asset. It stands by itself.
Yep.
How so? You might ask. Oh, because guess what? It can't be manipulated. It can't be touched. It stands alone. It's its own thing. There is no interceding entity overseeing. Well, can't say that for Bitcoin, but for Hex anyway, there is no overseeing entity getting in the way, fucking shit up. There just isn't, and there can't be unless they're gonna come in this bitch and buy it or sell it, and they have to buy it first. It's just not gonna happen, right? And that's the important thing to understand.
What's more crazy is that the printing is so insane that this is where people wins in the end, because just by protecting yourself against that rampant inflation, that turns into gains. Because again, sadly, we still denominate it in the paper currency. That's
the point, and that's the whole point.
Because we use it to pay for stuff. So that's how, just by doing that alone, you're already ahead of the game. And this is the sad part, because you have hardworking people every day, even entrepreneurs working their ass off. It's like somebody had that best analogy. Imagine being in Venezuela, being a successful business person, but then only being paid in pesos, and then that shit just devalues every day.
Every day.
How much you try, you lose in the end. That's how disgusting that is. This is why it's so important to learn about it now.
I remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but when Venezuela first started going crazy with the price changes, they were changing the prices every hour or some crazy shit like that. That's how crazy it was for a period of time. They were changing the prices intra-day, intra-hour.
At some point, it was 50% lower every day.
I don't even remember at this point. I don't even remember at this point, but it was crazy. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
You're setting up your whole store a month, your inventory and everything, a month or two out, or whatever the case is. Just like Karim was saying, right? You're running a business, and no matter what, your ass is falling behind. Could you imagine that? At a clip of 15% intraday.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And they steal your money. And the worst part is, imagine you had foreigners' money, or let's say you live there and then you had dollars or whatever. The bank will seize that, convert that into pesos, and that's it. And then devalue even more.
Yeah, because they don't even want you to, because that's capital controls at that point. They don't want you to have anything, but because they now.
And they take your dollar, by the way, and they give you the thing. I mean, it's crazy. It's criminal.
Yeah, bro. Look. When we say you better own crypto, it's no joke, because people think it's cool now, but if shit continues at how it's going, it's not going to be
cool. Because there's no other way, because once you understand the system, there's so much debt right now. It's so crazy. And this goes back to one of the fundamentals I tell people all the time, that they don't understand how powerful that is. When they say, sell, there's that sell for fucking what? Go back to paper and be devalued? No. Literally, you're better off just staying there, because it will just be more valuable over time. Richard already told you guys many, many times. Just by not having to, people buying the Lambo, this, that, whatever. The point of the matter is, the longer you hold it, the more it will be valuable. Because once you understand longer pays better, and you understand the value of not being kicked by that inflation, it's so powerful. And then you apply the 3 rules before you sell anything, right? Sell for fucking what? Number 2, what's the tax implication? Very important, because that comes into play. And number 3, which jurisdictions I'm going to be when that thing comes out, this and that. And it's so important, because if you just focus on just doing and selling, quote unquote, what you need based on your need, because you're not going to be worried about inflation. You're literally selling and converting the dollar into the goods. So technically, in that split time period, you don't really suffer inflation that much, right? Because you just convert at that time. So if they already printed 30% and your value went up because you own the crypto, the moment you convert back after the value went up, well, at least you counted the inflation already. And then you just use that purchasing power. You get what you need, and that's that. And then you leave the rest in the crypto until you need it again. So those are the little tricks that you do to be better. This is something I learned a long time ago from Trace Mayer, at least, one of the early Bitcoin guys.
Trace.
He sells his Bitcoin once per year, right around the first. He does his calculation, what he needs for the whole year, pays bills, whatever. And boom, he sells what he needs, pays his own bills, leaves the rest in cash. We're talking about money he doesn't even bring back to crypto. It's just for his expenses. And then the rest just sits there, and then every other year the price goes up and all this other shit, and he's just happy. And then when you have extra money, then you can just buy more Bitcoin. But the point of the matter is, it's very disciplined when the money goes the other way. It's like you're already spending in your head what you're going to do with the money, so you don't end up being victim of inflation. So
it's a beautiful thing, baby. My bad, man.
I don't know how this fits into our discussion, but
we'll make it work.
So you can fit all of the gold So $10 trillion worth of gold for Olympic pools.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
What's been digged out, Maddie? What's been not what's available in the world?
Everything above ground that's ever
Yes.
been mined in human history, which is like, a minute. So you could fit $2 trillion worth of crypto in the Notes app on my phone, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So much less than an Olympic-sized pool, right?
And it's more skills because you know exactly how much there is out there. I mean, there's so much gold.
Yes, full audit.
Yeah,
it's a game changer, and it's going digital. And so when we talk about everything, even property rights, which is really a super basic fundamental thing in how we protect our economic energy and how we experience the world, right? Even that is information. And so when we talk about money, it makes sense because money is information, whether it's information that can be stolen from you on the lowdown, or on the sly, or if it's something where it's Bitcoin and it's gonna be really hard for them to steal it from you through inflation, right? Because what are they going to do?
Watch from the sidelines.
Yeah. And so this, this idea that Karim came up with the other day, that the dollar has an inflation bug, it's so beautifully put, but literally people have been educated to believe that inflation is a feature. It just blows my mind.
And once you know, literally, because analogies are great for people to visualize. That's how you can make complex, terms or concept be able to be understood in a very simple way. Once you understand, literally, it has that kind of inflation bug, and they have the bug. They are the one doing the printing. Now you truly understand how rigged the system actually is. So then that's why your main money, your savings, your nest egg should not be in that dollar because you already know what's going to happen over time. Because the main money, the nest egg, isn't something you're going to be using day to day, something you're trying to preserve. Well, why you want to preserve something somewhere where there is a bug that is just kind of like printing like crazy? So this is how you understand not to leave it there. You only interact with it when necessary. And this is one of the beauty with the fluidity of cryptocurrency. I mean, well, try to buy gold, wait how long before you get the physical gold, or worse, like trying to do like heavy trade, how long it's going to take you moving money right. It's a freaking nightmare. It will take weeks.
If you're lucky.
It's very fluid.
Crypto is instant for the most part.
Exactly. So it's just that once you understand that, it solves that concern of, how quickly can I access it, this, that. No, it's very easy. I mean, and then Maddie said it best. You can hold everything literally in your head, worst case scenario, or just, on the phone or on the device or whatever. You don't need like arm guard, this, that, crazy protection. You know what I mean? It's just much easier. It's much better. And it really solves that accessibility because it's quick, which then tells you not to engage and leave your main money into the thing that's being printed all the time. Because you are literally bound to lose. This is not open for debate. That's why
we all lose every day.
Yeah, the reason we're able to go up and to the right on the
this
other.
Is why crypto is so important.
Yeah, because the dollar is going down and
to the left. Whatever it's doing, down and to the right, whatever. Whatever it's doing.
Yeah, we go up and to the right, we go down and to the right.
That bad boy down and to the right.
Buddy, that's not a T-shirt right there. You know that kind of funny saying Michelle Obama used to say, when they go low, you go high. Well, we can say, hey, when we go up and to the right, they go down and to
the right. That's right. Come on. I mean, it's important to remember, right? Like, there's a reason investing is so important. There's a reason time value of money is lesson number one when it comes to allocating capital. And that's because time is the number one factor when it comes to money. It's not anything else. This is why Hex is so superior. People don't understand that. And here's the thing. Friction, when it is removed from generating returns, forget about it. Dude, right? Because this is what money printing is, right? And when you don't have control of that money printer, you end up losing. Like we lose
against you.
Correct.
Because you're the bag fucking holder.
Correct.
You're the one getting the thing. and they're barely doing any effort to get it. So it's effortless. So your cost of acquisition is nearly
let's think
zero.
about it, right? Let's think about it, because that's exactly right. The cost of acquisition for those that already own assets, right? Because again, we have to remember that the main feature in a fiat economy is the inflation bug, right? So if you already own assets that benefit from the increase, or let me rephrase, from the debasing in the value,
you got the money fiat,
then you're gonna automatically win because the value of that thing is gonna always go up.
Yeah,
even
and though talk shit and be like, "Oh yeah, it's great." Fuck out of here.
Right, but in conjunction with that, right? Because this is very important. You, as the asset holder, are gaining value or gaining strength, while everybody else has to scramble to make up that economic power that they are not in the same hand, that they don't have in hand already.
Yep.
Right?
It's transfer of wealth.
Correct. It's just like when Karim says, don't wait to stake now. It's the same thing. Because if you don't have the T-shares, you're not printing that money. You see? So if you're the asset holder in the fiat legacy system, which is most rich people, right? Like we already know, I think it's the top 10% of the richest people on the planet own 90% of the wealth or some crazy shit like that.
That's true.
There's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason that's the case. It's not a coincidence. That's by design.
Yep.
It's not because we suck at what we're doing. No, it's because it's by design. The longer we're not attaining those fiat dollars, the more they're gonna. This is why they set up these crazy laws that make everything basically a monopoly.
Yep.
I mean, how do we have antitrust laws?
The more scary wells and the top like 0.00001% on like 50%.
Oh, forget about it, bro. You know, it's funny. I already kind of knew, right? But it's like, what's the point of even getting into the weeds there, right? Because what we really need, because it's fucked up all the way up and down, right?
Yeah.
And that's the problem. And the whole reason is because of opportunity, right? So what crypto does now is that it levels that opportunistic playing field, right?
Even the playing field. And right. This is what fairness is about. People get that confused. That's very important.
But this is beautiful because I was just going to talk to that because here's the thing. It is about fairness because what people are now going to learn is that this notion of scarcity is false. And you talk about that shit every stream. Every stream. And that's a fact. Mm-hmm. And we're now about to learn it because guess what? All that money that's in legacy, you think that's going to disappear? Of course not. Mm-hmm. All this money is going to magically multiply. Mm-hmm. Because it's not leaving the legacy system. Yep. It's only the retail trader that's leaving. Yep. At most. Yep. Because there are people like me that participate in both. But majority of my capital is where the money is going to to I'm not a moron.
That's the point. And this is why you play chess, not checkers.
Exactly.
But where you know the money is going to go, regardless. Boom. Because of the nature of the business, the system, because that's the type of asset those people attract and want to have.
It's just a no-brainer, bro.
But what's even sad is those people that don't understand that just, say hour for dollar and think they're smart and this and that, they get left behind. They think they're smart dumping, but no, they just get left behind. They stop holding the assets. And when the constant devaluation continues, asset prices will rise. And those same people will be left behind. Shit that you could afford, you could no longer afford. Guys, I don't know if you'll be paying attention, but cost of living is going up. Like, quickly. I don't care where you are. We're adjusted to what it was a couple of years ago. Everywhere. It's going
a couple of days ago is right. Yo, we laughing, but it's true.
But it's true. It's true. So it's like literally just maintaining your purchasing power. That should just be your number one goal. And just doing that alone will put you in the right mindset, the right. That's what I said earlier. The number one thing, very important, that your worst investment is still better than your best spend. Because I need you to change your mindset. Like let's look at the last couple of days, and then we'll be something we're going to talk about. Like almost total market was like some stupid number, like 10 billion liquidation. Was stupid. I only picked Bitcoin and Ethereum because that was the two main or whatever. It was already over 4 billion. It's like probably like 5 or 6.
Yes,
it was. Like that's money that is gone. Finito. Like we talk about
exchanges. Gone to the exchanges.
People that probably even bought the 3K Bitcoin and now liquidated. Done.
Yep.
See you later. And now when you go back in, shit. Now you got to buy Bitcoin at whatever the price is now.
Oh my God.
Not what it used to be.
I can't even imagine, yo.
Yeah, and even if it goes sideways and corrects a little bit, whatever. But the point of the matter is, you no longer own that Bitcoin that you bought at $3,000 because you got fucking liquidated. You lost your money printed.
And look,
Because you're
Bitcoin
out
ain't
there
looking too
playing
healthy,
around.
so they might get a chance to buy it lower after all. Yeah, Bitcoin ain't looking too high. In my opinion,
Yeah.
that thing is about to crack.
No, absolutely. But my point is for the liquidation guys.
No,
it's
no,
not-
of course.
Yeah.
I'm just talking
Because
shit.
that's the mindset. That's what they don't understand.
No, you're 100% correct, bro.
They want to go for the get rich quick scheme, which is a scam, and you're gonna get wrecked instead of get rich for sure.
The pump will
building
always
wealth,
come, right? The
which
pump
is the
will
longer
always
way,
come.
but they don't understand the longer way is the sure way because you're moving that economic mass because you're trying to build wealth and
That's
you're
a fact,
getting
bro.
your high income skills and then you generate your wealth. And the best part is the best way to generate wealth is in an income asset generating. So not only our wealth is going up as the price goes up, but we're generating yield every day. That's very powerful because if something comes in afterwards, you can sell some of the yield without having to lose the main asset, which is what generates the wealth. And that's what very, very wealthy people understood from the get go. And the sooner they start doing that, the sooner compounding interest is working in their favor instead of against them. That's why they can care less about the printing. They can care less about lying to you and giving you money and you think you're smart, but you're dumb. They want to keep controlling the printer because they understand the printer is the asset, the dollars is the paper. They can care less about that. Their ability to print is the most valuable thing, not how much they can print. Even if they can print quadrillion dollars is still less valuable than the printer itself because without the printer you can't print the quadrillion. And this is something we sadly has been attacked in Africa a lot about, and in many third world countries too or whatever. Some are starting to wake up, but the majority still don't because the temptation is so high. That's how they do with governments. That's how they do with coming here, do this, do that. Here's the bribe. We're going to take care of you, your family, and this and that. We're going to steal the natural resource of the country because that's the real value, right? That's the money printer. They give you the fake, worthless paper so you can feel good. You get the $1 billion and they're stealing trillions of value. You understand? So this is always have been their game from the get-go. And that's what exchange do. They'll pump things, this and that. You get comfortable. Like that guy I was talking about, Matty, earlier. He's so comfortable. He leave all of his money in fucking future contract. How disgusting that is. And he's like, yo, my liquidation price is like 1%, man. Come on. It's so low. It's never gonna get there, right, Matty? And then the fucking flash crash comes in and then liquidate.
Yeah, like in that rent market when it went from wherever to a cent. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is how that happens. You know what I'm saying? When you're over here acting like you have a clue when you don't, what happens is that the market teaches you that you don't. And this is actually what happened this past weekend.
Yep.
Right.
Punch in the gut when you least expect.
Yo, every single time. It never ever fails. People are so comfortable or were so comfortable buying Bitcoin at 50,000 plus, 57,000 plus. It was never going to go down ever again. Went to 65 and then where'd it go? Straight to 51 and a half. Enjoy. Boom. Have a nice day. Thank you for all your monies. It's been real. Now, good luck coming back to the market, bitches.
Yeah, because you're done. But this is really the sad part. Even if it goes back to 60K, you're done. People still don't understand. Liquidation means you're done. No matter, forget the price. You're done. Price can go back to 65K. You get $0 fucking dollar. You're done. You're liquidated. You got no more stake in the market. If anything, it goes up, you're gonna be even more pissed because it just leaves you behind. And you are forced to bring your capital in now. And the guys say, "Oh, CZ, this, that." No.
Well, this is what happens every time Bitcoin goes up further, right? Every time crypto goes up and up, it's forcing bigger players to look at it.
Yeah.
Just like you said.
You went long oil at $1 and you got wrecked, right?
And it went minus 40 on you.
Minus 40.
While you laughing, that's happened to a lot of people last year.
Yeah.
I saw that.
It can't go negative. Right? It's never happened.
Last year.
Genius.
A lot of people went bankrupt because of that.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem possible. And
But that's the thing, Maddie. You don't understand. The digital age is completely different. That's what we're talking about with wealth way back when people were like, Karim, how do I understand this? Oh man, it sounds unrealistic. I'm like, dude, understand something. Stop using the practical reality of you day-to-day job. Understand. Just rely on the math. If the math tells you this is possible, it will happen. Period. In math, there's a sign called negative. And when those idiots play with future, it's all fake. It's all manipulated. And again, because it's oversupply, because it was so just ran through, that's why the shit had to go negative. Because people don't understand the future market. If you fuck around to the last minute, you got to take delivery. And by law, you can't just have the barrel in your driveway. Shit. Now it's the thing. And then supply demand works against you because it's too much supply. Way too much supply. Nobody wants to buy it.
Yeah, so well, you're gonna sell negative barrels on the spot.
You have to pay people to take the shit off your shelf.
You gotta sell that shit to a refiner at a minimum. Like 1,000 barrels of 55 gallons of, or is it 42? Oh no, it's depending on what it is. It's gonna either be 42,000 gallons or 55-gallon drums of 1,000 barrels of oil. So you pick. It's gonna cost you out the ass, by the way.
And Maddie, because the quantity that was being sold is insane. It was just so they're just like
never seen before. Yeah, I mean, minus $41, bro. That thing, I think it started at like $15 that day, so it was like a 65 delta. Like it's insane.
It's insane. And you know what's worse is that, like, I had a friend. He literally, he's a trader or whatever. But I told him not to. But hey, he doesn't listen. But anyway, he was trading it down, right? It's all making money. He got the bips, right? Wealth goes down, futures, everything's cool. And then, he gets to the dollar. And then it's like, close the position, everything's great. And I think he's going long the fucking thing, and then he goes negative. So it's like, you return all the gains. I'm just like, dude, no, don't. Just get away. That shit might play.
Yeah. And so I think getting back to this idea that you guys brought up about, what is the cost of acquisition or production of a thing, right? And so in some cases, people are selling hours and effort for dollars, right? It's not just your time, but it's also your energy. And then what you get is the dollars buy less over time. So saving is disincentivized. Versus you can sell your dollars for T-shares, which pay you over time. Exactly. So instead of just paying time, so with T-shares you're just paying time and not your effort, whereas with dollars you're having to give both. So that's a pretty big distinction, and that's kind of what we're talking about here. The other point is that really you have known economic policy with mathematical certainty more than social consensus in Hex, versus in Bitcoin where you have more social consensus than mathematical code. And that's because Bitcoin is spaghetti code. So I guess that's two ideas, but
absolutely. And Maddie, what you touch on is very important. Guys, I want you guys to understand something, and this is where it's very important. Hex Clip, this is for you. The reason what you say is so important is because at the beginning, yes, everybody has to sell hours for dollars. Okay, there's no ifs or buts about it. But the reason why we keep talking about, again, that personal development, adding value to yourself, is what end up happening is, although you're selling hours for dollars, because you're doing that personal development, the dollar amount that you require for that hour is becoming more valuable. Therefore, you actually, literally, listen to what I'm about to say. You're actually combating and fighting against inflation by becoming more valuable to the marketplace. So that same hour that you used to only get paid. I remember back in the day when I was a student, it was crazy. Maddie, we're getting paid $6 an hour. It was crazy, and you can only work 20 hours. It was just insane. Because I was a math tutor. That was my first job when I got to the United States and that kind of stuff. Until I, turn it into my own business and start doing private tutoring and then get paid cash. And then again, but the point of the matter is that I understood that, hey, this is not scalable. This is not something that can be like a system, because the dollar gets inflated and I get paid this same amount of hours. And then you do the math in the beginning, you get excited, and then you realize, okay, limitation. I'm a student. I can only do 20 hours. So I can literally do the math so quick. I know what my maximum amount of money I can earn in a week. And then I get depressed. because I'm like there's no more scale. It's just okay. That's it. How many hours? Boom. This is the rate. This is the
And
hours.
that's it.
Done.
It's a
That's
fixed
it.
number.
See you later.
No
Bye.
bonus.
Now you start calculating in years. How many years do I gotta work to get? It blows your fucking mind. But you have to go through that quick to realize shit. That's a trap. Because you can literally do the math. Shit. I'm gonna make how much? 20 what? 30K? Barely this, that. How much can I afford with it? How many years do I need to get to earn this after taxes? And then you're like, yo, 10 years from now, I can be. But you have to do the math to realize that it's a trap. Then you start adding value to yourself. And by requiring more than $8, $9, $10, $12, $15 an hour, more than that, that's an improvement. You're fighting inflation because your rate goes up because you're adding more value to yourself. Sometimes you get it at the current company that you're in. Sometimes you have to go elsewhere. You have to do the math. You can't be like going through life like, oh my God, I'm gonna be this. I don't want to put any majors out there to make people feel bad. But everybody knows the major that doesn't pay, right? There's a reason why people want to be doctor, lawyer, engineer, all this whole hyping job, because they know. Like my dad was straight up from the get go, like, yo, nah, fuck that. We're paying for school. You got to get one of those three. I was just fortunate enough that I love engineering. I wanted to go.
At least you kept it real, bro.
Yeah, I kept it real. What's up? Shit. Niggas pay for it. Niggas, what?
Like, I'm paying for that shit. Yeah, this is what you're doing.
By my second year, I was paying my own shit. But the point of the matter is that I understood from the get-go, like, yo, you live on an economical planet. You need money to do shit. That's just a reality. He didn't sugarcoat it. But that's the best thing that I had because I had to learn right away what was important. But I went to school because I wanted to learn. Very important. I didn't went to school because I wanted to make money, because I was already hustling. But I understood how valuable that was. That's why when I was a tutor, I was like, yo, get your social security number. That's the most important thing. When you're at fucking $0 an hour, you take everything you can fucking take. If it's 6, it's 6. It is what it is. Like I tell people, like, right? It's okay to start at the bottom. It's just not okay to stay there. I've said that many times. And then when you're at 6, again, that same thing. Don't be complacent. Don't stay at 6. How can I go to 8? How can I go to 9? How can I go to 10? And either you do at your own job, either you get a secondary job or this, that, but sooner or later, you're going to reach the plateau, and then you have to personally develop yourself to acquire a new skill that pays you the more money. Like, do copywriting, do anything, especially if it's something that you can do online or remote on your free time and generate that extra cash flow on the side, 1099, whatever. That's another way you can supplement your income. Those are the tricks that you not only win against inflation, but you increase your input so that you can then invest that again to the next thing, which goes back to what Maddie was talking about. So you fight inflation, number one, by increasing your value to the marketplace. So your hourly rate goes higher if you're playing the hourly rate game. Number two, as you get higher and higher and higher, you want to invest that money into something that's going to generate that higher return. And that's what we get in Hex with the t-shirts, because for every money that you spend, you're actually making time, once again, work for you, not against you. So what ends up happening is now your hourly rate goes higher. When I sit here and I tell you guys I earn, over $1,000 a day on my stakes, that's another hourly rate that works for me, not against me. And I'm working on increasing that so it becomes bigger over time. And that's not even counting price appreciation. Those things matters. That's how you get out of the rat race. That's how, again, time works for you, not against you. And ultimately, the more you do that, the more free you become, the more you can add, and the more you win. This is literally how you win at Monopoly, right? It's literally the same thing. Once you understand the game, now you get to just like plug and play. See the matrix. Take that red pill, whatever you want to call it. Just like stop, just like hour for dollar with no improvement. That's a trap. Okay, clip that. Hour for dollar with no improvement is a trap. You got to start somewhere. That's true. Don't be out there complacent and be like, oh, yeah, I'm too good for this, that. Dude, if the marketplace tells you that's your fucking worth, that's your worth. It's your job to increase your worth to then demand a higher price. This is how those things goes, not the other way around. And as you get better, consistently, because that's what you want, that consistently you get that increased payout every day. Not some fucking trading bullshit where you got lucky once and then you think it's going to happen all the time. And this is the number one reason you get wrecked. Get a little complacent. You think you're too cool. You know what you're doing. And then one time, boom, wrecked. Like a couple of days ago, like some people find out the hard way. So it's very, very important. Please, I hope you guys listen to this.
All important stuff, man.
Very passionate about that, man. It's so important. Like Like learn the sales skills, guys. I'm telling you, it's one of the best things you can do. You know,
I mean, everybody's already selling themselves, man. You know,
that's what I'm
that's the
saying.
thing.
We're
People don't
so
understand
simplistic.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't understand that they're already selling themselves because in order to get a job, you have to sell yourself in order to get that
Yes.
job in the first place, which is
Yes.
actually the easiest sell
Yes.
because what you're selling is what you already know. So imagine if you just learn something else that people want to buy and you just sell that. It's an automatic sale. You don't have to do anything. Hint, hint,
Absolutely.
hint,
Absolutely.
hint.
And learn. I tell people all the time, very important. Just like doctors, right? There's crook divisions everywhere.
For
Understand
sure.
that the goal is you want to be a sales professional. There's a big distinction because sales professionals always want to better their craft. They look at it like personal development, self improvement, and when they talk to people or when they break things down, they're always trying to educate. They educate the customers so that they derive to the conclusion and just want to buy like I don't want to sell you anything. I just really want you to want to buy it. The big difference. Big difference. And then you learn how to, package certain things, how to present certain things a certain way, emotional, this, that, whatever, to make it like it's a no-brainer, it's the best deal around, and that you're competent into your ability to deliver. So because they buy into you first. That's the most important thing. Like Wells just said, you're selling yourself. They buy into you first, then they buy into your product, your services, and what's there. And then as that continues and gets better and better, then they become a recurring customer. That's how you get that residual, which is really, really cool. And the reason why learning about sales is important because you become a better person. You're learning all those key things that makes you more valuable to the marketplace, but also your ability to communicate gets better, which is huge, right? Life, how do people want to know what you want if you don't know how to communicate?
Yeah, communicating is hard with other people.
Relationship, same thing. It's
Very
communication.
The person that can get his message across in the most concise and quickest manner, right? And get what he wants, right? Like this is so important. And I mean, I can tell a crazy story. And I've probably told it before, but it's really the best one that I have to share that relays this message the best because it's so real, right? Like communication is key. I've saved people's lives because I know how to communicate.
Facts.
No weapons, just communication. I don't even have to go into details. That's just a true story. Very, very important that you know how to communicate with people, know how to read them. And it's not easy. I'm not saying it's kind of a cakewalk, but it's important. It's a very important skill. It could save your life. Trust me.
And this is what we try to understand. We want to debunk and demystify. The point of the matter, it's not easy and it's never easy for anybody in the beginning. The point is repetition, which is the mother of all skills. As you do something long enough, whether you like it or not, you will naturally become better at it. Because you're going to start seeing system, the matrix. Oh, when they say this is what happened. Like, because just your quote unquote failures are going to automatically be some things that you're going to learn from. Unless you like you have something missing in your head, but you want to try to start doing certain things to not get the same outcome that you have had before. But this is what you learn from those things. That's why taking action is so powerful, because you're learning from those mistakes. You're learning from the action that you took. You double down on what works, and then you fix what doesn't work, or you cut the things that you know are not working. So you end up, it's like a multiple choice. You cut the things that you know are no good. You end up with the things that are good. This is one of the things that you want to do in life, which is very, very powerful, right? It's like regret minimizations. Remove all the things that you don't want to do or don't want to become or hope that never happens, and you're left with the things that you want. It's literally that simple. It's like exclusive, like the Venn diagram, right? Back in the day, right? Well, it's just remove those things.
Yeah, Venn diagram.
But people are too afraid to do the work. They think that you're just gonna like wishfully guess what you want and what you don't want. No, sometimes you gotta do trial and error. Sometimes you got to be out there and understand the long-term value, because that's how you will build equity, you will build wealth, and you understand that longer will pay you better, and you just accumulate more, and that's will give you a more abundant life. And I want to answer a question real quick that was in the chat, Maddie, from I think his name is BB or Zarba. It's a good point. So I think Pulse Chain, he asked me what do you think about Pulse Chain? I think it's gonna be great. We need our own, because ultimately that'll fix the fee issue.
Crypto needs a new one. Stop lying.
And then when he said which pool I will drain, I love this question because I don't plan on draining anything. My point is I'm stacking as many T-shares as I can, and when the snapshot happens, I just get double of everything.
If you're not still buying Hex like it's last month, something's wrong with you. I don't know what you're waiting for.
It goes back to the same analogy that I use when we're talking about like, oh, the price price and this and that and where is the top. Like, dude, it doesn't
Buy
matter.
a steak. Buy a steak.
Stick to what works.
Yeah.
Every day your fucking t-shirt pays you. That's the truth.
right.
Everything else is narrative and speculation and this and that. I know I'm winning every day. That's it.
I
Price
like
goes up,
guaranteed
I get paid more.
returns. How about you?
Exactly. Price goes up, I get paid more. Shit's more valuable. Price goes down, I get my daily payout
Hey,
plus emergency end state.
2 words,
No matter what.
Karim. 2 words. Fixed income.
Hallelujah. Daily payout. I like that. That's it. And then when you get the copy of the other stuff, boom, it's just more of that. It's just not the page. It's good. I love it, man.
Yo, my last job was definitely like that.
There's no overlap.
That motherfucker was not funny at all.
Time for you to leave.
I'd be like, bro, shut up. Wow.
That's a good one.
That's real life.
And it's funny because the more you do that and the more you understand that, you will avoid the biggest opportunity cost of your life, which is thinking that, you're selling your hour for $1, you're not self-improving. And then God forbid, as the cost of living constantly goes up and inflation catch up with you, now you get in a procurement where your body start to break down. Also you don't have any transferable skills. It's very important. That's why all my drivers out there, you gotta be very careful. It's like, no offense, but I gotta use this example so it really kind of hits home. It's just like the strippers, man. They're out there riding on that pole, thinking they're living the lifestyle. They're young, this, that. They go on the yacht parties and this, the free money. But then they don't save to invest. They don't think about the future and this and that. They don't have any transferable skills, all this other stuff. Then when they reach, whatever, 30, 40, whatever, and their value to the marketplace is no longer needed or no.
It is what it is, baby.
Now you end up homeless. It's very
happens all the time.
Understand that. Very important.
Money is here's the thing, right? Whether you're a stripper or a freaking astronaut, you need to understand how to manage your money, right? Because here's the thing. There is no difference. Money is a tool. Just because you make a lot of it, again, does not equate to intelligence. That doesn't mean you're going to manage your money properly.
Yep.
There's plenty of people that have millions of dollars that are fucking in debt. And they're just getting by because they have millions of dollars. Literally. Like, this is real. Like, there are people that just are bad with money no matter how much money they have. Just the reality, So it's very important.
Absolutely. And the worst part is, to complement what Wells just said, the moment that money that they used to make goes away, now they're completely fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Because the problem is, again, this is where 10x rule comes in. You can start with good intention, this and that, but the number one mistake people do and they get punched in the face is you underestimate the amount of difficulty that you will face in the future. What got you here won't get you there. Mm-hmm. The difficulty that you made last year to do X, Y, and Z is not going to be the same from this year or the year after that. This is why they say people like, high value man or high earners or whatever. It's not just about making that 6-figure plus. It's about how consistent have you made that 5-10 years in a row. Because the problem is different. Because that's when you get that really accumulation of wealth, which hopefully you invested it to generate more wealth so you can be better. So consistency is really where the time will test you.
Consistency is key.
Yep. Because you're out there wilding out, you think you got this money because you have one hot year and then you get punched in the face so hard.
So, let's contrast these two phrases, right? Because they sound similar, but they mean completely different things. Consistency is key and complacency kills.
Facts.
Right? Consistency is understanding that the only constant is change. So you have to be constantly improving because time is going to keep moving. Right? That's a reality, man. And people don't think about that. Like, I didn't even think about that shit until I just said it. Like, holy shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's true. Right? Like, it's true. Like, constant. The only constant is change, man. Thanks. So, with that, you have to always be improving. Because if not, you're gonna fall behind. Somebody's gonna pass you, and that's just time.
Homework from Silicon Valley already understood a long time ago. Intel, right? Only the government survives. It's very important. Listen, every day you're either getting better or you're getting worse. Mm-hmm. And proof of that, survival of the fittest. It's
That's it.
literally that simple. You
That's
see
it,
that a
man.
lot in many industries, right? Ask the coal miner how they felt. You know what I'm saying? Like it just,
Oh, yeah. And it's
it's
gonna happen, and it's gonna
Mhm.
happen again. It's already happening. Look at what happened over the past year. There's people that are never gonna be able to work again because of 2020.
Yep, and people that never understand transferable skills, working remote, working online, all this stuff, like it's important. The electrification of the world. People thought, oh yeah, this and that, electric car. No, this is gonna happen. The world is moving to that. So if you don't get with the program, if you're not learning again transferable skills, which by definition is something you can use in another industry, it's transferable, literally. And then you want to start learning new things based on the trend, based on what's coming next, so you don't get left behind. And even when you do all of that, that's why you always have that investor mindset, 80% of the time, and only 20% of the time you want to be a consumer. Because push comes to shove, emergency happen, you can take care of that. You hurt yourself or whatever, nobody's fault, right? But technically, personal accountability is your fault because you should have prepared for that. That's why insurance is so important, right? Not just health insurance, life insurance, but like having that rainy day, that investment for the long term. Even though you're doing amazing, you never know what's going to happen. And sometimes it's in your family, right? My mom and dad started to retire. I mean, I don't know how you were raised this, that, but where I'm from, because they took care of us, we took care of them. And how hard would it feel? Like, mom and dad's in really trouble and you can't help them. That's fucking average. That's like, to me, that's no. So I plan for that. I plan for the long term. I plan for the future family I don't even have right now. Like literally.
Hell
That's
yeah.
that's that's what motivates me. But that's what I understand, that I don't want to get in a situation where I don't plan for that kind of shit, and then it happens, and I feel hopeless. That's the worst feeling you can feel, and then you can only blame yourself for that. So think ahead, play that chess, not checkers.
Very important points, bro. Because at the end of the day, if you're not thinking ahead, you're staying behind, and that's the whole point, right?
Exactly,
That's the whole point. It's very easy to think you can just do the same thing every day and get away with it, and the fact is that you
exactly.
can't. You just
Stop
really
being
can't.
ripped off. Yep. Stop being scammed. Stop over trading. Build your wealth. Stake your hacks. Get paid every day. It's literally that simple. Again, what's easy to do is also easy not to do. You have to understand the power of that long term. Going back to the monk analogy that Wells used, which is very powerful. Guys, you understand this master monk that started when they were like 5 years old.
Yeah, doing the
By,
same
by, by,
thing.
by 10, they're already like master level. They're like teaching like older people and shit.
Yeah.
They're like they've been doing it for so long, and that's why this is how you realize how powerful the brain can be. Imagine you're doing that kind of mindset about personal development. That's why I call myself. I'm a learning machine, right? Human beings, and this is how I want to be able
But we
to,
are. That's the thing. We
yeah,
either
use
choose
it
to be or we don't.
exactly. And
That's
and
the
I
only
want to
difference.
be, we used to call it, like I want to be a Renaissance man, meaning like it's not just being like a jack of all trade, but like learning a lot about a lot of different things, being
Mm.
curious, and that's important because you have a fully whole and complete life, and be able to walk in a room and not feel like, okay, what the hell's going on? Like, no, because sometimes that's how you end up being the sucker.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a
That's
defense
right.
mechanism, but also it's something that you feel like you can add value into. So it's very, very important. So like we're talking about Bitcoin, all this other stuff, like understand market is in a dangerous situation. This shit could be like, bear flag, you know what I'm saying? Did the down spin around, people always gonna go back up and then trap door and then but you gotta have a plan where either or you win. That's the key. And that's the power of the T-shirt. So you don't worry about what the price does.
All
Those
I
are
know
great.
is I print money every day. I buy the dip every day.
That's it.
Every day. So I went over this, Kareem. Let's talk about this for a second because it's important that people understand what's happening when Hex goes down. They don't get it. They're over here complaining, acting like some fools.
Because
Fudding
you
their
will not stake for the most part. That's the fun part. That's how they get
Yeah.
exposed.
So
Because
that's fine. Let's expose the fools, right? Let's expose the fools because here are the facts. Let me clear my throat. So when you're staked and you have T-shares, when you own Hex, which is the whole point of investing in the first place, is allocating your capital to where it can earn the most return, right? Like that's the point of investing. Number one, if you're not in tune with that, then
yeah.
please go read a
Passively
book.
too.
Read a book. Read a book. Um, when you're printing Hex every day with your T-shares, if Hex is going down at that crossover mark every day, 0000 UTC, what's happening is that you're buying the damn dip every damn day. every day.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're upset with that, I don't even know what to tell you because you're a moron. Because what happens is that when the price goes up, like it always does, because it never stays down, is that your gains are going to be amplified
Yep.
with all those free fucking coins you just got on the dip. You moron. So why don't you go learn to do some math, understand how markets work, go read a book. There's many books out there. If you like, I can give you a reference list. I have many books. Not a problem. But stop talking nonsense if you don't understand what's going on. It's just not a good look at all.
Yep.
Now, Wales, is this your opinion?
No, these are just the mathematical facts.
Facts.
You knew I was going to say that. That's why you asked that.
Especially over the last 5 days. Oh my God, the penalties.
Come on,
juicy,
you
man.
kidding me? What?
It's been amazing to watch. I mean, we
keep selling.
Although the T-shirt total has been going up, we had those 2 days, even like 5 days ago, it went over 6 hex per T-shirt. That was just great.
Mm-hmm.
And the cool thing people need to understand, especially if you're new or if you haven't, got to your point, or if you understand the value of, longer pays better and the value of true accumulation never ends. When those little dips comes in, it's the ability for you to buy a T-shirt at a fairly inexpensive price, like what it would have been if it was back to that, 2.3.
That's why I track the chart the way I do. It's a must.
Exactly. That means you can earn more T-shirt, and it helps you because T-shirt T rate has been accelerating in terms
Money
of
printer.
So this is actually a great buying opportunity, and understanding that you're earning more yield. People who are emergency and stake are paying you literally. You don't have to deal with those crazy transfers fee, or like dealing with the blockchain and Ethereum's fee and all this other garbage, because you stake for the long run. So all of this noise doesn't literally applies to you. That's why we tell people stake long, so you don't worry about this thing. It's a one-time thing. You just accumulate. You sit tight. You relax. You add to your position. You're building wealth. It's up and to the right. Does he dance a little bit up and down? A little? Yes, but the trajectory is clear.
Yeah, everything does that, right?
I think it was 2 weeks ago, but because last week we had the call on the voice chat. We showed you that chart of Amazon. Well, maybe you want to pull up again.
Oh,
we literally showed you.
What? I'm gonna throw that chart in the chart set because I found it the other day. The network chart, the network effect chart. Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw that one in the chart set today because we haven't talked about that one in a while. Let me bust everybody head with that one because it's been a while. Yeah, because people are really annoying the shit out of me lately with their stupidity.
But those are the people who are not staked. That's why they worry so much about it.
Yeah, that's fine. They cannot be staked. Yep. They just gotta know how markets work. That's not my problem if they're staked. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know the facts.
What hex was designed for.
People are saying that Doge outperforming Hex, that's something that's bearish for Hex, which is funny because it's bullish AF for Hex.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Hex has some of the brightest minds, has the best game theory, and Hex is totally memeable.
Pretty much. In so many ways.
Hex is next. That's what Will said.
So let me tell you guys about this. So I told Maddie about it over the weekend. I made a big fuss about it. So there's this colleague of mine. She has a sister. She doesn't really get along with her, whatever, right?
Okay.
So all of a sudden, her sister is about to get in the Hex. I'm like, okay, I thought they didn't get along. What the fuck is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Turns out her sister reached out to her about Hex because she heard Hex was next. And she knew her sister had Hex.
There you go.
How about that?
Small word.
Outside of the so-called echo chamber that people keep talking about. Because here's the thing. Siblings squabble. They don't get along. Right? And when siblings don't get along, it don't matter how old they are. They just don't get fucking along. And this is the same case here. Right? So you guys got to understand the profoundness in that statement, right? This isn't me telling her anything. This was her telling me and her sister that. Okay, this didn't come from it didn't come from either of us.
Bringing families together since 2019.
Boom. Can't beat that. What crypto has done that one? Yeah, not
That's
Bitcoin.
Awesome.
not Bitcoin.
People are coming to Wales and they don't know that he's like an expert on hex.
Yeah,
and
she
they're
doesn't
saying
know who the hell I am.
hey, guess what?
Right?
Guess
You gotta
what?
resist
I
that
heard about this
temptation.
thing called hex.
Yeah, she
It's
has no
next.
idea. I'm not like, yeah, I'm WhalesOnly. You know, nobody gives a fuck about that shit.
The eye with a sniper.
In the
I
real
love
world,
it.
nobody gives a shit about what you're YouTubing about.
I love it.
They're like, oh, you're YouTube? Go shoot yourself. Nobody cares.
Like a superhero now. Be like Batman almost.
Yeah, like, no. I don't do this. This is a joke. I'm just kidding.
Hex is
Oh,
definitely
man.
because again, it always come back to this
Oh
value.
yeah, but that's serious, yo. That's serious.
It is.
That's what she said. This is a person that we do not know. She's not here in the stream watching the motherfucking YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's not involved. And this is what she heard. So where did she hear it from? I don't know. It wasn't her sister. It wasn't me. So clearly there's no echo chamber here. And that's my whole point. That's really all I wanted to highlight on that one. Important people understand that one.
That's the beauty also of all the content, because Hexagon content is a lot every day almost. So it's just like propagate to the internet, and people are looking for a product like that because again, its product market fit is one of the highest.
Yeah.
It solves an actual problem, protects you against inflation. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on. And if people spend the time to eventually get to our stream or whatever, that's going to add that good validation. Like, I'm not crazy. Many people are doing that too. They see the same thing that I see, so you get that validation, and you're putting things into perspective and putting to work. And I think that's the most powerful thing. Once you understand that and you spend 5 minutes just really like be open-minded and learn about it,
this game over.
It's a no-brainer. Because it's a tool literally to build wealth. Like I can't put that enough.
It is not anything else. It is not anything else. Pretty simple. The more money you put in, the more money you get out. Straightforward.
Can't lose with that.
Nope. Pretty straightforward.
So, I think that's a perfect transition to start going to some charts, I think.
Oh, let's do it, baby, because I got them lined up. Let's do it. They are ready to go.
Perfect.
Ah, there it is.
Bam. All right, let's get to it. Disclaimer as always, the information displayed in this broadcast is known to cause increased amounts of FOMO. Quant Gang and their guests, or we're just all Quant Gang, are not responsible for any losses you may accrue for having weak, puny, baby, that weird guy from Screen looking hands. If you got those kind of hands, can't help you. You're going to just lose anyway. It's all right.
That's what I think of when you say baby hands.
Yeah, right? That guy is super funny, though. I love him. He's super funny. He's hilarious in that movie. He's so funny. All right. Day 492. And what we're doing here is we're just comparing Bitcoin, Ethereum. This is Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex, and the T-shares with respect to their age at day 492, respectively. So right now, T-shares are at 13,218 or 19, rounding up. Hex index is at 7,801, rounding down. The Ethereum index is at 685, 686, rounding up. Bitcoin still flatline. We have about 70 days before we get a first print. Be interesting to see where that ends up. But yeah, this is where we're at now. Post payday, we're at 326, rounding down. And on this chart, we are comparing the first halving between. We're comparing the halvings for Bitcoin, the first, second, and third. The first halving is at 1166. The Hex Big Payday, Post Big Payday index is at 326 again, and the third and second halvings are at 132, rounding up, and 118, rounding up, respectively. And again, Hex is just, again, marking time. I mean, we already bottomed out, so, we're just moving on up from here. How high are we going to go? There's no telling, but as you guys can see, we have not stopped going higher. And this is the whole thing I've been trying to say, right? Until we at least hit 512, I don't expect an actual real pullback. Like, this was nothing, right? Like, we got to understand that when price is this low, a move from 2.5 to 1.5 cents is not significant, period. It's just not. That's just par for the course. That's what it's going to be. And just deal with it. I mean, that's not even real volatility when you really, really think about it. So that's what's going on. We're only 72% behind the first halving, 177% ahead of the second, and 148% ahead of the third. And we're 154 days in post big payday. T-shares versus Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin is the orange line. We're at 0.5%, and T-shares is at 13%, and that's the pink line. And again, we're just maintaining value here. Nothing special about this chart, except that it's letting you know that the T-shares are doing what they're supposed to do, and that's maintain value across time. And that's all it's about, right? Because we get paid in crypto. This is why it matters. We don't care about the dollars. The dollars is always going to be downside, right? We already talked about this. Down and to the right, baby. Down and to the right, no matter what with the dollars, right? So if we're maintaining our value against other cryptos, i.e. the supposed top cryptos, then we're good. And this is what this chart is saying. Oh my God, this damn line. All right. So I know you've heard me complain about this before. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to battle with this today. I'm just going to fix this so that it doesn't show up like this next time. But I just want to highlight the T-shirt rate because it's just what we were talking about earlier, Karim. Mm-hmm. It's giving you an opportunity when you buy in a dip to get that T-share at a nice little discount that you might want to take advantage of.
Because it can go back very fast too. That's very important because share went up so much, it looks lower because the USD value kind of went down a little bit. But at the same time, it can go like this. Because guys, this is the trick people don't understand. This is very important. The number of hex being staked is accelerating.
Oh, yes.
Very important.
We're getting to that, baby.
Because to get to that T-share, knowing the T-share is getting more expensive and there's more being staked, that's a big deal. But well, please continue.
Oh, okay. So yeah, but it goes back to what we were just talking about, right? When I marked the price for Hex, when I was putting these charts together, it was like 9 o'clock. Let me see here what the price is right now. So that's 169 with 60 cents for the cost of 10,000 Hex. Oh, it's way higher now. Right now it's at $171 basically, which is 4 cents off, right? Mm-hmm. So that's already a $2 move. Where is the T-share rate on a $2 move from there? Because I've never looked at that, right? So we're about to find out. Oh, come on, computer. You're acting like a piece of crap because PowerPoint is a piece of crap. God, I hate PowerPoint.
Let's say, for example, if share rate right now, right?
All right. So $2.99.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
$2.99. This is crazy. So that joint went up. 13 that's $12. That's almost $12 for a $2 hex move cost. Mm-hmm. Right? So that's basically $6.50 or so for a $1 move or 10-cent move or a cent move in hex. Or well, no, that can't be right. Mm-hmm. What am I thinking? Is that right?
No, if you have 2 cents or you're 1 cent.
What am I thinking? Hold on.
Because
yes. No. So I'm thinking about a $2 move, right? In this number here, in the $10,000 and the 10,000 hex cost.
Yes.
Right. So we went from 169.60 to 171, basically.
Yes.
That's $2, right?
Yes.
Or $1.50, whatever.
Because the price slightly went up because we had that little kind of dip. We went to
that T-share rate went to $299.46. Yep. That's where it's at right now. Right, and that's what the dollar. That's what the hex price in USD right now. Like that's crazy. Mm-hmm. That's like that's a $13 move, bro.
Mm-hmm. And then by the time we just cross back to 2 cents, it's gonna shoot right back up. Next thing you know, people are gonna blink, and then the T-share is on his way to like
$400,
$500. Because again, right now it's at 17,517. Right, and there's more big stake coming before the end of the month. And by the end of the month. So that's going to ratchet up even more. So if I just go back to just regularly like 2 cents, right? You're looking at $350 T-share.
Oh, yeah. This is what that is right there. For sure.
There you go. Just at 2 cents.
I mean, we got pretty close to 400, I think. Didn't we?
No, but like I said, it's just 2 cents. The all-time high was
just 2 cents. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
So if I type in 2.4 cents, ready? A T-share is $420. So what people don't understand is that they're looking at the wrong metric. When price goes down, you should be happy that you get, especially if you came quote unquote.
Oh
late.
yeah, I love it when the sellers come out.
You can't. if I'm talking about myself, and Friday's coming, payday, which is great.
That's right.
If I'm out there looking for fucking t-shirts and they're going at a faster rate, and you're gonna give me a discount on the USD price, fuck yeah. I'm like, shit. Okay, I'll make up for those t-shirt increase, and I got paid for all of this emergency end state.
It's a beautiful thing, man. It's
Money
a beautiful thing,
printer
bro.
price go down.
Cannot be mad at that.
And it's all about little cycle, and we're gonna go over that one of the chart we'll show on the USD chart. It's cool enough because it's doing that perfect bullish divergence. But I'll wait for Wells to finish. We'll pull it up.
Look at this, man. It's like perfect. Look, it just hit that level of support or that old level of resistance that became support, right? Yeah. So this is now support again.
Yeah.
And that's it. We're just gonna keep marking up this chart, baby, and we're just gonna keep walking up higher and higher.
Look at this, right? It's literally the fractal, kind of like last year. You see that when he went, he did the same thing. No, last year, like around April last year.
Oh, right here.
He did the initial pump, then he cool off a little bit more to the left. More. Like right here. See that?
Yes.
Under the thing, and then lift off. And it's gonna go to the next return stream, and then from there, it's gonna go up the line again.
Oh yeah. And
I love when the payout sum keeps going up because we're chasing that, because we don't understand the red line is still doing all-time high.
Here's the thing:
we're chasing the mean.
We touched it. We touched it for a little bit.
Yeah,
but when we did, we gotta remember this line is going off of this scale.
It constantly moves up. Yeah.
So it's gonna be. It's not gonna look like it's supposed to. Yeah. Because this line is gonna keep going up too. You know what I mean? And this line is going off of this scale.
Yes.
So they're not gonna be perfectly lined up, but they will touch, and when they do, we're gonna be going like
and this
crazy.
Is the ultimate definition of the trend is your friend. Hexagon listen loud and clear. When you already know where this is going, you're buying under the curve. That's a discount.
Yes.
Period. Especially if you turn into a money printer. Because there's gonna be a time where you're gonna be so happy, prices so up, and then you're gonna be, oh my god, a t-shirt's $1,000. Now I gotta talk about B shares. Like
we're gonna see $1,000 this year, guaranteed.
Oh hell yeah. Be thankful that you can get the loading now. Don't wait again. Be fearful when people are greedy, and be greedy when people are fearful. Because when the correction comes, people are gonna wish they had Hex. But then some people will wake up and they will go buy the Hex because people think if the price crash, everything crash. No, we might again like last year.
That's not what's gonna happen.
Because fixed income, like Wells said,
that's not what's gonna happen. Yeah, that's not what's gonna happen. Nope. Hex is gonna shoot to the moon if something like that happens. End of discussion. Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
When everybody knows what time it is, that is bear market time or whatever,
they're gonna go to where the money's gonna be guaranteed, and they ain't gonna leave.
Yes, because they need the guarantee money.
That's right. They're gonna lock it in, baby. Lock it in. So Hex payout index return, right? So payout per T-share sum index for one T-share since inception.
Savage.
The quantity of Hex that you've gotten, right, has been 1,854.77 Hex. In a return sense, that's 106. That's 1,681 times.
Yes.
Basically.
You see what happens, guys? When time works for you, shit. That motherfucker's been doing overtime. He's no good at work, but he's
you didn't even have to say anything.
Literally, that's what it means. That means time is working every day like flawlessly, and he's getting better every day because he's returning you at a higher clip. That's what Wells is trying to show you. The return stream is accelerating.
Per T-shirt.
That means if he used to produce X amount of units every day, by the time goes by, he gets better. He does better.
It's like a retroactive pay increase.
Yeah. It's that ultimate personal development guy that never gets tired, that works every day, that's on time, that pays you 8 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Every day, baby.
Every day.
So
and he doesn't, shout out, make a joke for Bitcoin. And he doesn't worry about power outage.
Nope. No concerns there.
There's no miners.
Boom.
We don't worry about that.
Don't worry about no price drop because some miners shut his shit off. Whoops. Power now, homie. Didn't mean to do that. What? I can't believe that. Like, that's still a thing in 2021? What's going on exactly? All these so-called renewables and they can't get it right?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. All right. So the payout. My bad, Maddie. Go ahead.
Proof of waste versus proof of weight.
Boom. You nailed it, because that's clearly what it is. Right? If you have all this ability to run all this power, you should be able to find a way to store some of that energy. Right? Like, you should be able to do that.
And that's what they say Bitcoin is. They say that they're storing energy in Bitcoin, literally.
Oh, they love to say that.
That's an interesting concept, but show me the energy.
Yeah, they're not doing it, because if the machine shuts off and their validator nodes go offline, thereby causing the price to drop, well, then what the hell just happened there?
They're saying that Bitcoin is the energy that's being stored.
They like to claim that
again,
proof of work is security.
It's a beautiful idea until the price drops.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
And then it's like, how much energy,
What
happened to the energy?
We both said the same exact thing in different ways.
Yeah.
It's
what
an
happened to
energy
thermodynamics?
waster, that's what it is. And when it stops wasting energy, it drops.
Yeah.
It's incredible, man. It's incredible.
That's what
it's baffling. It's baffling. It really is. So let me just finish this chart. The payout per T-share index is showing that the payout has increased 5-fold. The daily payout index is showing that the system has increased the payout 114-fold. I mean, this is just crazy, right? What pool is just increasing at this rate out there? Show me. I'll wait, because there isn't one.
You?
And today's payout is at 5.715. The daily payout has increased as expected at 63.488 million hex, and the total shares are creeping higher at 11.108 million trillion shares. And just like we were talking about earlier, with the penalties, we've been seeing an increase in the daily payouts.
You're getting those spikes.
And that spikes. And, I guess we got some more today, because the shares are increasing. Yep. So if the payout per T-share is increasing, then that means that there were some penalties. Because
because quick math, because again, 3.69 is at play. Very important, because our rebasement changes every day. So the daily payout actually trend upward. Guys, I said next year and the year after that, so by the end of this year and more, expecting 2020 daily payout is going to be like 100 million hex. It's going to be so savage. It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be so good over time that our staking percentage is going to go up, 11 million, 12 million, 13 million share. But because the daily payout gets so big over time, we're still going to be getting a high percentage yield. But the key, those who are locked in earlier are still going to be getting that high clip. And those who are not, I repeat, those who are not, because share rate is going up, it's boxing you out. It's creating the separation of class. It's taking action and there's bullshit. You take action, you get paid. You don't take action, you get separated. Like right now, it's saying 37%, but all the homies, and people who understand the value of long-term bet, they're still getting their 57, their 60%, their 62% APY. That's important. So longer pays better. Understand that. Lock that in. It's like a low fixed mortgage for those who are homeowners out there, because maybe that's a lot of language you understand. Don't go for the variable rate. That's going to get worse over time. Because most people are going to find out about Hex. Again, playing chess over time. More people are going to find out Hex. More staking is going to happen. It's been happening. Although slowly, but it's going that direction. So lock that in before it gets to a point where you're going to stake short and your APY is not going to be good, because you keep getting the worst share rate and not understanding the value of longer pays better. And as more people come in, the bond math kicks in, price goes up, but the short-term person is not getting the yield that he used to get. Very important. We'll still be the best out there in the market, obviously, but you got to understand that the real value is in that long term. So please understand that. It's very important. It goes back to my strategy that I recommend to everybody to, because it's mathematical facts. 30%, put that thing 5. You do your T-share preservation, you get your 3x multiplier, and then you can fill up the blank with the remaining 70%. You can never lose when you do that. Now, as you get better or as you get a little more aggressive because you're earning more money, then you can, fill in the blank and add more stakes for the rest.
Always a math, though, right? At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like you're not saying nothing that you like that's not being said. That's the funny thing, right?
Repetition, right?
And it's all about the different angles, and that's the whole point, right? Because everybody receives information differently. That's why everybody's vantage point is important, right? That's why even if it's in the chat, right? I'm like, everybody has a voice. Speak up, because if you're not relaying it, nobody's gonna hear your idea, and nobody's gonna catch it, and you don't know how valuable that idea is until you share it. That's just how it is.
And I'm always trying to be mindful that somebody could be watching your stream today, and that's their first time. So we always got to be constant. And then again, I always say this all the time, guys. It's about seeking level 3 understanding. It's very important. Going back to that monk analogy again, right? First, you listen. Second, you understand. Third, you internalize.
Internalizing is the key.
The only people that will reach level 3 is the people that are just going to be like, yo, we're taking action. Yo, we're locking up t-shirts. Yo, we're not complaining about the price. We understand it's an opportunity to buy more t-shirt at a low price to lock in.
Shit.
It just other than that, and that's fine. I'm sorry. As a teacher, that's what we're here. We're here to teach.
Again, there has never been an asset in the history of human existence that I know of, where people get excited when the price goes down. I mean, giddy. Never. Yeah, I've never seen it. Not like this.
And I put my money where my mouth is too. And this is important because validity is key. Like Maddie, it gets to a point where like it becomes like literally stupid. Like it's just like it just does. Like, you know what I mean? Every day number goes up. Like that's it. It just goes faster and faster and faster.
Yeah,
once you understand what you have, you get to a point where you're not even complaining anymore. Not that I'm saying that, some people are complaining, but it's probably the new people because they don't know, which is why we want to educate them. But it's more about you just understand what you have, and you're just worried about strategizing about how can I earn more so I can get more t-shirts.
If you're mad about printing money, you got problems. That's all I know.
The cost of the money printers went down, so now I can get more of them.
I can't wait to make my next 4x5 6. I can't wait. Like, what? I get so hyped just thinking about it. You gotta be crazy. You gotta be like, what? Give me all those t-shirts, man. I can't wait to get the 500 t-shirt. That's my 2021 goal.
Hey,
500 t-shirts.
Let's go. Yes. How far are you from there?
I'm pretty far. I'm like, 40% of the way there.
All right. Hey, on the way, baby. On the way.
I mean, it's April. It's still early. It's still early. I gotta catch up.
I was about to say something stupid, but then if I said it, people will hit me up. Be like, yo, send me money. I was about to throw a little contest out there. But listen, I love people that by the way, shout out to all the people in the chat, and then people that send me DMs and stuff. And again, taking action, not just talk to talk.
That's what it is.
Talk. So I'm very close to hit my next goal too. So I'm very excited about that. I just like the big stakes, but it's just listen, that's a blessing, man. And once you get to your last chart, let me know, because I really want to pull up the hex chart on the USD, because I want to show people what the bullish diversion actually is. They're complaining about the wrong thing.
Oh, they don't have a clue. It's okay.
I want to show them,
Right now, we're just gonna, for sure. Look, Bitcoin ain't looking too hot
because the fireworks is right in the corner. And people like to react, right? They don't take action when it's time to take action, and then when the price even be like, they'll be like, "Well, what did the price went up?"
They're in the headlights. They're in the headlights, baby. Every time you buy when you can, not when you have to. You sell when you can, not when you have to. Rule of investing. If you don't know it. So right now we're gonna go through the expiring shares charts, and each horizontal bar is giving us the magnitude basically of each month along the curve. Okay, so again, follow the cursor, watch how the stakes move through the cursor over time. When we're going to start with March 23rd, April 6th, we have a big drop, meaning that the share rate is going to increase. And now we have some stakes entering and some more stakes entering. Short side. So you guys know what that means. They're going to rip that T-share rate, baby. Ha ha. Right? I mean, this is what's going on. We already saw what happened from early March to the end of March. T-share rate ripped 200 hex. Easy. We're already at 17,517. I can't hear you, Kareem.
Sorry, I'm muting myself.
You good, bro.
People don't understand how insane that is.
Yeah.
Hex, remember, you calculate a multiple of 3. Like, share rate went up almost 500 points in a very, very
500 hex. That's half of 1,000 hex, yo.
And then because if you calculate like I do in 5555 terms, you know what I mean, or at least 10-year, it's times 3. That means it went up 1,500 points because you no longer can get that share you used to have. Like that's why when I see that and I'm like, wait a minute, price is going down, so I can get more hex than what I would have had by Friday because of the extra thing. That's a fucking blessing. It just because the moment that is done and digested, it's just gonna leave again, and then the next is gonna be poof, and that's why this hourglass is so powerful. The number of hex moving to the 10 plus line is getting wider and wider, and then the big bars way back when, if Wells go back to the chart a month ago or 2 months ago, those getting smaller and smaller. It gets to a point where it's just get ready. Hex like the hourglass. Remember, like the old picture that you have from like 2-3 months ago, when we used to have those big billions, 2 billion.
Yeah.
We're getting what the average. If you go to the expiring chart, just the next 60 days to 90 days, you don't get those big Billy 5 anymore. It's like
no. That's it. The selling is about to dry up.
About to be done. That's what you need to understand. It's a calm for the storm.
It's about to be done. Like these short stakes are not gonna come out. Like they're just gonna keep floating along the curve. Mm-hmm. That's why it's important to talk about them. Because look what's happening. Right? It started in April because it's already April. So it started in March. Sorry, it's already April now. Mm-hmm. So the stakes are just moving out along the curve. Yep. Right? And it's important to know it's the same thing. Like the stakes are moving up here too. They're moving out over here too, right? Like they're moving up all across the curve. Like there's people entering the share pool and you can see it, right? Like the line is fixed, right here at 10 million. So this golden line is not it's perking up, right? Like that gap is getting wider. That's adoption, right? That means every time teachers are created, this is what we're seeing. And every time you move across the line or the chronological timeline, right? And you see bold across each one of these charts, that's new staking across time. That's just all that is. Mm-hmm. So we like to highlight the beginning part of the curve because that's what directs us immediately. The rest of the curve, you can look at it at your leisure, but just know that whenever you see bold, that means that there has been increased staking in that area. That's all. So now we'll go on to the Bitcoin and Ethereum correlation charts. As always, the correlation is 0 for both. Important to note. And the most important that I like to highlight for this chart is that Hex is on the x-axis in both charts. Bitcoin and Ethereum on the y-axis, and the Hex returns are typically on the right side of the 0 axis. Whereas Ethereum and Bitcoin are more spread out over the 0, which is not what you want to see. You want it to be grouped on one side of the x-axis or the y-axis versus another. But with Hex and Bitcoin, or Bitcoin and Ethereum, that's just not the case. They're very spread out, meaning there's volatility in the return streams, which is what people don't like. People like grouped return streams, meaning in one area, i.e. positive or negative, not both. That way they can actually determine what's what, right? Because people like the idea of knowing, even though they can't ever really know. It's very important to understand that. So when people ask questions like, well, how can you say something has no risk, even though even RH says there's risk? Well, this is how I'm telling you, because when people are analyzing things financially, that's how they actually do it. They don't give a fuck. If they see it's been 100%, guess what? They're gonna presume it's gonna be 100% moving forward. Period. That's just what it is. Because even the Swift system isn't 100%.
Yo.
So educate yourself before you run your mouth, because you're gonna look like a fool.
And what I love about this chart here, guys, so you guys don't know, just quick math here is that yellow line is just so awesome because you get to literally see the value of each money printer that you have. So you literally get to see your daily payout. And then for people talking nonsense or not understanding the value, oh, price this, that. Look, the yellow line is basically still near all-time high and where it was still higher than what it was just like 2 months ago or a month ago. So you're still earning at a high clip, aka return. And now the unit price of the money printer just went down a little bit, not too much, but like 15, 20%, whatever, over a week or so ago. So you can earn something at a high clip, which is not cost a little bit less. Like what is wrong with you? But understand what you have and understand the value proposition and lock that in.
People just can't do math.
Lock that in. True accumulation.
People can't do math.
Yep.
They just look stupid. You know what I'm saying?
And remember, the longer we go sideways, the easier and the faster the pump is going to be. And let me remind everybody one more thing. The average staking length is going up faster. It used to be 5.2, 5.3, 5.4. Now it's 5.47 on its way to 5.5. It's moving faster and faster and faster. So understand that too. It's really, really powerful.
Math wins, man. Math wins at the end of the day. And that's pretty much it. So
it's on a one-way up.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, we were at a month ago, we were at 0.8%. Now our support is 1.5 cents. So it literally doesn't matter. We like just do not go down. So
T-shirt rate started at 10,000.
No, 10,000 hex. Yeah, not 1,000.
10,000 X, yeah, not 1,000.
But she's asking a question similar to a question I've asked before, right?
What's the question on the graph?
No, it's not how it works, Mama.
High numbers.
By the hex payout per T-share. That chart isn't going to be with respect to what the T-share rate is doing. It's going to be with respect to what the payout per T-share is, and that's going to be with respect to the actual payout that the system makes with respect to the share pool.
Yes, actually, honey, you're confusing the cost of the T-share, which is increased, from what used to be at 10,000 and now it's at 17,517. Right. So it went up 70%. That's the cost unit of the T-share versus the return stream, which is the actual payout. So when Wells was talking about those 168,000 or plus, we're talking about the return that each of those T-shares generated since inception. So those are two different things. There's the cost per unit of what the T-share is, and there's the return of what such T-share is generating. So if I own a T-share that I bought at, let's say, 11,000 hex per T-share at the time, and he has yielded me for many, 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 many months or years or whatever, that payout per T-share sum is the cumulative interest that I've earned on that one T-share versus somebody that didn't stake, right, get that opportunity cost and not earning that money that time, and then wait until the last minute, buy the T-share when it's more expensive, then he's not going to be able to get that same amount of return, obviously, and the cost of the T-share went up. And then because you start to get the payout per T-share the moment you own the T-share. So all the people listening that are not staked, this is literally like a foreign concept to you because you're not staked. You're not earning that. So when we talk about cumulative return, you didn't get on the bus, on the plane, whatever you want to call it. You're literally sitting on the sideline and just waiting for prices to go up or whatever, instead of actually earning the most important thing, which is the payout, which is generated from the T-shirt. So yeah, but that's a good question.
So what's the other multiple? Because her math is checking out right so far, but is it the USD price that's compounding with that, or that's force multiplying? How are we getting such a high percentage is what she's asking.
Percentage of what, Maddie? What's the exact question? Sorry, because I want to make sure.
I think it was on the last screen.
Hold on, I'm looking at the question now. So let me read it out loud. Am I wrong, or did the T-shirt rate start at 10,000 hex? Yes.
No,
so it started at 10,000 hex.
Yeah.
So wouldn't the cumulative payoff for hex, blah, blah, blah. of 1658. Yeah, but nah. See, because what you got to understand is this chart.
Increase.
It's a good question, I think.
Yeah, just to clear up the chart. So this chart is literally, hold on, because PowerPoint sucks. This chart, the T-share rate on this chart is reflecting the present time from when I actually recorded this price and this price for the T-share dollar cost and the 10,000 hex cost in terms of dollars, because the T-share rate, which is what this is down here, is the dollar cost of the T-share divided by the dollar cost of 10,000 hex. So that's why the T-share rate is that value. So if you plug those numbers in a calculator, 287 divided by 169, you're going to get 1.69 yada yada. So all I did was just multiply by the 10,000. That's your actual T-share rate when you're buying hex right now at that price for that T-share rate, but it's already gone up.
Yeah, it's been up.
It's already gone up because the price right now is 170.75. So the T-share dollar cost is probably going to be like $10 greater than it was at that point in time. So this is why I show it like this, so you guys can understand how it moves throughout time, because it does. Right?
Yeah,
because we pay in fiat. We pay in fiat. Like Karim was saying earlier, we pay in fiat.
Yeah,
this is why it matters.
People watching the wealth chart always update like a day or two later, so you gotta understand, because on Golda Hex is real time, so it takes a little bit to update afterwards too.
Yeah, so this, let me explain that because it's a good point. So come on, PowerPoint, Jesus Christ, Microsoft just sucks. So this is the price of hex at 9 p.m. and the price of the T-share dollar value at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's when I recorded it. So that's when I recorded it. Right. So whenever I recorded it, it's just that's that point in price at that time. But the thing about it is, like, if it's you're looking at it relative to the daily price, right? It's not going to be that much different. It's going to be small percentage off. So the T-share rate that you're getting is really with respect to the dollar cost that you're paying. It's very, very true what you said. So if you're buying, you have to understand what you're doing when you're buying hex, especially if you're trying to earn free money. Like, come on, it's free money. What's wrong with you? It's free money. Like, how can you not like free money? All right, let me make sure I answer the whole question. So was increasing, not higher. Okay, yeah. So there you go. There's the answer to your question. So it's because of the calculation that goes into the actual T-share rate. So this chart is just a cumulative sum.
Yeah.
This chart is a cumulative sum of all of these.
Yeah, and Maddie, very important.
Since inception.
Since inception, yes. You have to be kind of like since inception. Now, if you're not, that's fine. I can teach you the quick math. It's very simple. You pick the date when you got in, day whatever.
That's the chart.
Go to hex.com on the main thing, on the global stat. You pick the day when you got in, and you literally, if you haven't really changed your number of T-share or you have a certain amount of T-share, you can literally just do like an Excel spreadsheet cumulative sum. You add all the daily payouts since the day you got in, specific to you. Then you can do the sum until all the way to today, and then you're going to find out how many basically return per T-share you got, and then you can multiply that by the number of T-share that you have, and you can find out your number. We have to go through the inception, because we have, obviously not me, but we have Mexicans that's been here since day one, which stake for 5555. So we really have to show how insane the return is when you understand the value of longer pays better. There's people that literally free claim and they did a 5555 stake.
Yeah, they don't even.
Those are those people. Those are those gains that Wells is showing you. Those are the gains they really are making. That's why it's stupid. Like, I've seen pictures. The ROI is like 80-some%. I mean, it's crazy. People showing me screenshot. It's stupid. That's how you understand the value of longer pays better. That's why I was like, the moment I understood it right away, I was like, fuck that, 15-year stake, let's go.
Yeah, that's it. That's
not even waste time.
Like, any shorter stakes are really banking on the prices going up ASAP. And it's not going to be even that high, really, compared to what it's going to be in 10, 15 years. It's not going to be comparable at all.
Yeah, facts.
It's just not. This is not. I mean, look at Bitcoin 5 years ago versus now. You can't even compare it.
Yeah.
It's still profits. Facts.
Yeah. Like, you people don't get it. People don't get it at all. Like, it's a
600
long-term game.
million%.
That's why we
600
have to really spell it
million
out, Wells. We have
percent.
to, because again, people still thinking
Spaghetti
with,
code.
with their brain of like their day to day and how hard it is to make money. So it's hard for your brain to comprehend like this is the kind of gains you can make. Like when you tell somebody that this is what you can do without doing anything, the work was done doing the research, application, pulling the trigger.
Right.
That's
Work
the
was
work.
already done.
But
Yeah.
then when you do it, like
Very
building
true.
wealth, it pays you over time. So it's that kind of like we call it in business, you know, the fear of success, right? The self-sabotage. Like you feel like you got the Maddie, what's it called? The imposter syndrome or whatever, because you feel like, oh man, I don't deserve this. Like what's happening? But it's like if you just stray away from all that, just stick it to the math. And you literally look at like a video game. You're making video game gains right now. that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because the math backs it up.
And how many people had strong enough hands to hold
That's
through
that.
a 6 million X?
Zero, damn near.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty when you
Dead or
gamify things. When you
lost it.
gamify things, you don't get polarized so much by the money, the spirit of money, right? I also tell people like it's good when you get used to money as soon as you can. It's like when you see money in your bank account, you see money in your hands, it's different. It's just different. Like have 10,000, well, if you ever $10,000 in your bank account and $10,000 in your hand, it just feels different at first because it's in your hand, you know what I mean? And then as you get used to that, then you get really, really cool. And then you realize that, okay, yeah, I got this money or whatever. So big, no big deal. Life goes on. Like, you know what I mean? Trying to stay humble and trying to stay disciplined because you understand that that's what's going to give you longevity. That's what we're talking about earlier, where like you think you're too cool to be school, right? You just chilling, complacent, and then you get punched in the face.
Every
And see you
time.
later. Bye. And all the hard
Never
work
fails.
for years gone. See you later.
It never fails. It's always worked that way.
There's a really good meme, and it's got Jim from The Office, and he says the price of Bitcoin will never go to zero because I will buy all of the Bitcoin
Yes.
at $1, right? So
And that can be answered to what Matthew just said. And more importantly, number one, I know for a fact that just the nature of the system and how stuff is locked in.
Oh, I love to talk about that question.
Yeah.
That's a great question. We can talk about that.
Because Hex number one is also value based on what Ethereum is, and Ethereum's not going anywhere.
I got the chart that answers that question, Kareem. It's already
Absolutely.
been answered. It's
And
already
just
been
the
answered.
dynamic of the system and how staking works. And again, Hex is real staking, no bullshit stuff that people can just unstake whatever and no repercussion. Like, no, you get penalized if you don't. Those people who try that, they'll be wiped out. The money will just sit there and then it will just be fine.
I mean, it would be really nice if it followed the same trajectory as oil did and it went negative and people like paid me to take their hacks, right? Like, I would do that.
You know what you want? Okay, guys, little breaking news if you haven't realized. Do you understand that there's so many like from other whales, people that I talk to casual on the phone, or people that I see on the trading chat, whatever. These people that got so many limit orders, Maddie. It's so crazy. If you go and see it, the limit order on the match or whatever, that's why the price barely got below that 1.5 cent and then shoot back up. Because there's so many limit orders just low-key waiting for people to be stupid enough to try to get rid of it. It's going to be bought so fast. It's just crazy. That's why you see in the gas price is insane. But there's people that even when the gas price is low, they see that lower price, they just buy. So it's just...
So let's talk about that. Hold on real quick, Manny. When people are putting limit orders, there's no gas cost for them. It's only for the sellers.
Yep. That's also true.
Yeah.
The limit order, you don't pay gas for that.
That's right.
And the best part is, like I said, that's why the price will never go back to a certain point because there's heavy buyer ready to just scoop because they understand the value proposition. Simple as that.
Go ahead, man.
You don't pay gas?
No.
When you're buying?
When you do limit orders.
Limit orders only.
It's like when you're on the exchange and then limit order allows you to be, there's like, the fee is different when you're a market maker and a market taker.
Yeah, but since you're making the market, there's no fee for you because you're literally putting it on the buy side.
Yeah. So hold on. For people watching the stream, make sure we break this down so they understand. So there's a difference between what a market maker is when you put a limit order, you kind of make the market because you're telling all the other people what you're willing to buy or what you're willing to sell, what price. So it creates that kind of market versus when you're a taker, it's just kind of like you're just dumping the price or you're just buying whatever the price is so they don't know. That's why sometimes when the matching engine finds an average, the way he's able to find the average to say this is the price, he looks at where the buy is and where the sell is, and depending on the spread, he's going to find the middle and say, okay, this is the fair market price because of that. So exchanges in general, or even decentralized exchange, they love people who are like market maker, because you kind of tell the market what you value and where you want the price to be. So because of doing that, putting those orders, creating bid supports or sales support, whatever, that's why you don't pay a fee, because it's recommended. And honestly, if you're a quote unquote good trader, usually you don't do market making. You don't do anything but limit orders, because you want to have a specific point when you want to enter. So that's why in the decentralized exchange, there's no fee for that, which is cool. When you're a taker, you just be like, whatever the price is, I just want to take. So then you pay for the fee and you execute. Versus when you do the limit order, Maddie, what's happening is this is the joke, somebody else is actually paying the fee for you. The market taker guy that just want to dump, he wants to go buy your bid. So you just say, hey, this is what I'm willing to do. And then the other person actually is paying the fee because he's willing to go and snatch that. So as he snatched that money from you, that other side, then he gives you what he has to dump. Does that make sense?
That really helps with onboarding.
Yeah. So that's kind of how, you know what I mean? Because you have one thing on one side, one thing on the other side. One guy is just chase. It's kind of like, like with girls in the way, don't chase, right? You just sit there and say, hey, this is my price. This is my thing. And then the other guy comes in and take it. And because he comes and take it, he's the one paying the fee, because he's willing to take it right now. Versus the limit order, time is on your side and you don't really care, because you just say, hey, I'm not in a rush. This is my price. This is what I'm willing to pay. There you go. Match at XYZ. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I've used it just to like chase airdrops, which I don't think is going to happen. By the
way, little shameless plug, but it's really cool. I think How to Dog did a great video, literally teaching people how to do limit orders. Recently,
somebody said that he released it yesterday, so I'll definitely check that out.
I saw it on chat. Yes.
And my note on Matcha is just when you're doing regular market buys, it's not recording it onto etherscan.io. So that makes it less likely that they're going to do an airdrop for that. So it's unclear if MetaMask is going to do an airdrop or not.
Honestly, I tell people all the time, don't get your hopes up. Seriously. And no offense, but I'm just speaking facts here. I've had people that got fished. So again, I'm just saying, sometimes it's not worth the trouble. So understand that you're playing a dangerous game.
And I wanted to talk about this at some point, but we can finish this thread of this question. Whales?
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
The Matthew? Oh, we answered it earlier. Okay. Well, it's very, very, very simple, right? Number one, because of the fact that primarily Hex right now is on Ethereum, decentralized, right? So it's going to be here no matter what, because again, Ethereum is the most decentralized. Number two, as up and to the right and Ethereum value goes up over time, Hex will follow that too, regardless, because again, it moves as a function of a square. And number three, very important to that, to just the function of the system, how the system works, how staking works. We're talking about real staking. We're not talking about something where you can just change your mind and stake and dump the price. No, you do that, you will get fucking wrecked. And this is what makes you a superior product, because that's why it's a real certificate of deposit, because monetizing time is really happening, right? Anybody that, if I would decide to unstake Dream account right now, I would get nuked. Everything gone. Thank you very much. See you later. Like, no, those are the things where like you can trust it because it's backed by the code, it's backed by math. It's not those other, no offense, fake proof of stake that you have out there. Those are the ones you got to worry about, because, oh yeah, we stake with this, with that. It's like the bullshit with Bitcoin when people say, look at all those dormant wallets and this and that. Bullshit. If Bitcoin reach a certain point, those dormant cold wallet, Maddie, they're going to become hot real fast. So the argument could be even used even better against Bitcoin, because it's just a matter of fact that this is backed by math. We literally have charts showing when the stakes expiring. So it's predictable. You know exactly what comes and when. And if they're trying to cheat that, they'll pay a penalty for it. which is very, very severe, especially the longer you're supposed to stake because you are getting more reward. So when you don't play that game correctly, you'll be the one paying us the fee. It's literally that simple.
Wait, let's go and check the chart of the future market supply of Bitcoin. When people are gonna stop locking it up. Oh wait,
Yeah, there isn't.
there is none.
I was like, is this a joke?
Wait, that's right. Okay, so we have more information in Hex. I wonder if that's more valuable or not, right? Because we've been talking about how everything is information and, money is information. So I wonder if that's valuable, right? To know the future market supply and to be the first coin with not only the economic policy known going forward in terms of the inflation, but also the actual supply, right? Part of the use case here is that when you create savings for yourself that are immutable, right, then that decreases the available supply of Hex, which makes it more scarce and rare, and could even transform you from somebody who wants to sell at the end of your stake to somebody who wants to restake.
Absolutely.
And
Maddie, this is where
we've got time. We've got time to convince you, right?
And this is where, more important, this is where staking average really comes into play, which is very powerful. That's why I call it the other hidden bullish divergent, because times goes by as every day, right? Which is crazy. Now we're literally on our way to 2 years, which is time just flat. But staking average keeps rising, which is amazing, because although time goes by, people think, oh, it should get short, but it just rises because more stakes are coming in and the longer they are staking. So the average is getting higher and higher, which is creating a hardening, locking more stakes, more Hex overall for a longer average period of time. And that is really, really powerful because it slows the velocity of Hex, which then allows easy pumps. Like, again, we're getting rid of the leftover free claimers and all this other stuff, or people who only, wanted their marshmallow early. But after that, there is less and less and less. Again, guys, we used to have multi billions of Hex and staking coming out, 5, 6, 7 billion way back when, just 5, 6 months ago. 2 months ago, it was like, a couple billion to 3 billion. Now it's hard to even get a billion because less and less, more being staked for longer and less are coming out. So again, supply demand, same things. And if the people buying are consistent or increasing, because the true OG buy for the long term because they understand the value, they're getting the T-shares, they're getting the value long term, it adds to that scarcity and then price will go up. It's as literally as simple as that. And because we're on the Ethereum blockchain, as Ethereum goes up, we naturally goes up. It's a function of a square. And if literally nobody is left to quote unquote sell because most people are stake and most of the money is in the stronger hands, if Ethereum goes up in price, we just go up naturally without doing shit. This is the reason why I don't, no offense, waste my time holding Ether, because I understand the long-term value and I understand that I will just naturally benefit from it just by holding Hex because it's on Ethereum. And of course, when Pulse Chain shows up, I just get a copy on my stake, which is even better. I literally get 2 stack overnight. That's crazy. I don't see, to me, it's just such a common sense that and everything else is a waste of time. It's just a waste of time.
Another answer to this question is, what are the chances that Hex is worth nothing in 15 years versus a year and a half ago or a year ago? What were the chances that Hex would be worth nothing? And I think the chances were higher a year ago. And so we're reaching more certainty as the length of time increases that Hex has been around. I mean, what was it? Somebody was saying that BitConnect only lasted like 9 months total. And there's all these scams that couldn't even
last. No, that's a little bit longer
year.
than that, more than that. But ultimately, because it got shut down. But Maddie, I think, can you go back to that comment from Juicy Smollett, which I think is pretty great. So again,
which one?
Yeah, no, Juicy Smollett beat towards the end. So what I want him to realize is, again, guys, we're talking long term here. Juicy, I hear what you're saying. We're talking long term. That's why you hear me all the time talking about the DXY and the dollar index, because again, it's a fractal that we're following, which is correct. But what you're saying is correct. But again, I'm talking long term, because the question was, the gentleman was asking about 15 years from now. Not 6 months, not 3 months, not the dancing up and right. I know for a fact, period, 15 years from now, due to money printing and all the fundamental that me and Wells always talk about, and Maddie, 15 years from now, Ethereum will be higher priced than what it is now, and we will be much higher than what we are now. That's a fact. I can take a bet right now. 1,000 T shares. Record that shit on the live stream right now. 15 years from now, it's going to be more expensive now. I'll bet 1,000 T share. Whoever thinks they're against, put your money where your mouth is. Come holler at your boy, because to me, it's just math. So everything's correct, but we're talking 15 years. 15 years is just a mathematical fact. It's a function. This is why Wells went out of his way, created that extra chart, show you guys the log function, the log base 2. It's literally, those are functions. That's what they are. You know, proof of work, proof of state, those are functions. It's math. It's not this one. Yeah, thank you. It's not subject for debate up and to the fucking right. That's just what it's going to do. Those things can almost literally never go to zero because the function is not designed to do that. If anything, you will just create a wick. The people get exited. Everything goes back up, and then we just wick back up. And thank you very much. See you later. Thanks for the penalties. Thanks for the free money. See you later. This is the fundamental difference between when we tell people, don't try to just make money, build wealth. Understand what you have, because the longer you hold it, the more valuable it will become. This is something Warren Buffett learned a long time ago, directly or indirectly, because back in the day, the stock market was like the next best thing, you know, if crypto doesn't exist, because he was still fighting the stupid inflation, because he knew they were printing money left and right. They knew that, you know, socialism would kick in and people just money print. You want to hold something that's decorrelated. That's why people own land, building, property, paintings, all this other stuff. They're trying to de-dollarize. That's the point. Crypto is just the best yet, because not only you de-dollarize, it's flexible, it's the highest appreciated assets, and it's easily accessible. It's fluid. Nothing beats that. A painting is cute, goes up in value, but you still need to find a seller. You still need to do the dancing around. It's not easy to process and get paid right away.
Non-fungible, brother.
You preach. That's why motherfuckers trying to do this all fucking, you know, NFTs and all this other crap. But people don't understand. Like Richard said it best. When you're selling the shit, you're getting paid. But when you're buying, you're stupid.
Yeah, pretty much.
You don't want to lose your money.
That's a fact.
Oh man.
So people just have to remember, right? Every time they own Hex, they own this curve. So the longer they hold this Hex, the higher the value is going to be at the end of this value, and that's a fact. So imagine if you're holding it for 15 years. It's already at 7,800, 13,200 for T-shares of your stake. So in essence, the longer you hold, the better off you are. If Bitcoin 6 million, whatever, 600 million% return doesn't, you know, help you understand, well, then maybe think about it like this, right? The longer you hold this power curve, the higher the values are going to be at the end, because time is always going to add value to these figures regardless.
Yes. Amen. Guys, time is working for you, not against you. Please, I am literally on a live stream.
But wait, I got the proof.
Yeah.
I got the proof. Hold on. Because you know me, I don't just talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I always show it. Right? And here's a proof. Hex, early days, first few days, 0. With 4 fucking zeros in the front. 4 motherfucking zeros. 4.
Cuatro.
Now we're down to 1.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And barely holding, right? Because next stop, there's gonna be no more zeros.
Yeah.
That's the next stop. Future value is already there. It's only a matter of time.
Like the dollar, yeah. Look at what the dollar is. It's like literally from where the bottom was over a year and a half ago, and then poof.
So
it
look,
literally can just go there like that.
I was talking about this. Might have been, it was either at the Asian streams or my stream with Maddie. I can't remember which one, but
oh, the Australian one. I know you were there like yesterday.
No. Oh yeah. With middle class, right? I don't remember which one it was, but I want to explain why the price of Hex just shoots up like this, right? And it's very simple. This is value accruing over time, right? The wider this spreads, the higher the ultimate pump is going to be.
Fractals insane.
That's just what it is, because is just like a ticking time bomb,
Yeah.
right?
If you
Every
thought Dogecoin was cool, oh shit, you have no idea.
no,
You have no idea because guys, understand something. Whether people like it or not,
it's gate kept.
yeah. And also, I'm using Dogecoin as an example just to make people understand something. Dogecoin has an instant inflation, but just like you understand it in hex, if the thing doesn't hit market, the velocity is slow, it's still gonna kind of pump. But there's no mechanism. You always got that fear that at any time the whales, the super whales, the billions of dollars in one wallet can just unload, which they have been. That shit is down 20% right now as we speak. So, but the point of the matter in hex, it's provable, it's a locked, and it's not coming back. Shit, listen. Let that sink in.
Probably
15-year
ever,
stakes are going higher and higher every day.
but
The
probably
average
ever
is
though,
five
right?
and a half plus years almost. This is unheard of. No other crypto has that. This
Nah,
thing got to be so scarce you don't even understand.
people
Like
keep selling it. That's the funny shit.
they just don't get it. And then
Hey
the
man,
worst
more
part
power to
is not
'em.
only is gonna go up, but the share rate's gonna ratchet up so fast. Like that's what I told you what the whales are doing, which makes sense. They'll literally just like start and do the big ratchet of the share rate, just not selling, just to create a situation where it gets more scarce and scarce and scarce. Because this is our wealth, right? This is building long term. We don't want to be dumped on. So why are
Nope.
we not going to try to ratchet up the share rate? It makes perfect sense. Understand that, please. I'm begging you. So if you think Dogecoin is cool, imagine that but on steroid because we can prove the shit is locked. We can prove that it's not coming back any.
Yeah,
So
every day, every moment of the day too.
when it pumps really hard, it never comes back. Again, get rich quick scheme or get rich for sure. Might be slow, but for goddamn sure. That's more powerful. Not something that popped 100x or 10x or whatever. So we only did like 400%, whatever. But then you always gotta be worried, right? Well, oh shit, is this thing
Hmm.
gonna dump tomorrow? Is it gonna
You
dump
know,
tomorrow? Is it
it's
gonna dump
funny. I
tomorrow?
was just thinking, there's gonna come a point in time where the payout per T share is gonna cross the adjusted hex value, and that's when T shares become deflationary. Also, it's the same thing. It's the same concept. Because I'm here looking at how this
It's gonna pop
yellow,
very close to that, yeah?
the yellow and pink just keep getting closer and closer over time,
Hmm.
right? Like they
It,
keep, and
it, it's gonna go find it, and then what's gonna happen is that,
it's gonna yank this price up. It's
yeah,
gonna yank it up.
yep,
It's gonna
because
yank it up.
it acts as a lever. It's just gonna push it
Yeah.
up. Because what's
So
gonna happen is first it pumps, right, and then obviously, like mentally, people can't resist because the gain is gonna be so stupid. So some people are gonna have to emergency and stake. It's just psychology, and as they do that, they're gonna ratchet up the share rate higher and higher, which then push the yellow line and then makes it more valuable. Just
yeah, because you gotta
remember,
remember, right?
remember.
Every time this number is printed, that means that a certain number of a certain number of hex are buying that dip when price is going down.
Yep.
So every time we come back up, it's a calibrated pump, right? That's
Yep.
why this price move is vertical, and it's
Yep.
always vertical, right? The price moves up and the payout per T share are proportionally vertical. So what do I mean? The longer this line goes, the more vertical the reversals are gonna be. Like, look, there was a dump, big payday, one of the biggest
Yep.
big dip buying opportunities in the history of Hex. And what did the price do? The payout per T share went right back up,
Yep.
vertical, literally vertical.
People
So
got
it's
too
the
much
same
free
thing.
money.
Yeah, it's the same thing, and that's the thing, right? That's value accretion over time, and people don't understand that. All that does is that it slowly inflates the bomb until it just explodes.
Absolutely. No, again, and I want people to see again another very bullish diversion. Well, are you done with those chart, or is there another chart that you wanted to see?
Well, the other chart is the hex P ratio, and I changed the scaling a little bit so we can see the actual curvature and the slope, so you can see that it's
Wow.
actually pointing upward,
Mm-hmm. It's about to do
even
its
though it
thing.
did do a little bit. But as always, against the all-time low of 550% on the S&P 500 ratio and the network effect chart, just so everybody can see
Yep.
where we're at. I mean, we're still there. We haven't moved because this is like 1 month per bar, and I've only been streaming for 2 months. So,
And that
oh,
kind of
hold
diagonal
on.
up and to the right, is that the
Yeah,
Amazon chart?
this is Apple, Microsoft, Bitcoin, and Google. But yeah, it's all the
Oh,
same
yeah.
thing. It's all the same thing, right? They all look the same.
Up until
That's
the
the whole point. They all look the same, bro, and that's the whole point. Once a market catches on, this is where it's going. It ain't. It
because
ain't.
even those big company understand to their own extent before crypto, this is their way of building wealth. They buy
Yep.
back their own stock, right? And literally they use that as a good financial weapon in terms of, when they hire new people and this and that, developer, whatever, they can give you equity, this and that, and they reinvest in themselves. They keep the profit. They get rid of the garbage fucking fiat, literally. They buy back their own stock and they push the price up. And then that attracts more investors too because they want to use that. That's what Tesla was able to go the way it goes before crypto because they look at, okay, this company's going to be here for a while. It becomes like a little mini hedge, like a deflationary asset because they know that company who are cash flow positive, doing the right thing, they can turn into those little safe haven. The same way once you understand what Hex does and how literally you buy t-shirt, which are cash flow positive because it creates that yield. And we're not out there wasting money doing stupid shit. And literally, just like a really good big tech company, there's no real cost of acquisition. Literally, you double click a fucking button. Okay,
Right.
yes, we deal with fucking gas price. Okay, every now and then. But if you stay for long enough, like what? Who are we kidding? Like who are we kidding? Doesn't make any sense. It's optimization at its best. You get paid every day without doing anything. You don't need to be fancy. You don't have to go X, Y, and Z, check that. No, it just pays you. That's what the system does.
Yeah.
Completely decentralized, on your own keys, no counterparty risk, none of that nonsense. You have everything. You're in full control. That's the key. And it's up and to the right diagonal. Wells, can you pull out the Amazon chart, please, for people to see? Because they need to get that analogy again. And we'll compare that to the Hex chart. But I want them to see.
It's not gonna look the same, bro, because Hex is only a few months
Well,
old.
this Amazon chart by itself, just by itself, please. I just wanted to people to see it. What I'm talking about when I talk about the perfect, and this is the perfect scenario. No fucking pump and dump, scammy, weak shit, bullshit. No, up and to the right, diagonal, control structure, just like how they fucking do with the bond market, right? And
Right. They just move the rate one way.
Remarkable.
Yeah, look at that. Whew, guys, listen to me loud and clear. Quick math. This is the perfect scenario of up and to the right, perfect diagonal. No scam weeks. It's literally up and to the right, nice and slow over time. So the longer you ride that, and look at it like the beginning, like the early 2000s, that's the big payday. And then we ride over there, we cool off a little bit. We got to the new all-time high, and then it's just gonna be doing the dance. We literally pumped like almost 300% over the last month or so. And now we're correcting from the top, like what, 20%, 30%, not even. And we're already about to head back up. This is what it does, just like the Amazon chart. It goes green for a while. Then you got those little mini red days, no big deal. Those are your buying opportunities.
Enjoy them.
It's never going to go as low as you think it's going to go. And then you're going to kick yourself back when it goes back up because it's going to be super more expensive because while you were fucking waiting, the share rate was accelerating without you fucking noticing. And by the time it goes back to the old price that it used to be, it's more expensive than what it was before because share rate went up. And guess what? The people who were buying the dip or being staked, by the time it goes back to the price, I'll be here. Mark my word. Not too long. With the stream, Maddie, we're going to do an update. We're going to do a dream account update. It might say 2 mil, but understand that. It's so important. Understand that long-term value. Understand that we're right around the summertime. They might increase rates again. You know what I mean? The DXY is still above 91. Like at any time, this shit can change. So this is the perfect control structure up and to the right. And now, again, compared to the yield, total opposite, right? This is down and to the right, right, Wells? Look at that. You can't make this shit up. That's a control structure. Look at that.
This chart only goes back to 88. This one only goes back to 88, but it's been like this since at least 80.
Look, they had the crazy COVID dip when they lost control. But look at that. It went, what did I say? When it gets to the yellow line, this is the key moment. Right now, it's fighting with it. If it reverses back, okay, cool. Bull run might continue. But if it breaks out of that shit and fly, then that's a different story. But you can see.
Right now, it's not looking good, actually.
Yeah. But you can see how they do those control structures. And once you understand that, and this, by the way, dollar index means dollar value, and it's doing the direct opposite asymmetrical opposite, then you know what's going to happen on the other side. And now, please, can you have the hex chart, please? Hex USD.
Well, let's talk about this chart real quick
Yep.
because this chart is important. This chart,
Yep.
it tells the future, right? And let me
Mm-hmm.
explain. Every time price does this here move, or the spread does this move, because this is the 2-year this is the 2-year treasury rate minus the overnight cash rate.
Yep.
So when the price flips like this is saying that it's more expensive to borrow short term
Yep.
than it is to borrow long term, which makes no sense.
Exactly. Yield curve inversion, guys, which is bad. In other words, because it's all financialized bullshit, people borrow money for long term and they're trying to borrow money for short term to pay for the long term. But when it becomes more expensive, that's when the trap door comes in and then you get liquidated.
So look, check this out. What I want to highlight is here's something that really hasn't happened before. The yields can't really get up, right? Like it's really stuck below 15 basis points, right?
They're gonna lose control. But then again,
it's never been like that, right? Yeah. So what happens if that joint just collapses again? That's danger, bro.
It's gonna be nasty.
That's danger. That's why I wanted to talk about it, because that's danger. And nobody's expecting that. Everybody's just acting like it's all good, all hunky dory, all good in the hood. It's gonna be all good, all right.
It's called forced liquidation for a reason, right?
Right. That's right.
He doesn't ask you for your opinion. He just like
at all.
So people look at that.
There's a whole lot going on there. Hold on. Let me like remove. Oh no, this isn't.
And there's a couple of things that I want people to see and realize, and then it's about an indicator too. Well, if you don't mind putting those back up, and then I want people to see my DMI indicator. But first this one here too, guys. Number one, you see the channel up and to the right doing its pretty things. If you look at the RSI, even better. Again, we don't have to be traded to understand that it literally has been oversold now. And the price barely went down compared to where it was just 2 months ago when it was around like less than a penny. We pumped like, a solid 200%. And then now it's going this little sideways a little bit down. But look at RSI. It's perfectly resetting. Ready?
Everything is reset.
The last time it was this low was literally one of it right by the big payday day, and another time right by the big so-called dump. But now you can see people buying that dip, because it's barely going down, but the RSI is going down. And now it's about to perk back up, about to go from, oversold to back to the next. And then what I love about the DMI, my favorite one, which Wells, can you make that bigger? I want people to realize what is happening. So you see the red line is the intensity. It's very important. We went very, very high. We did almost a new high, which is when we get all the way to that 2.4 cents. So now we're just cooling off. It's totally understandable. So red is the intensity, blue means the buying, and yellow means the selling. So every time it goes up like very, very high, it has to cool off a little bit. And that's what's been happening probably to the end of the month. But it's resetting for the next move, because that's what it always does. Okay? So because yellow is above the green for recently, that's why the red intensity is going back down. And then once it flips, it gets to reset for the next move. That's when we'll go back up. So when you see that, when you understand the cycle that you're in, this is your buying opportunity, because people are selling or whatever, but the price is not really moving down. That's what a bullish divergence is, which is very, very important, because price barely moving, but the selling pressure is being absorbed, because behind any seller, there's always a buyer. And by the time it flips again, we're off into the races. Because that's what it happens every single time. First time it went to touch very high, it was the big payday. Then it went back down and it cooled off. Boom. Then the next time, that's when we went that first pump after big payday, all the way to like the, almost 2 cents. Then it cooled off. Then we did it again. So right now it's cooling off, which is really good. But make no mistake, in about less than a week or so, it might be ready to reset again. So this is your opportunity for you to load up before you get left behind again. And the only reason why we look at this is not because we're traders, because we look at buying opportunities.
Well, look at the chart overall, bro. This
Yep.
is why, because it doesn't ever really come back down.
Exactly. And which brings back to the MACD. If you zoom that out, it's doing this thing where it's cooling off. Yeah, MACD, the third indicator that you had.
Hold on, I just wanna make some basic lines on here,
Yo, yeah, do it.
because it's like, what's going on? I mean, this is very simple. People keep like
Yeah.
acting slow,
That's what up and
like
to the right means, guys. It pumps hard and it never goes back to where it was.
never ever. Look at these. Look at these
Yep.
lows. It does not retest them ever.
And it perfectly coincide with, again, the DMI, which is my favorite thing. First big payday went very, very high. Boom, cooled off.
That's
See, right
amazing.
now it's cooling off. But then we're getting to a point. See, starting tomorrow, the selling bars are getting smaller than the one before. Does it indicate there's a trend reversal ready to happen? So understand that it's just cooling off. Buy this thing now while you still can. Because the simple
Let's
fact
try
that
this
it's staying,
chart.
yeah, the simple fact that it's staying above the 1.5, although it's cooling off, that's very powerful. That means people are willing to buy it at this price because they understand that the next leg, it's gonna just fly.
This is good enough, right? Let me
There you
just throw
go.
your DMI on here.
Yeah, please. Because he went all the way to oversold. Look at how much oversold it is. It's crazy.
Oh,
But yeah,
PowerPoint.
yeah, DMI. But you see, although it's oversold, the reason why I love DMI is because DMI was heavily overextended. Can you zoom in the DMI again by itself?
Sure.
It was very, very. Look at how high it went because we pumped like crazy.
Yeah, it looked like it
So
reached a max point, like right above
yeah,
this
it
most
almost
recent
did a
one.
new all-time high. So guys, it's just cooling off. Relax. This is your buying opportunity. Again, quick math. Warren Buffett. Be fearful. When people are greedy, be greedy. People are fearful. It's cooling off right now. And it's not going back to previous low. It's still at 1.5. Because the last time we started this pump, we were way below a penny. We're like 8,000 of a penny or something like that. And now it's
Yeah.
at 1.5. That means people are willing to buy it. There's fucking limit orders waiting. And by the way, haha, I'm one of them too. Okay. I got limit orders out there. so
Gotta have them, man.
but understand that it's gonna get to a point once it's done resetting and it perks the other way. Shit,
That's
you gotta
it.
get whatever you can get because this is the bottom. Okay, so this is a little trick because the DMI is very powerful because again it's directional. Keyword again, not trader bullshit. This is for macro investor, value investors. Directional moving average indicator. That's what DMI means. So it's cooling off, reset. Because the last time they were peaking like this was you got the one from Big Payday, you got the one right after Big Payday, which was the New Year's Eve, the 2 cents. Then you got the other one at 1.5. Look, it's perfect, perfect. But every time we're making higher lows, and it's cooling off right now hard. But guess what? It's not going back towards the penny. It's chilling at 1.6.
Yep. I mean, it would be
Telling you
nice.
that it's cooling off, but
It
people are
would be
buying.
nice if they would sell it back down to a penny.
Yeah, right.
It'd be
So,
very
so, so,
nice.
and RSI is oversold, which means you're sitting there waiting yeah, I'm about to curse, but you're sitting there waiting being
Yeah,
stupid,
like a
not
putz.
understanding that by the time this thing cools off, it's done. And the reason why you need to understand that is because that's what also the big bots, that's what they're looking at. They're looking at oversold and overbought situations.
Yeah, they do look at that.
So the reason why I like DMI is because it brings everything in consideration. It brings the RSI into consideration. It brings the volume into consideration and just where the directional is. You don't need to worry about timing the bottom or the top of this, that you should understand the direction. And right now, it's in cooling off. Take what you can take. Because as it was going down to 1.4 just 2-3 days ago, some people are willing to buy because for them it's low enough. That's what those wick represent. Understand that. And this is not feelings, this is facts. If people thought that 1.4 was too expensive, the limit orders wouldn't have been triggered to pump
Pure
it right
luck.
back up to 1.6. The reason why is because people are like, yo, it's cooling off, but this is my price. I like this price. I'm gonna buy it now. And when it's done cooling off and people are locking in for the long term, which they are fucking doing, by the time it resets and the bot comes back in to pump this shit up, you're gonna be left behind. And now you're gonna feel sorry. I mean, now it's 3 cents, now it's 4 cents, and you're like, fuck, I wish I bought it when it was where it is now. So understand that, understand the long term. DMI is powerful because you don't feel like it's a dumb buy. It's a smart buy because you're getting a good deal. and you're understanding that it's in the cool off phase. And the fact that it's holding this price is very powerful. And you're benefiting from the emergency penalty, which is very important. You're buying the dip while you're staked. Because to cause some of this price action down, some people are willing to emergency and stake. Beats me, but hey, they're willing to do it. That's extra hex you're earning for free, as if you bought the dip. So everything is in confluence. RSI looks nice because it's oversold. MACD looks nice. It's oversold. But you see how MACD start to perk up. DMI is cooling off. In about end of this week, this shit might be ready to pull up again. So understand those indicators. Don't just look at price. Look at what's happening on the inner circle. So those are great indicators for you to see, not for you to fucking trade, okay? Don't do that shit. You're gonna get fucking wrecked. You're gonna pay $100 in trading fees, bullshit, fucking Ethereum transaction fees, and you're gonna return all the. Imagine you got a 10%, 12% discount, and then you invested $1,000 because let me just say that's what an average person can do. Whatever, they don't have a lot of money, whatever. But then you pay $100 on a fucking transaction fee. That's dumb.
10%. That's already 10% already gone.
You got a 10% discount and then you give it away to the transaction fee. How dumb is that? No, you look for the fucking directional moving indicator. It tells you this is a good price. Not because you're looking at the price, because you look at the MACD and the fact that it's cooling off and it's getting to that point where historically, well, please zoom out again, the GMI is getting close to the historical indicator where it was. It's getting close to where it was just back in February and January. And understand this one is sometimes a little bit lagging by like a couple hours. You might wake up tomorrow and then the red bar is much lower. So understand that. And at any time you wake up and there's that 30% fucking green candle, see you later, bye, you missed the dip. That's on you. So understand that. Please. And don't fucking trade. Look the indicator, oversold, perfect time to buy. Value investor, Warren Buffett, buy that shit, lock it in, 15 years if you can, or long term, so you don't have to worry about the transaction fee because it's gonna cost what it's gonna cost. And if you get fucking lucky and it kind of bottoms right on the fucking weekend when the trading fee is the lowest, that's the ultimate fucking move. Being patient also pays out. That's why you want to be staked, so you're not polarized by fucking narrative bullshits, this and that. No, you make smart buys at the right time. You don't buy just when it goes up. You buy when it goes down. This is the perfect buying opportunity. But at any time, by the weekend, the shit can change and you miss your window. Next thing you know, it's above 2 cents again. And you're going to kick yourself because at 1.6, that's a 40% discount you could have got. So understand that. Especially if you're new, especially if you don't have your main stash built up yet. Don't wait. It's like the people chasing the top and then the top just leaves you. Or the people chasing the bottom. Oh, it's good, but it's not good enough. 1.4. Nah, Maddie, I want 1.2. And then fuck, that shit leaves you behind. See you later. Bye. Because you didn't respect the opportunity you had. So DMI is great because it teaches you about the moving indicator. It doesn't focus on price. It focuses on just what the movement of the market is. If it's overheated or if it's oversold. Because you want to buy when it's oversold. Right? Richard told you already. Best. It's about, buy low, sell high, right? And patient to the patient. Sometimes they come to you. But the reason why you're able to do that is because you get daily payout. So you're not out there stressing, worried about price every 5 minutes.
So I want to speak on this for a minute because it's been so long since I got into crypto. I don't always realize the state of affairs. And it turns out, I've been onboarding people, not as much as Karim has, but I try to do my part, right?
Anybody count.
And I come across people who have lower technical skills when it comes to crypto, and I just found another pathway that might be worth using for some people. Now, there's so many pathways to get into crypto; it can sometimes be overwhelming, but it turns out a new user on Coinbase is only allowed to put in $100 per week. And I know somebody who was putting in $100 a week for 2 or 3 weeks, and then asked for an increase after
Yeah.
they got verified,
verified.
and they were denied. So this is
Crazy.
somebody
It's
who
not-
now
they
has to
keep-
wait a month to ask again for an increase. Now, if we go back a number of weeks, it's let's say this person is trying to put in $800. If we go back 8 weeks, there have been opportunities where the price was it was 7/10 of a penny.
Yes.
And so, when we talk about getting left behind, or when we talk about going all in versus dollar cost averaging, when I look at $100, it's hard to dollar cost average in if you're having to pay all these transaction fees here and there,
know.
swap fees, this and that. And so the
disgusting.
matcha.xyz is pretty much a pretty big game changer, I think, if that
Absolutely.
eliminates the gas fee. But
Absolutely.
another thing that I found, because we're having a problem even getting into crypto in the first place, is that there are Bitcoin ATMs out there that are only requiring your phone number and your name, not your identification, and you put in cash up to $900 without having to do KYC, and then you instantly can get ETH or USDC onto your phone by holding your phone up to this scanner. And basically, so I practiced this over the weekend, not because I need more ETH or not because I'm trying to get into crypto, but I'm trying to more deeply understand what the different pathways are and what the costs are. And so a lot of people, they might have a Bitcoin ATM just sitting around in their local gas station. And, these have been deployed all over the place. And so you can do a search online, you can see where they are. And, you might be wondering, like, well, what are the fees looking like? What's the spread? And from what I can tell, it's about a 7% fee, which, for some people who are, putting in tons of money, that's not going to be very attractive. But what we're talking about on an $800 investment is $56. And so, that's not the end of the world if you're not having to wait 2 months to get your money in,
Yeah.
to wait 8
No,
weeks for
Maddie,
Coinbase to let you
is
in.
garbage. I'm telling you. Tell your friend if he's in the US, honestly, Gemini all day, all day. Listen, it's better off even paying the $30 fee or doing the one-time wire because your minimum.
But people don't know. These are people who don't even have bank accounts. So like,
Yeah.
they don't know how to.
I mean, if you're able to apply,
I don't know how to
Gemini,
wire.
yeah.
Like,
if you're able to apply for Coinbase, you should be able to apply for Gemini because it's the same kind of jurisdiction. I mean, that's just my 2 cents. Or you're better off just doing the on ramp and then using directly, via sticker app or stuff.
Yeah.
And again, more stuff is gonna come in to help people out. Just use your card as long as you have a card, bank card that works. Boom, because the big exchange got to worry about the KYC. At the end of the day, you want to invest big money in crypto, unless you already have the crypto, you're gonna be gatekept somewhere, guys, and it's gonna get worse and worse. That's the reason why I told you guys. All you guys thinking you're smart, doing all this extra trade, dude. They're tracking every fucking thing. Understand that, and you might get away with it today. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but years from now, they're gonna go back and find out. That's why I said.
Sure.
Beauty about staking is you don't worry about none of that shit. Even years from now, when all your millions comes out, you can say, hey, listen, I was staked, it's proven on the blockchain. I know where to think. And guess what? You can actually buy stuff. Simon Dixon talks about that, which is really powerful. When he started making his million in Bitcoin, he had to prove where the money came from and also track the wallets and stuff like that. It's very important. Because imagine you get all this money and you can't buy shit. We're like, oh, where's this money come from? Because people don't want to get in trouble. When you get literally proof, no, this is my thing. This is Ethereum, my stake, pay my tax, everything's cool. You don't worry about none of that stuff. So you got to think ahead. Again, stop playing checkers. Think chess. Think about the environment in the future. Now, if we get lucky, all this tax kind of goes away and then you just live in a crypto world and let's say everything just take crypto. But we don't know that. We don't know that. You might go to fiat at some point. So understand that value proposition of both. Get more than one exchange. Get Gemini if you can. Get the wire version. Stake long term. All the tricks that you can to allow you to pay the least amount of fees. Understand that, Pulse chain is coming. You're going to get the duplicates. Ethereum might ultimately one day fix their trading fee and do their scalability and blah, blah, blah. And the fee might go lower. But understand all those things and put that into perspective. It's very, very important. If not, you're always going to get, losing end of the stick, which is no good, And Maddie, just quickly, I want to answer a question. I think Juicy Smollett has another one about understand DXY bullish and meaning crypto bear income. Yeah. So to answer that question, it's very simple. The DXY is bullish for X because of the fractal that it follows. Now, that being said, they cannot let it go too high because they're going to lose control. But to me, if it's above 91, it doesn't go below 91. To me, it's just doing the typical pattern, just like Hex is doing. Went up a lot all the way to 93 from what is it, 88 or whatever. Then it's cooling off right now. It's just cooling off. But guess what? It could be cooling off for the next leg up. That's what people need to understand. Because by the summer, it could be and then when it continues to go up, Bitcoin is going to get in trouble. Now, if it goes below 91 and 90 and whatever, then it might be like, okay, false alarm, the fractal is not playing out. Let's just be cool. So just understand that because that's the big D. We need to know, are they going to use the inflation bug and print more and devalue the dollar?
Yes.
Or are they going to be like the Bitcoin Cash developer and then patch the thing and be like, all right, we need to keep this under control. Wells, can you do me a favor, brother? Can you pull up the DXY chart just by itself with those indicators? Because I really want to show people because they don't understand. That thing is so big. It's $1 trillion plus market. When it moves like trillions of dollars a day. So what you need to understand is, yeah, perfect. And then zoom in. So this thing pumped like crazy. And then if you look from the DMI indicator, as it pumps like crazy, this is a weekly, right? Or is it, what is it? Okay, can you go on the daily? Monthly? Okay, sorry. Can you zoom in? So I just want people to see from the weekly first.
Oh,
they'll see the fractal. Okay. So guys, as you can see, it pumped a lot, right? Then it dumped. It did the same fractal 2017. Now this is inverted. Then it started to rise. As it started to rise, the indicator started to cool off. And now, as you can see, the blue is starting to creep back up after being down for so long. So that's why I want you guys to understand. It's cooling the indicator, but it might be ready for the next wave. The same way it did it back in 2017. Death at first. Orange went up a lot and then rise back up. So we need to understand that if this thing continue and make a new low, okay, bull run might continue. But if the blue from the DMI that you're seeing creeping, if the blue cross the yellow orange, just the last, this is a daily, right? Or weekly?
Weekly.
I'm sorry. Can you zoom in? Can you move to daily? Daily, I'll show you to see from just moving indicator. Okay, perfect. So as you guys can see, it used to be overheated because it pumped like crazy from the low of 89 or whatever. Blue went up very, very high. Then it cooled off a little bit. Now, guess what? It might be bottom. Wells, can you zoom in? Just the last 2 weeks, just zoom in. Yeah. So you see how blue went up a lot because it pumped from 89. Then it cooled off. But now it's getting to a point where it's hitting those lows that it was a month ago. See, it's getting back to that support. Might be getting ready for the next run. So you need to understand that if it cools off, but it's not making a new low, that's called a higher low. And you can see the chart. Yeah, see, it's getting very close. But look where it is. It's not back to 89. It's still above at 91 plus. And the candles are turning green. Might be getting ready to escape again. So you need to understand that this is what up and to the right means. Higher high, it made a new high, and it's making higher lows. Because the blue is close to where it was almost about a month ago, but it's not at 89. It's at 91 plus. So it needs to invalidate the pattern first. If it's not invalidating the pattern, that just means that it's resetting for the next move. And if you look at the RSI, that's another confirmation. RSI is oversold right now because it pumped for a lot. Now it's oversold. And now, look, it started to perk up. Wells, can you zoom into the RSI by itself? Yeah. It's starting to perk up. It might be saying, okay, we're deaf for a little bit. Now we're ready to go for another run. So you need to put that into perspective. So you got that going on. You got the fact that we don't have it here, but I monitor it. Crypto Quant, the Bitcoin premium is still negative 8 to 9%. Maddie, you can log in right now. Confirm. Even though Bitcoin is 55K, because it was at negative 9-10% when Bitcoin was 60K, 62K. So that makes sense. Then from 62, it went down to 55, which means it went down, it went down 10%. But the premium is still down fucking 9% with the price at 55, which means motherfuckers will say, okay, it's going down. Yeah, we want it lower. We want it lower. Which means right now, there's people buying Bitcoin on Grayscale. Institution are buying Bitcoin right now as we fucking speak at $50,000 or $48,000. You need to understand that's what it means. When the premium is negative 8-9% and it's not correcting back to zero, that means that people are buying Bitcoin right now at $49,000. So it makes absolutely no sense. And that's why the price can go up. Because if you can buy something at $49,000 and you have it right now at 55, it's a no fucking brainer. This is how the fucking guy from FTX, Bacon Fried, whatever his name is, from FTX, that's how he became like a billionaire. He's like 29 or whatever. But it's common fucking sense. It's just math. He mastered arbitration. He was able to buy shit out of Japan and this in leverage on the kimchi premium. But everybody can do it if they had access. Well, I didn't have access, but I saw it since 2017.
So most people don't even know they can do that.
It's the easiest fucking trade in the world. No fucking risk.
Yeah.
You literally sell the Bitcoin at 56K or whatever, and you're buying on the Grayscale for 49,000 because the premium is negative and it's so low that when you're owning that share, it's at a higher price. This is the easiest way to make money and to accumulate and to just wait for the next round. And Grayscale themselves were doing that too. So you need to understand until those things are fixed, doesn't matter what anybody tells you, narrative, this, that, no. If the Bitcoin premium cannot fix itself because those big hedge funds and Grayscales is where the big money buys. So if they can get it for cheaper, they're not going to push the price up. They're not that stupid. The premium has to fix itself. We're talking about a premium that used to be literally in the 10s and 20s and hundreds of percent on the upside, which justify the price action. Now it's in the negative.
Well, here's an interesting fact. Coinbase used to loan out 100,000 versus 30%, right? With the max going up to with a 30% of your total Bitcoin net worth, right? If your total bag was 300K, or not 300K, but let's say if your bag was if your total bag was like 400K, 350K, they would let you borrow 100K against that, which because it's a 30% of your bag is what they're gonna let you borrow.
That's
so so if you got $1 million in Bitcoin dollars, or not $1 million, but 300,000, they would let you borrow 100,000, right? The 30%, the closest number to that. But now they're only giving you 20,000.
Yep, because they know what's about to happen.
Somehow, the value of Bitcoin has dropped by 5 times somewhere.
And that's a signal, guys. That's
somebody said that. Somebody said that maybe that's just because their money is running out, not because.
Not just that, Maddie. They don't feel
just because the providers are.
They got to worry about your ability to repay. In other words, they don't want to give you too much if they feel like the market might be subject to drop anytime soon. Because that 20K that they're willing to give you is real money. They got to give you real money, 20K. Yeah. So if something, let's say if you had 100 grand, and then price correct by 50%, hypothetically, then you get less. So they gotta manage the risk. That's what I'm trying to say. Because they have a lot of.
I want to talk about something that's very important. I tweeted about it today. People are gonna learn a nice little lesson.
Yeah, it broke that parabola already.
When moving averages, screw the parabola, because this is what matters. That's cute shit. This is what matters. What matters is what price does over time.
Yep.
This is what matters. Moving averages, long-term moving averages, are flattening out. They're losing their slope. That is not bullish.
Yeah, and that should look like a bear flag too. It went down, pushed back up a little bit, stay sideways. It's ready.
That's exactly what's happening.
You know the military. They're about to try again. They're gonna be like, yo, let's break this thing because down below, shit, bro.
Number there. And then you got people talking about the meme coin is better than this.
Dude.
You're gonna say and tell me we're not at the top? I'm sorry, but you're a
Marty, if
fool.
you thought liquidation was bad, shit, just wait. With this thing,
People have been getting liquidated all up here.
yep,
Or
it goes, it
let me
goes.
rephrase. People have been getting screwed all up here, right? Getting whipped around. And at the same time, the big bags are dumping theirs because, as Kareem just highlighted, the premium is negative.
Yep.
All that's related, guys.
And you can see a heavy, heavy bearish divergence for weeks. You see, Wells even have the line.
Yeah.
Price were
I've been
going
tracking
up.
this shit since
Down
February,
was just,
bro. We've
yep.
been talking about this since February.
Yeah, and if you do me a favor, can you move to a weekly? Yeah, weekly, just to really be able to see. Like it's guys, it's so fucking clear as day. And he's doing the same thing at 27. The moment he touched that gray area, forget about it. Forget
So
about it.
check this out, right? Because this is something people need to understand. Look at how price kept going, and the RSI just never went. It just
Yeah.
stayed flat.
Fake volume. It's just like, you know what I
It
mean?
could never ever get up. And this is how you know, right? This is how you know the move is done. When price just can't get up, it's just done. Like this is what it's telling you. And people haven't
And
figured this
look,
out yet, but they'll
just take
figure
a
it out when the
picture of
price
this.
collapses.
Yeah, and look at this, and look at exactly just 2017. If you move the cursor back to end of 2017 to 18, look, it's the same thing. He was overbought for a while, and then the moment he entered, touched the gray area right around here. Yep. The moment he did that, boom. He went from all those blue thing moving averages all the way down to the red, which is mathematically based on what the moving average is now. You're looking at a $30,000 Bitcoin. The moment he
Yep.
entered that zone and he cannot break out, it's over. It's same thing in 2019 in May. Same thing. You get to see some of this. You literally see the same type of fractal. Now, they might do a slow decay and this and that, but understand what is happening. And it goes back to a stream we did months ago, and even 3-4 weeks ago, because we like to repeat. We show you guys the distribution phase. When you're in the bottom, the distribution W accumulation phase, and when you're at the top, the distribution, the exit phase, right? The weight cloth distribution. Maddie, we literally put it on screen. Remember the price? Zoom back in, my brother. The price of Bitcoin over since January or February is about the same. If you bought it at 56K, like what, 3-4 months ago, you
Yeah.
haven't made any money.
None.
Literally. It just danced around. It literally, that's all it is. Meanwhile, and they're only saying that because it's important. Meanwhile, you could have been earning some interest trustlessly without having to worry. Now, somebody can always say, oh, yeah, last minute they can come in and do a poll, this and that. But guys, I look at multiple streamers. Anything is possible. That is true, granted. But there's so many screaming signs. And Ethereum is ready to run. Even the big whales realize, okay, Coinbase IPO is done. That was the last hype for the last pump of just 4 or 5 days ago, because they're trying to use that. Now it's done. There's no more. The EIP stuff is done. Everything is done. What's the next hype? There's no more. So
I'm surprised Ethereum is even this high. I
yeah,
went to sleep and then woke
because
up.
you know
and
how
it's
like the last step of the altcoin season, when Bitcoin's about to correct, people are going to look Ethereum because they're trying to funnel some of that money from one to the other. So obviously Ethereum is going to benefit from that. Like Bitcoin could go to 50K, right? And Ethereum can go to 2,500.
Oh yeah.
Because there's going to be that shift. Because they
Bitcoin always pancakes first.
Yep. And they're gonna squeeze those last also ultimate crazy pump like they're doing with Dogecoin. And then when the bear market comes, shit, you lost everything. You lost your Bitcoin. You got brought to the last pumps. They use you, they squeeze you, and literally they squeeze you and they take your last dollar to go buy back the Bitcoin dip after the price corrects. It's so disgusting, man. It's just we take all the money, we dump on your head, we FOMO on the shit coins, you follow us over there, we get you wrecked, and by the time you're there, we're moving back into Bitcoin. Dude, rinse and repeat, bro. Come on.
Easy.
How many times do we need to see this to understand?
Easy peasy.
So if you're watching, I hope you're paying attention. So stick to what works. Stick to what pays you every day. That's the key.
No worries.
So
would you rather hold Bitcoin or USDC right now?
USDC, man.
Shit. Yeah, if I can only buy Bitcoin, yeah, fuck yeah, USDC all day.
Because look, look. All right. So what does it mean when the long-term moving averages are flattening out? That means that over time, the increase in the value is less and less, and it's
Yep.
affecting the long-term averages to the point that they are no longer moving up,
Yep. Parabola is broken. Yep.
even though price is moving up. That's a warning sign. That
Yep.
means get out of the way.
Because the rate increase
It's
time
gone.
over time is slowing down. Yep, the
Yeah, it's
velocity is
gone.
slowing down.
Velocity is slowed down.
The second derivative is slowing down. It's about to go negative.
I operate off of second derivatives only.
Yes, but you know what's funny, guys? Okay, sorry. In simple math, second derivative, all that stuff. It's the DMI. It's the directional, because the second derivative tells you the slope. Are we accelerating or are we decelerating? And we are decelerating. Okay, we went from 0 to 100. We hop into Tesla. We went to 120, 150, and now we're trying to go to 200. But the incremental growth is slow because we're already fast. And then we gotta hit the brake at the moment. You want to get out before the brake comes in.
I mean, until we break the top of these moving averages, which is 58,000, it looks like. Yeah, 58,000. Hold on, because this damn cursor keeps getting in the way.
Yep.
Yeah, 58,300, it looks like is the top. Once we get back above there, then Bitcoin is clearing again. But until that point, it's bearish mode for that.
It's gonna do that fake retest and then done. Like right, well, if you just pull up from the chart and then just do that trend line from all those just make the chart bigger and then just from your trend line, where the trend line was broken. Yeah, I think that was that this one or was that the one below? There was a long-term trend line that shows all the kind of like higher lows that Bitcoin has done, and we broke that literally 2 days ago.
I don't got that chart. I know what you're talking about. I don't got that one. Hold on.
Yeah, but I think you gotta draw it real quick from your chart too. If you just make it like
I was about to see if I can replicate it. I think on a weekly I can do it. I think I should.
Oh, look at that! Let's say that. Oh, go back. It's so good.
No, it's there. Hold on. I'm gonna draw it with a different color.
That previous chart that you just showed me, was that the monthly or was that the weekly?
That was a monthly. I'm just gonna change the color.
Yeah. After we do this, I want you to go back to the monthly. I want to show you something so powerful. People are gonna respect what DMI is my favorite indicator. It's so good. I mean, again, especially if you're not a trader, you're just value investor long term. This thing is almost never wrong. It's that fucking good.
So look at that pink line, right?
Yep. So now
the pink line is literally.
Yep. And I zoom in.
How it broke.
Zoom in a little bit. So two things gonna happen. Either it just dumps right away, or it's gonna probably go kiss the pink line, get rejected, and then plunge.
Right. I mean, either or. It's probably just done though. I mean, we'll see.
And if anything, see even more clearly the bearish divergence.
If anything is gonna like stick to that, maybe bounce up and then down, but I don't know, man. Once it breaks that line, it's pretty much a matter of when.
It looks very similar to the last September before that red candle, September last year. Look at that. How it was a little more. Next September, 2020.
Oh shit! I keep thinking we're in 2020 still. No, my bad, bro.
Yeah, September. Yeah. See, right before that big red line. Look at that. Slowing down, moving average, and then he enter and then dump. And this is literally similar to that. And then also when you zoom out to the monthly, could you back the monthly chart? This is so funny. It's about to be epic. You see on the weekly too, but on the monthly it's even more obvious. And then look at that. And then look at the DMI. Can you zoom out the DMI real quick? I want people to see. You see that? You see how insane the blue went? The moment, guys, this is the most powerful indicator. I'll test any chart, hex included. The moment blue go above red, that show how violent the move is, which is very powerful because the momentum indicator is great. But also the buying is even higher than the moment indicator. But the moment the blue cross back down below the red, it's over. It's see you later. And it's literally at the crossroad right now because the buying pressure is now lower than the momentum. which is the intensity, because red is the intensity of the move. When blue is higher than yellow, that means obviously the buying pressure is great, and then red follows that momentum. So it's about to cross, and when that cross, blue just start to die, and then the red start to intensify the other way. So this is literally the best indicator of a change of trend. And look at exactly where to end of 2017, 2018, when the blue went above the red, that was kind of near the top, and the moment it crossed below, death. Wells, look at that exact intersection, please, right?
Yeah, I see it.
And go back to the chart. Show me where it is on the chart. It's gonna blow
That's the
people's mind.
top.
It's gonna blow people's mind.
That's the top.
This is the power of DMI. Move a little one more. Yeah, you can literally point it literally next to it. It's that fucking good. It's my favorite indicator. If it stays above, we're riding. If it crosses below, shit. And look at the RSI.
Nope.
Sometimes you gotta zoom out, man.
It looks done.
Look at the monthly RSI. Look at that. And look at what it's doing. And you're trying to tell me, Maddie, this is just the beginning, right? We're going to 100K. Yeah, okay, cool. Anyway, I rest my case. But it's so powerful. If you even go to the hex chart, remember, Wells, I showed that a long time ago when I introduced the DMI. If you go to the hex chart and you pull out DMI on the weekly, you can see.
Real quick, this candle is actually pretty important, because if you look at this candle and you look at the shape of it, it actually, the body obliterates the previous two bodies in size.
Yeah, cancel the move.
Correct.
Saying change the direction.
Change the direction. That's it. You haven't had a candle like that since this one.
And because the volume is good but not super high, it shows that the capitulation hasn't even really happened. Although 10 billion got liquidated, it's still nothing compared to what's to come. You're gonna see a candle like you saw probably in March.
What chart you want me to go to? Dollar?
Go back to the hex chart. And I want to show people again. Was it go to weekly, or is it weekly or is it daily? And then literally again, if you look at all the tops, right? Big payday, or the one from a perfect example, the one from New Year's Eve when we reached the 2 cents, right? Look at that, and then just zoom in into the DMI. You see how the buying pressure came in very high, crossed the intensity, and the moment it crossed back down, death. This is what you see on Bitcoin. The same way I told people right now, it's cooling off. And the moment it's cool off, we're going to pump again. But when blue, which is the buying pressure, is getting so high that it's going above the momentum, which is the red, that shows how violent the move is, which is good. But he has to stay over there. The moment it crosses back down, it's a wrap. Look at every instance. The moment blue, all the way back to August last year, blue went to cross red. The moment it crossed back down, death. Blue went up again September last year, went above red. The moment it crossed back, death. Then you go to November, same thing. Went above it, crossed back, death. You go to New Year's Eve, same thing. It's one of those things where, and then the reason why I show that is because you see that on Bitcoin too. And right now, Bitcoin, especially on the monthly, because it's big, it's literally about to cross below.
And it keeps dropping.
And on the weekly chart, because you got to see on the bigger perspective, because
people need to focus on this RSI. Once this RSI breaks that previous low, and then that previous low, that's it. Bitcoin's toast. It's that simple.
And this is why I love DMI, because it's facts over feeling. It tells you what the again, direction, first letter, most important. It doesn't talk about price. It doesn't talk about all this and that and then this narrative and that bullshit. No. Direction. Change of direction. That tells you, listen, shit's about to happen. Now, you can be wise and understand there's a shift of direction, or you try to be smart and be like, nah, this and that, and be hopeful, and this is cool. This is why they call it top like that, because it's not supposed to feel like it's going to happen. And then
All right, so check this out. This is why it's important to stack indicators, right? RSI literally measures the return streams over time. So if price is moving a certain way and the RSI is leaning, for example, let's say right now is reading 35.76 and the last low was 35.21. So if price is giving you a reading lower than 35.21 at this present moment in time, like from here moving forward, that means that Bitcoin is about to break its most recent low. And that's a mathematical fact. That's how prices work. That's a second order effect. So for those of you looking to get short Bitcoin on the trader side, that's what you look for, because that's how the markets work. Once that low gets obliterated in the RSI, you're going to get a lower low in the MACD, and you're going to get the DMI to line up with all of that, because that's exactly how you stack indicators.
And you can see how DMI already crossed. So orange is higher than blue, which means the selling pressure is higher than the buying pressure. So
you've seen it before already.
It's about to explode. And this is why also, because this is a big change, you want to do a higher time frame to really see. It's like those people looking at the hourly chart, this and that. No. You got to go daily or you got to go weekly, because this is a big potential trend change. So that's why I need to sign well.
So check it out. Let's talk about the orange. Look at how elevated the orange is.
It literally just
versus every other point in time.
Yeah. The last time it crossed this high was like a month ago.
The last time it touched this high was January 25. And before that.
And better yet, to make it more clear,
September 2020.
Can you switch to weekly, please? Because for Bitcoin, I think to really people to understand trend change, I look for confirmation. Look at that.
It's just getting started.
And again, back to what I just said earlier. Every time blue goes and cross red, it's very powerful. And the moment it crossed back down, which it already did, it's death from there. It's just, and look at how high the red is. It's
got some catching up to do.
Yeah. Because it's zoom back to GMI, it literally just peaked and it's starting to go down.
It's in line with the red, and it has
and look at how high it went. It's so insane. For it to go back down fast, the blue needs to
420. We're 420 in. Gotta light up.
And blue has to go meet yellow. Look at where yellow is. And yellow has to come back. Yellow means selling pressure. So
yellow has to go up.
If yellow has to go up.
And it has to go down in order for yellow to go up.
And we already have a change of trend because blue went up so high because red went insane. And now it's so overbought that it has to cool off. The same way we had in Hex, we're already cooling off and we're ready for the next move, which means by the end of the month, when we're done cooling off and Bitcoin is starting to cool off, this is when we explode. So this is why you need to understand how powerful indicators are, especially this one, because for value investor, long-term people that don't worry about price, I don't need to see out the price. I just look at this. I know when it's overbought. I know when it's oversold. And I'm telling you right now, you better load that Hex dip because this thing,
game over.
When you add everything we just talked about, shit. You need 5 more Elon Musk to come buy this dip.
So look at that Hex chart.
Whew.
That's a weekly. So Blue Bum, if you're wondering where all the money is going, I think you already got your answer.
Mm-hmm.
Sure as hell isn't going into Bitcoin or alts.
Oh, shout out to the people in the chat. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the kind words. I just but yeah, no, listen, guys, again, it's important. It's very, very, very important because those are the things that change the difference. Mm-hmm. Because this is not something you're going to hear about Main Street. They have no fucking clue. They always react after the fucking fact just because they need to. They're going to tell you it's Elon Musk. They're going to tell you it was a meeting. They're going to tell you it's the government. They're going to tell you it's whatever. No. It's
the end of the stimulus. The end of the woo
exactly, Manny. They're going to tell you, we're reopening the economy. With no more money printing or this or that.
Dogecoin.
No. Yes.
It's the Wall Street bets.
Yep. Absolutely. So please understand that. Position yourself. Hex is perfectly cooling off right now. Look at the cycle. Wells, can you zoom in DMI again? This thing is cooling off perfectly right now. So the fact that it's selling because the yellow is going up, but the price is staying above 1.5, 1.6. That's bullish. People are selling, but the price is holding strong. That's a powerful thing. That means that at any time when it's done and when red cools off, check this, because the indicator moves very fast. Tomorrow, by the end of the week, the red that's pointing down is probably going to be reaching that perfect average level that he has always bounced around. And when you see that, that could happen, a trend reversal. You could wake up the next day and there's a 30% pump and you don't even understand, because the experts and the bots are looking for that. Say, okay, cool. We'll cool off enough. Let's go next round. And it will perfectly match with the chart, showing you that he came back to retest, got to that 1.5, perfect, 30% retracement, nothing too crazy. It's not a 60% dump, and then we're ready for the next round.
Just like that.
Just like that. Yep. And every time it goes right around where blue is right now, it's ready for another perk up. So we're right on cue for the next pump.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the orange is actually going to start rolling over, and
because
everything is going to start reversing, basically. Yeah.
Yep, because Hex
is definitely bottomed out.
Yeah. And I promise you, you do this, Hexicans, you do this, you never worried about price. I can literally never look at the price. Just look at DMI. Okay, where are we? Are we overbought? So, okay, cool. Entry point, let's buy. Let's do it. Boom, done. See you later. And you get to see every time, even on I love the indicator that he has, he always get to about the blue indicators, finds the support, and then ready to go. And it's just, again, higher high, higher lows, higher high, higher lows. We're ready to go. And it's a healthy thing. It's not like overbought all the time or oversold all the time. It does
just
the right thing.
Reversing the line, really.
And that's what a good control structure does. We're going to be the Amazon chart, guys, man. Hex Clip, I hope you got this.
Yeah, so, a whole lot in this one today.
I rest my case. So I hope you guys appreciate the value. And but please, the whole point is don't trade, okay? Find the good entry points, get your buys, get your stakes, stake it for the long term, be happy. That's all I want for you. Be happy.
Yeah, I actually don't even like talking about all this stuff because it's really pointless. All you got to do is buy X and stake it. It really doesn't matter where Bitcoin goes. It doesn't matter where all that shit goes, because at the end of the day, once the rest of the world wakes up to what Hex is, you keep fucking around with the rest of that bullshit, you're going to get left behind. That's just a mathematical fact.
Exactly. We're showing you only those indicators for you to understand where the smart buy is, but not to trade. It's just to buy so you can turn that into T-shares. And it also a friendly reminder for those who are like, oh, he went low. I'm going to wait for lower. I'm going to wait for lower. No, because when this shit is done cooling off, it's going to fucking leave you behind. And you're going to wish. Yeah. And that's the key. We're showing you how to spot good value, because, again, we're always teaching you about value, about understanding what a money printer is, about understanding when the good buying opportunities are, irrespective of what the price is. We never talk about price. We just show you what the indicator is doing.
Pretty much. I mean, this is really simple. You really got to not make it harder than what it is. That's why Hex is going to be supreme. Mm-hmm. People are going to just buy it, stake it, and earn interest. Like, you guys got to understand, the average institution is going to be fine with understanding the fact that they're buying sound money that pays a yield.
Game over.
Right? That pays a yield because that shit no longer exists. Right? With the added benefit of being exposed to getting paid in freaking fiat, because that's just how the system is set up for now. Right? So that's added benefit. Like, if you're messing around, not paying attention to those facts, wasting money and time and opportunity and other stuff, you're going to pay the cost for that. Because that's opportunity cost. Straight up. All those T-shares you're not buying right now, you're missing out. You're leaving it on the table. You really are. Yep. If you have the ability to buy and you're leaving it on the table, you're fucking up.
And the prices, again, ultimately will end up leaving you behind, because, again, that selling pressure, as you can even see even on the MACD, is being absorbed as we speak. And it's already oversold. And the price is staying above 1.5 because of the limit orders. Because, again, the value investors know what we're talking about. We're sharing with you what the real pros are using, or the people that understand long-term value. They're not even traded. They just understand where value lies, and understand that if you're not positioning yourself, you're just going to end up with regret. And on top of that, while we're waiting, share rate is accelerating too, which means there's a double whammy factor. You're wasting time. You're not getting your entries in. You hear those bullshit narrative when shit's about to be dropped on you. And meanwhile, every day that goes by or every other day, share rate is accelerating, so it's becoming more expensive.
Well, you guys convinced me not to fuck up and to take the pro route. So I just set my first limit orders when it comes to Hex. I do it on exchanges.
That's what I love, Maddie, man.
But here's matcha.xyz. Now, so I did one that's like maybe 1 or 2% below the current price. And then I did one that's like, well, so first I had to switch to WETH, which cost me $15.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Okay, yeah.
That cost me $15. Then I had to approve this wallet.
Yeah, but the approved thing, Maddie, it's a one-time thing.
That's a one-time thing.
So that was a one-time.
Swap, you have to approve the first time.
That was a one-time $25 fee. Yeah. And still less than the 80 it would have cost me to do one swap right now.
And by the way, gas price is on MetaMask down, but it's at 114 right now. So one question I have is,
that's crazy.
If I wanted to fill immediately, could I set like at the market price or like
you
half a percent higher than the market price?
Regular swap. That's what
nah, you can't do it above the market price. Then it won't be a limit order. It has to be below the market price.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
because it's limit, because you're trying to buy the same way. You can only do above the price if you do a limit sale, because you're trying to ask for a higher price. The limit buy has to always be lower because he has to trigger. If you do a limit sale, then it has to be higher.
Somebody has to sell.
Correct.
For me to get this order.
Yes, this is the reason.
All you people out there who don't believe, get on it.
Yeah, Maddie, you're funny. Maddie, this is the reason why, like I said, the fee is being paid, but not by you. It's being paid by the market taker, that's just desperate, that just want to dump whatever. He's paying the fee for you because he's dumping into you. He's giving you. So he wants to extract your ETH and give you his hex. That's
what happens.
Because he's
what happens if the order expires? What is there any cost to me?
No, you just set it again.
You start again. But your downside potential is you get left behind. If you ask for too low of a price and the price doesn't wait there because other people are putting their limit order too. Because remember, that's the thing about limit orders, right? It's all visible.
But then some people. Some people go on there like maybe every 7 days then, and they set an unrealistically low.
This is why I'm so bullish about the price.
Some silly person comes along.
When I hear funny people talk about it's going to go to zero, I just laugh so hard because I know how many fucking limit orders are out there sniping, just ready for.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Man. You understand that just yesterday?
You know what's funny? If you understand Hex, you don't even need to know anything about the limit order. It's just asinine to think that.
Yep.
Pretty much.
I want people to understand the value proposition, because guess what? It's not about getting the perfect sell, the perfect buy. It's understanding that it's fucking cooling off right now. This is your time to fucking buy, because when it's done cooling off, it can fly to fucking 4 cents overnight, and you'll be like, oh my god, I wish I bought it at 1.8. Yeah, because you look fucking stupid. When you buy at 1.8, now it's 3 cents because you're out there trying to nickel and dime and trying to get it for 1.2.
Twiddling your thumbs.
So understand that you can wait for things to cool off, but when it gets to that zone, when it's usually cooling off and ready to go, don't wait. That's why I'm just so excited, because I know by Friday, DMI is going to get where I need it to be, highly probable, and I just do my market buy. That's it. Like limit order to me only really matters if it's like really overbought, and I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for somebody to maybe be desperate and exit prematurely and just do a wick and get filled. But other than that, no. You just understand the long-term value and turn into T-shirt. Make time work for you, please. Again, beating a dead horse, but I need people to understand that. Repetition. Like, no. Understand what's happening. Understand the macro. Understand that Bitcoin's about to do something. The reason why limit orders are great also is because on the USD pair, sometimes if Bitcoin flash crash, it might trigger some bots, and then your limit order might get filled. temporarily because there's a heavy flash crash and it goes down quick. You get triggered and then you go back up.
Yeah.
So sometimes flash crash is helpful for that because under normal circumstances it wouldn't know wick that low, but the wick end up being like look at the Wells chart. Like if it zooms in, somebody yesterday got fucking hex for 1.4 and change.
Yeah, 1.46 or 4 was a low. I can't remember exactly what the number was.
1.4 and some change. So whatever price is now, somebody got it there. So again, it's just, but understand that when it's done cooling off, it's about to leave you behind. So don't be
1.43.
There you go.
Damn. That's a lucky bastard.
And I'm telling you, that guy didn't fucking do a swap. He was a limit order because
that was a limit order. Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah. He probably was there for like a minute. Shit. Which is really short considering.
The longer your limit orders sit, the better the odds are of your order getting filled. Actually. So the longer the better.
So Matcha wants another $25 to do a market.
Yeah, for market it costs. For limit orders it's free.
So it's not okay. So that's not it's just coincidental that it's the same price as the one-time fee.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
That's actually cheap.
Yeah. Well, Matcha does it extremely cheap compared to everything else.
Yes.
Like right now on MetaMask and Uniswap, it would probably be like $80.
Yeah,
I haven't figured out, but I just know that Matcha has amazing swap prices.
Yeah, it does. I always compare between ETHX, Matcha, and what's the other one? God, why is it losing?
1 inch?
Yes, 1 inch. And Matcha is always the best deal. I always get the most coins, the cheaper gas fee, the whole shebang. Just happens to be them. Just most of the time. Sometimes it's not them. Most of the time it happens to be them. Like 8 to 9 out of 10 times I'm gonna execute through them. That's why I still check the other 3 or the other 2. Funny.
Oh wow, that's crazy on HIP BTC. If there's such low.
Yeah, HIP BTC is on some other nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, their exchange. I don't really like going off of what they print. I always go off of what we get on Dex Tools from Steph and Fireball. Yeah, that's because Binance is ready to rape you. You know, they're looking to violate you on Binance, bro. I don't like, so let's talk about that. The fact that people are literally moving off of Ethereum to Binance to execute because it's become that onerous to execute on Ethereum. When Pulse Chain comes alive, bro, wow, the floodgates are gonna explode.
Did you see the comment earlier that we know when the next Richard Hart live stream is going to be because he committed to doing it with the ladies of Hex?
Yeah, 4:30
on the last Friday of the month. So that's pretty cool, and that coincides with when he said he would
release
announce more details.
Hopefully he does.
Yeah.
Hopefully he does. I'm looking forward to it. I know no matter what it is, we win regardless. So I'm not really worried about it. I'm just looking forward to it.
Karim, you're muted.
Yes, thank you. So what people need to understand something which is powerful, and I was listening to the whole HIT BTC thing. Guys, this is a severe bullish thing. Somebody, again, just common sense, some whales are clearing those fucking order books to say, hey, no more. It's about to be more scarce. And the only place you're going to get it, it's going to be on effx.com or where the high liquidity Uniswap is going to be, because when those things are getting cleared out, because a lot of them, there's not a lot of coins out there anyway. When that gets cleared out, and then you can't get anywhere else but on Uniswap, and you're wasting time, and then liquidity start to shrink again, next thing you know, you could fucking wake up, and that thing is at 10 cents. And you'll be like, fuck, what just happened? Too late. Left behind. Because you don't understand that literally volume and sales are being absorbed as we speak. That's why we're spending the time talking about those indicators. Again, keyword, we never fucking talk about price. For the last 30 minutes, we didn't talk about price. We just literally show you what the indicator is doing. That's why DMI is so powerful. That's why it's my number one favorite indicator. I'm sharing with you guys because I want you guys to understand. That's what the value investors are looking for. They're looking at direction. When you understand direction and you understand it's a game of money printers, and you can get the money printer at the best quote unquote value that you can get because of the direction, it's a no fucking brainer. It's a no brainer. Because the moment the direction switch, beach ball, the same way we did it many times, just looking at the chart, it's literally staring at you. We went to 2 cents, we cooled off, oversold, DMI cooled off, pump right back up. Did the same thing, cooled off, pump right back up. We're doing the same fucking thing as we speak right now. We're cooling off. It's to help the people out there crying all this and that. Read between the lines. I'm literally spoon feeding you right now. Literally. Because I care so much, right? But understand, you could wake up and this whole thing changes, leaves you behind. Because it's literally about to go. It might cool off for another day or two, but you can see MACD, the selling pressure is slowing down. It's about to curve. You see RSI curving. You see DMI ready to curve. Like Well said, the orange might not even cross the blue because that's the beauty with Hex. It's just kind of a lot of up and to the right. And you can see historically where it doesn't really cross that much. You just kind of kiss it and then see ya. So it's just cooling off to reset the indicator, which is a bullish thing because then it can run higher and faster again before it gets too hot again. The next run with low liquidity, we could easily go to 4 or 5 cents. Look at that. Perfect bottom. This is textbook. You can't make this shit up. Like, like you just can't. Like it started to curve. Like the selling pressure is slowing down. Look at that. It was so oversold. Literally, it went back to the same level what it was in December almost.
Let me highlight one thing, Karim. Most people might not know. The wider the spread at the bottom of a move, the sharper a snap back, i.e.
violent.
Fire example. What ended up happening? So, yeah. It's just the nature of the whiplash, folks.
What I find amazing compared to the one before is that you see the sale, right? It's crazy, but the price, so to speak, barely like, you know what I'm saying? It's still in the blue. Like back in the days, and I love your indicator with a different color from blue to red. When he sailed the way it's sold right now, it will go all the way to the red zone. But it's chilling. It's chilling on the blue. This is textbook bullish diversion. I mean, you can't make this shit up.
Yeah, it's gone basically nowhere, really.
Exactly. It's like, I'm just laughing. It's just like,
it just touched the long-term moving averages, and that's
people
it.
Are fucking mastering matchup right now.
Yeah.
The moving orders are working. Like, do you know how many million hex was scooped?
Like, let me show you my settings just so you can see.
It's been straight up selling for the last 7 days, and it's just slowly just staying there. People just like buy,
1, 2,
buy.
3, 4, 5, 6.
EMA. Oh, that's your EMA rebound. Okay, that's why I was like, oh man, it looks familiar.
Yeah, so my long term starts at 55, so it's really long term.
Fuck.
So the red one is really a long term moving average. That's what I wanted to confirm. So the last one is 34. So this is 55. So that's it. That's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. And by the way, that's again, we're not traders, but we understand the term. That last big candle, that's a
traded for 10 years.
There.
I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So yeah, that's all she wrote. I'm not confused. That's all the fuck she wrote. Here's the thing.
Let's go.
When there's certain moving averages. Right? When price hits, that's just what it is.
That's what it is.
And 55 is one of them. Like they use it a lot. And by they, I mean in Legacy Finance. They use it a lot.
And I love that too, because that's a key point. Because below 55, that means the retracement from the top is more than 45%. So that's why you start wondering, okay, are we going bear market? Or, you know what I mean?
Right.
The fact that it's staying above is doing that 61.8, right? Area.
It's not a coincidence that that's where it was bought.
It's
right?
like
It's not a coincidence.
It's like the famous in the bull market, you get those nice, 30, maybe 40% dip, and then we just on to the next, right? You know what I mean? It's just the next wave.
Yep. And again, right, the reality is that, the bigger, again, I'm just going to say it one more time because this is important. Very, very important. Right? The bigger the spread. I mean, this is real because this is very,
so
very
obvious.
big.
It's disgusting.
Right? This is like, let me calculate. This is a 2.08 wide, right? Like the widest point was 2.80, right? And this is straight down, right? It's not like this one where it was like blop, blop. This is the first impulse move down.
Shit, look at that.
Right? So that's kind of serious.
Hey, by the way, go back to the bottom of that blue. It looks literally like the same as, no, go back to the RSI, sorry. It looks literally like the same time as, oh, no, hold on. The one that you just showed me. No, sorry, it's, was it MACD? MACD,
my bad.
Yeah. So right here, and you can see, yep. If you look at August, September of last year, it's literally mimicking the same move. Kind of it's literally, where's the peak of the blue? The blue line, it's almost perfectly touched, right? Look at that. Oh yeah, go down. No, go.
You mean here?
Yeah, right here. Point exactly where it is. Where the bottom of the blue. Look at that. Perfect.
Almost, yeah.
Dude, that's a fucking bot.
Let me see the numbers. 5.44. 5.44.
Look at it.
And right now, we're at 5.35. 9.09 away.
It's almost textbook. And then from there, snap.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. We know we're going to snap. But here's a crazy thing, right? Look at all it took.
Red candles are getting smaller.
Look at all it took for it to get down there.
Yeah.
It took a whole lot more
than
it took for this move. And the price hasn't done shit.
Yep. And by the way, guys, for you watching, that's the difference between when MACD, you have the red and you have the white. It shows you very important. Again, it's a directional change. It shows you that the rate of change, that the selling pressure is getting less.
Yeah, it's lessening.
So hard red means it's selling more and more day over day. Right. When it goes from hard red to light red or white, that means it's starting to slow down.
Right.
To change.
The rate of change is
so
less.
It's already starting to change. Mm-hmm. But then, as you can see, it can just
the question becomes in my mind, do we get a slow move back up and then a whip?
Or
do we just whip?
But the bottom line is, it's about to change direction.
It's about to change direction.
And people are waiting for the one.
And that's the thing. There's so many ways, and that's why I like stacking. And this is the thing, Karim. This is why I like stacking indicators because I like to be sure. I don't like to guess.
Exactly.
Right. And here's the thing: no matter what you do in markets, it's always a probability game. And when the probability is greater than 50%, to me, that's knowing I'm good. Because the reality is that anytime you place a trade, the probability of you being right is still half of that probability. Exactly. And you just got to accept that. You have to accept that.
Exactly.
That's that last level of understanding when you're taking risks.
And understand something, guys, and ladies too, very important. This is what really I genuinely mean this. This is why Crypto Quant is about. That's why we're here. That's why me and Wells really focus on, because we want you to understand that there's never a one fits all. It's a multitude of indication that makes us then say what we say confidently, because all the indicators are pointing that. Even if we end up being quote unquote wrong, I don't care, because I know that the probability is in my favor. The same way Richard has all those same things, and then that's why he's supposed to say, dude, that looks very toppy, because we're looking at multiple things. The same way we're talking about the chart, we're talking about Bitcoin, we're talking about the premium, we're talking about what's going on in the market, we're talking about the DXY, because we're trying to stack as many things, because a smart, wise mind always look at, okay, where can I be wrong? Like, am I being biased? Like, what's going on? And that's what Wells just perfectly said for the chart. He's looking at multiple indicators. What's going on? Like, this is a bullish divergent. Price barely going down. Look at what RSI is. Look at the DMI. Look at the change in the MACD. We're stacking as much to say, hey, has happened before? What happened the last time RSI was the way it is now, or MACD, or DMI? You know what I'm saying? It gets to a point where everything just aligns. You see the RSI, you see the MACD change, and now you're just waiting. This is my favorite. You're just waiting for the DMI to cool off. That's the last guy, because when he gets to the thing, he's ready to change. And then the rest is history. So it's a combination of things. We're not just saying things just to say it, because we're very careful about what we say. Again, where I'm from, your word is your bond. You know what I'm saying? This is recorded, so we know what we're talking about. That's how we can be confident about those things. So, you know what I mean? And we put that into the test, and we see what the market has done in the past. Because an indicator is only really good when it has been right multiple times. That's when you know, okay, every time this happens, the probability is this is what the result end up being. So it's really, really powerful. So, and thanks for being here. I mean, almost 5 hours, man. Shout out. Maddie, how many people we got on the stream right now? I'm not on YouTube, so I don't know.
Like 96 across platforms.
I love it. I love it.
We got 91 on YouTube right now.
We started around the same. So
yeah.
The hardcore 5 hours. You know what I mean? Again, you understand the value. Wow. So thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys. That's crazy. I for sure thought that shit was like down to 40. False. That's crazy. Appreciate the respect. Appreciate the respect, guys.
Yeah, hit the likes.
Hit the likes.
I'll walk through setting the chart up next time, Marco. I got you. We'll do that.
Than's, fam. Appreciate it. Marco's cool.
So we got a lot to look
forward Marco, to. You better come to Vegas, all right?
That's right.
We're gonna be wilding out. It's gonna be fun.
So, is this a natural place to end the stream for now?
Yeah, we can kill it.
Make it fun. 5 hours. Keep it.
Unless you got some Vegas updates or something.
Maddie, we keep our average. You know, it's just like basketball players. You know what I mean? We got an average.
Keep it at the 5 hours. Let's cut it.
Yeah, it is.
That's our moving average. Facts.
It is. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know?
How far? I don't know. Maybe 30K.
Hey, exactly. Hey, we always do triple doubles over here. You know.
Maybe Bitcoin will drop to 30K. I don't know.
No, man. That'll be funny.
It depends how far they want to let it drop, as you know.
You know what's hilarious though? Real talk. Bitcoin can just fucking drop. We don't give a fuck. Ethereum go to 3K.
It doesn't matter.
Ethereum go to 3K and we just pump to 5 cents. Like it's just
Hex is about to zoom up no matter what Bitcoin does, so it's irrelevant, really.
Because the moment, this is another thing about, again, because I love DMI so much, I'll keep talking about it. The most explosive move you see on DMI is when all three indicator kind of like accumulates.
Yep.
It gets insane. If you look at the chart again, post big payday, right after that little W pattern, and then we launch.
Showing it here.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, when you
showing it again there.
Boom. And boom. And now, if you zoom back in, the red is cooling off. But it's
just coming back to touch down.
And the reason was, even if nothing happened, the price don't move. It's going to go back down. Why? Because yellow is above blue. When yellow is above blue, the magnitude has to go down and then switch back. So that's
basically reset.
Oh, it's perfect. Dude, what is it? It's 1 a.m. right now, almost 2. It's Wednesday now. By Friday. Right on cue for payday, Maddie. Right on cue. Right. Come to daddy. Come to daddy. And then from there, if you look literally what happens in the past, got close, launch. And a violent move to the upside. Like it doesn't even care. Just like it happened in September last year, New Year's Eve. Fucking, I mean, it's just textbook. Like it's just obvious.
Yeah.
Forget price. Look at the
Blue Bum's question. At what price does Sailor Kabe Harikari? That one I don't know the answer to. I can give you a number for how low the price might go. I don't know how quickly he's gonna kill himself. I don't know.
Friday. Oh my God, that's awesome.
I don't know about that one. I don't know how high the price Hex will be gonna be by Friday. Maybe it'll be at 1.8 cents. Maybe it'll be right here. Who knows? But it'll be good nonetheless because you're gonna be getting paid. And eventually, that thing gonna skyrocket. That's the thing about Hex. It just goes, and then that's it. There's no going back. People really thought we were gonna see 1 cent again.
Nope.
We just left it.
I can tell that to people by Friday. Is definitely you're not gonna get that low.
It's just like when we left 1/2 cent. Remember when we left 1/2 cent? You want to know something? If you look at my Twitter profile, the background to my profile picture is that 1/2 cent move. We never saw that again, and I knew. And I took a screenshot and I put it on my background because I knew we were never going to see it again.
Because I need you guys to understand something. Number one, it's playing out right now as we speak. Well, switch back to Bitcoin, please, because people need to wake up. Number one, Bitcoin is down 2% right now. It's down $1,000 plus.
Bitcoin,
it went back below the 55K. And it's at the point where if you look at the pattern, it's doing that bearish fucking pattern, which is just a bear flag. Drops crazy. Dance around for a little bit for 3-4 days and it drops again. It's literally doing a bear flag right now. I kid you not. If you zoom out, zoom in. Now, depending on how low it goes, it's gonna affect the Hex USD price because Bitcoin's gonna affect Ethereum, which is gonna affect Hex. Now, if alt season do what it always does, when Bitcoin drop like crazy, people cashing out of Bitcoin to run to Ethereum because Ethereum right now is doing. Oh, that's the one chart we didn't show. Can you pull out the Ethereum chart? Ethereum is in a nice little bull flag pattern right now. It might go to 2,500 because it's doing its thing. So put it on the weekly chart.
Oh no, it's not looking too hot right now overall, brother. I think it might be a different type of market.
Look, and I'll zoom in. Just look at the weekly chart over the last 7 weeks. It's doing it. It's doing that pattern. See, it's flagging, and then
it really needs to hold this trend line.
Yeah. Or even better, please put it on the monthly. And all my indicators going to work out again. You can see MACD looking good, everything looking good, pushing up, and it's still high. So now it might just do what Bitcoin used to do. So from that standpoint, and this is very important because I'm going to zoom back out to show you how powerful it is. Wells, please, can you go into DMI, please, and zoom out? Look at that. Fucking 3 times. Textbook. Blue went above red. Direction change. It's pumping. Blue is above red. That is fucking bullish. The violence of the move is real. When the buying pressure is higher than the momentum, it's good. It's running. And it's literally the blue looked like a bull flag. It pumped, went down, interrupted itself, V-shape going. It's flying right now. This is a bullish sign. When you see that right, we're fucking with that. The moment blue cross back red, forget about it. This is when you exit. And this is what Bitcoin is doing right now. The blue is crossing the red. It's losing momentum. This is no good. If this shit doesn't course correct, it's a wrap. Look at 2017 last year, or 2017, the top, same shit. And you see how I do it? I don't talk about price. DMI is king. If blue cross below red, forget about it. Blue's going to go meet yellow. It's going to go chill with that. Just like in 2017, 2018. The moment it crossed below, it never went back up there. Never. And Ethereum is doing the opposite. Not only it's above the red, but it's perking up. It's doing its thing. It's riding it. And Wells, go back to Ethereum, please, on the DMI, and then put it on the weekly instead of monthly, please. You get to see how it's literally just chilling, and you see how the red interrupted itself, and it's not going down. It's curving back up to just say, hey, we're just vibing with this thing. So, and this is what people need to understand, why it's so important. And it follows the same protocol of alt season where Ethereum pumps after Bitcoin does corrections or whatever. And this is what is happening here. And you can see how blue is perfectly doing those higher high, higher low. Look at that. Pumps, corrects, higher low. Pumps, corrects, higher low. Pumps, high, high. And he's doing that again. Over the last, this is a weekly chart, over the last 3 months, made a new high, went back to support, touched it, kissed it, pumped back up. Ethereum is bullish, which is bullish for Hex. So fucking Bitcoin can correct if Ethereum can continue this, and on the monthly chart doesn't cross below red, this thing is going to continue to fly. Those are the things you want to look at. That's why it's at, almost $2,300 again, very close to previous all-time high, which was made not too long ago. So those are the things you always want to look at. When you focus on that, you'll never be worried. The Bitcoin is showing all the signs of running out of steam. And I'm telling you, if it crosses back down, well, let's go back to Bitcoin for a sec. If it crosses back down that red, which it technically already did. I mean, nice. On the weekly, you can see how red is already down. Blue.
You got to remember, when we're looking at across time, it's out and then in. So when we're going up and price is going up and the trend is going in one direction, you're looking out. Now that the price is reversing, you need to look in. So the weekly and the daily matter more than the monthly, unfortunately. Because that's just how it works.
Yep, support was broken. Blue went below red. And the worst part is it failed support. It broke down. It made a new low.
Right. And I mean, look, the red is already turning over.
Exactly.
It's already turning over.
Which is telling you, and by the way, this is weekly fucking chart.
Yeah, this is weekly. This isn't even a daily. This is just a weekly.
Weekly, and we fucking Tuesday. Well, Wednesday now. Ask me next week.
Right.
Don't be surprised if by the weekend Bitcoin is 50K and you're like,
look, 55, 1,000, 125, and going down. Right. And I told people that this was it. Above 60K, right when I saw that tweet from Peter Schiff talking about Dogecoin is better than Bitcoin.
Shit.
What?
Oh my God!
Get out of here!
Not too long ago,
this is just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
It's 2 a.m. and I'm still worked up about that stupid ass tweet. What is going on, man? Like, really? And people are gonna sit here and tell me Bitcoin's gonna keep going higher? All right.
Mexican, understand this value, please. We give it to you for free because we care, and more importantly, again. It's facts over feelings.
That's it, man.
We're not talking about narrative.
Check is just ridiculous right now.
We're just telling you what the chart is saying based on what the indicator is saying. That is more important because you can't fake that. You can't fake direction. Direction is direction.
My favorite indicator is sentiment. When a person that has been hating Bitcoin since it was $1 capitulates to the point that he's saying a meme coin is better than Bitcoin, it is time to short everything except Hex. Period. Bar none. Pit stop. End of discussion. Everything. And I'm even saying Ethereum. Straight up. Everything except Hex. Short it all. Because that makes 0 sense. 0 cents. Who is this guy?
Dude, that's Wells. You already know. That's the exit pump. You already know.
No, come on.
Yo, free money. Do you understand that this is a wallet that got $14 billion worth?
Yeah, I heard that was Robin Hood. By the way, I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard.
They fucking unload that garbage.
They've been unloading. I don't know
because they let it pump first and then they unload.
Of course, they let them pump.
Because remember,
I haven't watched.
There's not enough liquidity to unload the whole billies.
Of course not.
So what they do is they let it pump. Crazy, and then it literally dumps like 20-30%. That's how they unload it. Then they change direction again to make people fake hope. No, it's not going down. And then people come in and then liquidate it again because you got people that bought it when it was like 56 cents at some point. Like one of the
that shit went up past 40 cents.
Yeah, it did. And then it corrected all the way back to 28 cents.
Well,
but people don't understand that when you buy something at 50 plus cents and it corrects to 28 cents or whatever,
that's a 50% correction.
and some of those people are the ones selling too, pushing the price back down. So, and this is why it's so important. And by the way, they can do this game over and over and over again and then pump the price up. But people don't understand that only the OG keeping the coin. The other people that panic sell, they get liquidated. And then by the time they're trying to buy back in, the price went up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people are funny, bro.
This is how they do the Ponzi move. Like right now, as we fucking speak, it went down 18% on the day. It went all the way down to 34 cents. And again, because it's also low flow, because of the wells own so much, they only unload what they need. And when the supply is infinite, there's almost 130 billion Doge and growing. I mean, it's just
wow. Good luck to those bag holders.
Amen. So again, I hope people took notes, understand the power of the indicator. Again, don't trade. Just look at it as a value investor so you can scoop up at a good deal and move accordingly. You know what I'm saying? Like Abbott's funny. I just read these comments. I just pissed my pants. What? Oh, you guys are rolling for 4 hours already. Oh, listen, we lose track of time. We're just having so much fun. That's all.
Yeah,
we
we was actually getting off 15 minutes ago. Here we are.
Dude. Good to see you,
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Bitcoin. So
look at that. Whoa, look at it. Look at this. Look at this. This is like a perfect bear flag.
Yeah.
Went down a bunch, dance around, don't really go anywhere.
And look, anytime these lines move lower, it means
got rejected twice. Look
rolling over.
Trying to roll back up, boom, get rejected. Second
and
time.
Look at where the line is rolling over. We're priced down here. Never a good sign. Man. So
watch out below. Watch. Yeah. By the way, it's next to your next trend line. If it crossed that, shit, forget about it.
Timber.
Very close.
Yeah.
And again, I just look at the premium. Premium right now literally is negative 8.65% to be exact. And some of that stuff is a day behind, you know, crypto quant. So that tells me where the whales, I look at the premium like where the big institutions, where
they're ugly fucking chart, bro.
Where is their limit orders? Their limit orders is at negative almost 9%, which means mathematically.
Hey, if you hold Bitcoin, good luck to you.
Yep. Do a little like a measure move. Negative almost 9% for where we are now. That's what? That's like 50K, 51K, right?
55. Yeah, you're taking 550 from here. 5,000.
Yeah, do a measure move from the current price down almost 9%. Where would it be?
9%.
Look at that. Perfect support.
Yeah. 5,000. Yeah. 5,000.
Oh my God. You can't make this shit up. You got literally people limit orders. Maddie, share your screen. You got the crypto quant. Pull up the data. I want people to see it. The fucking.
You want to see?
Yeah, crypto quant. Well, I could just log in mine, but either way. If you could just share your screen really quick. I really want to show people what I just said about how you can see the funding rate. And sorry,
is it 9%?
It's close. It's like
8 point something.
Yeah. Because let me refresh again. Market data. 1 second. Let me sign in.
I'm looking at A65 right now. And A65 is at 47. It's 5,300, 5,400 basically. I mean 50,000.
50,000. Yeah, 50,000.
50,400.
Which is literally right around long-term support.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. Because if it breaks that, then that's it.
You can't fucking make this shit up, guys. I'm telling you.
That's it. If that level breaks, then bad things happen.
Yep. Basically. And this is readjusted after the price went down to 55K. I want to make that very clear.
Right. This is from here right now.
Premium right now, based on the Bitcoin price of 55.6. It says negative 8.77%.
Wow.
And it's kind of
I'm a little higher than the number.
Oh, actually, okay. No, sorry. I had to zoom out. Sorry. No, my bad. The latest number is negative 11%. Negative 11.
Oh, snap.
You know what? Fuck this.
So are they still selling that shit down?
Let me just do this real quick. Please, let me just share the screen.
Go ahead. I'm just trying to understand why that number keeps getting deeper.
I need people to see because the big whales understand.
Or more negative.
Again, buying the dip. You know what I'm saying? They just let it drop more and more.
Is that what it is? But where the fuck are they buying the dip that cheap?
Yeah, share my screen right here. Look at this. GBTC premium, right? They show it there, but right here, percentage. Look.
Wow. What the fuck?
Right here. Look. Negative 11.81, almost 82, based on 56K, 56.4. You do the math on that, negative 11.8%. That is right around 50K. And here's the thing. The trend is your friend. Look at that. Look at that bearish trend. Down. When it used to go up, that makes sense because, it gets more expensive. But dude, even here, down negative 11. Then price crashed a little bit. Premium went lower. People bought what they thought they bought, and then guess what? It's going more negative because they're like, yeah, nah, fuck that. We're not buying this shit. And they have the money. Make no mistake. They're just like, no, we'll let it crash. When it was way over here, remind everybody, 1920K. Look at that. Premium went as high as 40% plus. This is for years. That shit was never negative.
Yeah.
Years. Use, guys, use.
I'm trying to rationalize this in
And
my
then here,
brain.
dude,
It's
get
been
close
negative
to
for a
zero
while.
at least. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this.
It's been negative
And
for a
you're
couple
gonna tell
months.
me, and you're trying to fucking tell me we're going to 100K? Fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's not
Fuck
looking
out of
like it.
here.
That's
Who's
not
gonna
what they're
buy it?
telling
The
me.
people that want to buy it are telling you they don't want to buy it at this price. They're saying, yeah, it's like the pawn shop
This is
analogy.
you're saying it's 11% overvalued, right?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, fuck that, 11.8.
Okay, perfect.
And,
All right.
and I'm being nice. This is just fucking GBTC. There's other
Yeah.
ETF all around the world. Canada, Brazil's about to launch one, and all this other stuff, which means there's so much quote unquote demand, but it gets to a point where it's like people don't want to buy it, bro.
Or it's telling you that that's not real Bitcoin.
Or that.
I love it.
That's possible too.
So I just want to, quickly saying that. So again, you add that plus all the DMI and the stuff that we've been talking about. This is the reason why we're telling people, like, please understand that we're not just talking about one type. We're looking at multiple indicators. Plus, you look at the JPEGs and this and the Dogecoin and the whatever, and even fucking Grayscale. They don't care about Bitcoin no more. They're talking about, they used to talk about Litecoin and all the other shit coin that they're listing, and then make their premium go crazy for that because they understand that, okay, we run the Bitcoin premium so high, nobody wants it right now.
So
Because
what?
they're not
So
stupid. They're looking at the market. They look at it, and like the premium to me makes sense because the long-term investor, the big investor, they're like, nah, Parabola is broken. She might be about to drop. Where do I put my limit order? Next support. Next support is 50K. Real talk. Well, pull back the chart. That shit looks like a massive rising wedge. That shit broke. So what
so
is
is
it?
the next? Do they offer yet GDOGE? Is that a thing yet?
Don't
They
think
added
so.
20 coins
Yeah,
the
right.
other day.
And then zoom out a little bit on the make it on the, is it a daily chart or what is it?
This is 377 minutes, so it's
Oh,
actually intraday.
Intraday. Can you make it like the daily chart, please? Oh man, look at that. One day. Yeah, boom. Yeah, you see long-term support right around 50K. That's the first one. Then the next one after that.
51,735 is what I got, and
Yeah,
then
actually
53,587.
make it more clean. Weekly chart, please. Boom. And then zoom in so we can see besides the G. Yeah. Look at that. Where's that support? The next one. Right around where that next big red candle was. What was that? What is that price?
Here,
No, more up more. That's too low. One more up. Yeah, right here. What is this? That's 50K, right?
5,500.
Boom. That's the first one, 50K. And then the next one, what is it? 45? The one below? Right here. Right around here. What is that?
Which one? This one?
Yeah, this one. 40. What is it? 45?
45.8.
45.8. And then what I call the ultimate support, whatever that yellow line is, that yellow line support for that indicator.
41.60.
Yeah, if it crossed 41.60, forget about it. That's bear market. But right now, you can go to 50K. No big deal. It's literally doing the move like in 2019, 2020, and then the same thing in 2018. It's so fucking obvious, dude. Come on. Like, Parabola is broken. Massive rising wedge. If you look at the two trend line that Wells has, one from the top one from the big March dump, and then the one from the long-term support that got broken, the rising wedge broke, which means now you're looking at long-term support. First stop, 50K. Second stop, 47. Third stop, if it goes that low, shit, that's like what, 35K? What is it? That where we were like hanging out for like a couple weeks. No, up. The one no below. Wait, right around here. Yeah. Whatever that support is below that. Yeah, that's
27.
Yeah. That's the worst case scenario.
28.
Yeah. But right now,
that's probably
shit.
his worst case, yeah.
Based
Or
on
the
the
best
BTC,
case.
yeah, right. Based on the BTC premium, first stop 50K. And then we go from there. If he wants to puke some more, it might go lower. But
It's already selling at 50K.
yeah, facts. Based on the true.
Based on the GBTC premium, yeah.
But Maddie, we may get lucky where it goes to 50K, the premium gets absorbed, and it goes to negative 2% or 3% or close to zero. That will be a quote unquote bullish sign. But if it goes to fucking 50K and the premium is still negative 8%, oh, forget about it. Yeah, it's going to 45. It will go to where it needs to go until the premium solve itself. Because that's
And
what
it's been like that for a long time too, right?
Yeah, back me up on this. That's what an efficient market does. It goes.
I mean, markets aren't efficient. That's why it's been like that for a while. So
Exactly.
it's got to snap back. Yeah, it's got to snap back. That's
until
right.
it finds
If it's real Bitcoin.
Right. If it's real Bitcoin. That's right.
But if they don't have to sell, is it real?
Well, we'll see.
That's why there's a discount, right? Because they're not selling. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get what you mean. But we'll see. The market will determine that by price.
Yeah.
Remember, it's all math, baby, and the math always shakes itself out. So we shall see. Yeah. We shall see. But yeah, we can wrap it up, guys.
No, it's been real. Everybody, thanks for being here. Just watch out. Again, last thing, look at that RSI indicator. It's doing the same shit like 2017, 2018.
Yeah, it's already breached.
The moment it touched that gray area, forget about it. And it did a new low. And I'm glad
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It did a new low. Like literally, forget price. Just look at this.
Yeah. Just like I explained earlier, once it makes a new low, that's it. It's done.
It's done. It's a wrap.
So it's probably going to break. It's more than likely going to make new lows.
Bye-bye. If we're lucky, it goes to that yellow line where the indicator of Wells is and then bounce from there. But if it goes below that, forget about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to break it. So, whatever. All right, guys.
It's been real, as always.
So this is...
Somebody just said good morning from Germany. Good morning.
This is not our outro. I just threw this together while we were on stream just because I haven't made the real one, but I've got... So this is not our music. This is just a random, royalty-free music I played.
Facts.
So,
Mexican, it's been real. Stake accordingly. Be wise out there. Don't get liquidated.
Peace out, guys.
Thanks for joining us. See you next time.